Oh my goodness. Okay. Hello. All right. So it's back, but we really shouldn't send anything out until it's right, because I don't think people will humor us again. So if we start a little late, we start a little late, but we have to get these YouTube links right and make sure they're really running.
Right.
Why are we getting kicked off though? I really don't know why the workshop channel stopped. I was still in it and I got the same message as everyone else.
I think, just my personal opinion, if Teresa is a licensed Zoom user, I think she needs to go in and create a new channel, a new webinar for that.
Yeah, Teresa.
Just like all of us did, because I'm not kicked off mine, my new one, Kathy's not kicked off. So there must be something still in that.
Okay.
And I do have a question. It doesn't have to be this group, but I need help logging into the Facebook so I can get my live stream up. That's all.
We're not live streaming to Facebook.
Thank God.
We're doing it to YouTube.
Thank God. We're streaming it to YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will just go into Zoom.
What happened to the workshop channel?
We don't know.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Teresa's gonna create a new webinar for workshop channel.
Okay.
For some reason, the authors are saying that they can't make their own videos live, even though they're all panelists.
They can't what?
They can't make their videos. They can't turn on their videos, even though they've been removed.
I know I fixed that. That was at the beginning.
Well, they're doing it now on the channel. So how did it fix that?
All right, so on the YA channel, go to participants, click the little down caret, and then click let panelists start video.
Okay. All right.
So let's see.
I'm still not seeing that option for the videos. Where?
What was that?
I'm not seeing that option. I can see the samples and reading the samples.
Found it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still waiting on the email, so then I can send this email out.
I know, we really need, and so Jennifer, you said, does anyone else have a need to have a passcode?
Yes.
Yes.
So everyone needs to have a passcode.
It's showing up with my webinar. So.
Quick question. Have the authors, no one's been given the new reviews, right?
No.
Okay. I have authors texting me and calling me. I'm just making sure that what I'm telling them is correct, that they will get it ASAP.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought my job was going to be a little slow today. On our email is hot and early.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
As long as we can get this out, people are still asking questions, I think we'll be all right.
Totally. Now it's great.
It's coming, don't give up, and you won't miss a thing.
And of course, all of these panelists. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Emily, when you generate that email, go to the BAM register. Does it copy to BAM register?
Might be here.
At gmail.com.
Your name? And wait.
But my panelists are ready to go, so I don't know what you want me to do.
If your panelists are ready to go, Emily, I would say start your channel so we have some programming and just say hi and tell them the situation. You don't need to tell them that they're the only panel that's up right now and the registrants don't have the link yet. So just hang out. They can just hang out and we'll be there.
Because I've got, like I said, once y'all get that, oh gosh, they're so loud. Once y'all get that stuff going, who needs passcodes? Do I need to add that to every single one?
So it looks, I imagine everyone is going to need a passcode. So if you, but Emily, you said they didn't need a passcode?
No, you
Yeah, YA didn't.
Okay, so, our channel, K5 channel and middle grade channel all need passcodes. I imagine Teresa's gonna have a passcode too, if she has the same problem that Jen and Kathy and Craig did.
And if Emily, it's all in Google Drive, passwords are under, you just shut that.
Yep.
Yeah, I added the one for arts and I saw that Craig had the one for middle grade, so.
Oh, good.
Okay, I gotta get all, okay.
What kept Grace doing? He couldn't give me a whole.
Those are. Sorry, I'm trying to get this email out to authors. And
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna pause it real quick and then I'll be trying to get the email and stuff situated, okay?
And they sort of forget that YA doesn't have a passcode, I guess.
Is K-5 up?
Teresa, is your channel up?
No, is it not up? Can you not get in?
I'm up.
Hello, K-5? No, sorry. No, I just got an email from an author, so I wanted to make sure that it was up and.
Yeah, Lisa, none of the authors have received the new thing.
Yeah, so Lisa, I'll tell you as soon as I send that link out and when I'll author it and get it, I'll tell you. Until then, just keep telling them to watch their inbox.
Okay, so I won't send out any links yet. I'll wait for you to do that and I'll just let them know we're working on it.
Yes, so Teresa, do you have the workshop channel passcode if there is one?
So do I just need to start, I guess the settings are still all gonna be the same, right? So I just need to start a new webinar?
Yes, settings need to all stay the same, yes.
Okay, so I'll just schedule a webinar for how long should I?
I did 9 hours.
I did like 12, just in case.
But did you see that Zoom settings document that Rebecca did?
Yeah, is it a new one? Because wouldn't the settings be the same as before?
Yeah, the whatever document everyone else is using, that's the one we want, the settings we want to use to do
But
webinar.
Teresa, if you're just kind of copying your other one, then that does make sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
That should be the same.
Okay.
Okay, all right, well, I'm doing that now, so I'm just gonna make sure I have it all.
I don't know why the YA channel did need a passcode and everyone else did this very quick.
Guess this gives me time to put on some lipstick. Now that we're ready. Sorry, guys, I should turn off the video.
No.
You get to see my early morning face. I don't know how to turn off the video. I'm like the old lady in the Zoom where everybody's like, what is wrong with her? How many exposed you guys?
There.
Sorry.
Okay, we're getting, okay, so all I need is the new YA channel link and passcode and we should be good.
And Clara,
Sorry, not the new YA channel, the new workshop channel link and passcode. And then I can send that out to authors, they'll stop asking questions and, we should be good.
I'm assuming we just like stay on schedule, obviously. The first session will be a little short, the rest of them should be on time, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, that works.
And any of the emails you send out to volunteers or authors or attendees, can you copy them to the band register email so that I know what was sent out?
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to leave for a second. Emily's calling me and she's trying to get the register email out, so I'm gonna answer this.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
You got this.
Right? Like the technology I'm not so worried about. What's bizarre for me is I'm just worried about massacring people's names with a last name like McCloud. It happens all the time. Really sensitive.
So should I start the webinar now, guys?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
And did you put your link in the drive?
I'm going to right now.
Passcode.
And if it has a passcode, yes, Teresa.
Where would I see it that it has a passcode?
When you go to your webinar to like copy the invitation or copy the link, it might show a passcode underneath that.
And you can also get it when you're already in the webinar too, just
Yeah, I'm
in case you
already
need
in
that.
it, so should I?
So it's the top left-hand corner?
Say that again, Craig?
No, if you want your passcode while you're in the webinar in the
I
top
have
left.
it.
Okay.
Should I do the copy the invite link or just copy invitation?
No, link, just the link.
Okay,
But would you also need the passcode too? Send?
okay.
Yeah. Type that in. It's
Can
not,
you guys hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry.
Hey guys, Teresa, do we have the new link yet for the passcode?
Yeah, I'm trying to send it to you guys here. Let me just make sure it's the right one.
I'm also kind of wondering why I have no volunteers emailing me or texting me or calling me. What's going on?
I just got.
Well, we are emailing the band register.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just respond, that's why I'm saying, like, if everyone just make sure that they copy that email, then I'll know exactly what you sent out and I can just resend it. Because Kelly Miller called, just wanted to know if Rick also knows about.
Every author is gonna know, and Lisa, I'm gonna BCC you on this email I'm sending out to authors, so you'll know exactly when I have all the information, when Emily has all the information, when the authors have all the information.
Okay, perfect, on my personal email,
No, to the band email.
to the band. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, I just want to. Okay.
Alright, so you have it in your Teresa?
The password. Seven nine two seven four three.
Alright,
Hello.
See, unmute.
Hey, Sherry.
Hey,
I can hear you. I can't see you.
yeah,
Okay.
I know. It says, I keep getting something that's telling me it's unable. You can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. I'm sure they'll work out the tech stuff. How you
Yeah.
doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm hanging in. I miss
Yeah.
you. Haven't seen you for
I know. This would be
three.
so cool if we were in person.
Yeah, yeah. I remember being on a panel with you. You were one of the nicest people I've ever met.
Oh,
We
I
were
felt
in
the same way about you.
we were
But
in the
I think you had a cane. You had some
Oh my
incident.
gosh, Sherry. I completely blew out my back before I
Oh,
went down. That took me like a year to get that thing better. It was crazy.
oh wow.
Yeah, I was in a wheelchair after that.
Oh my God.
It was just, getting older and popped a disc, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
Just writing and
nice.
trying to get stuff going. Do you have anything coming out soon?
No, I just had a lot of family stuff going on uh, for the past few years.
Yeah.
So I'm working on something, but I think it'll be another couple of years before I get one out. How about
Oh,
you?
okay.
You-
Yeah, I had a couple things that were supposed to come out this year,
Okay.
but because of everything that happened, they're not going to come out till next year now.
Okay, that's
So
good, right? I mean,
yeah, yeah. So I've got at least 2 books coming
good.
out.
Oh, Sherry, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Are you doing princess stories or what's the
No, I'm doing let's see. It's odd because I wrote obviously both of them and I didn't even realize this until one of the editors pointed it out because I'm writing for 2 different publishers
Okay.
and one book is called Afro Revolution
Wow,
and
great name.
the other
Huh.
book is called The Braid Girls and
Nice. Wow, terrific.
there are 2 books about that center around hair. And
That's
I,
awesome.
that I wasn't thinking about that when I, because I came up with them at such different times. I just happened to sell them at the same time.
Hey, Sherry,
Oh,
that's
I can
awesome.
see you.
They both sound awesome.
There
There you go,
I
Sherry.
am.
There you
Yay.
go. Nice. I
Look,
see
there's
James
that
too.
Ponte dude.
The great man himself, the angel,
Hey guys.
The angel.
flying in.
I'm gonna mute my phone.
Okay.
Nobody calls me anyway, but
I actually just called Paul.
James, you know what? I've been texting you. Oh, I see it. Sorry.
That's all right.
I put my phone on mute.
No, that's
but I-
smart. You've been texting me. I didn't. I'm
Did you
not getting the text?
Okay, let me see. I'll send it again. I just sent it. Hang on one
Because I
second.
want to make sure you have my right phone number. I've changed phones.
Uh
I'll
oh,
text you the number.
that's what it was. I did the old 407 number.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, everybody. This is
Hello.
Craig,
Hey,
by
good-
the way.
Hey, Craig.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Who's speaking? I don't see you.
Oh, sorry. That I'm gonna be off
Hey, Craig.
camera,
Oh,
but this is me. Hi.
Hey.
Hey guys. So sorry about the technical difficulties. It happens. It's Zoom.
Yeah. Don't worry.
So we're gonna do a very shortened version of the session. So there's that. And we are live to YouTube right now. We do have one person in the attendee, which is good, and hopefully some more people on the YouTube side. We just sent out all these emails and links, so people will probably slowly come in throughout the rest of the day. So
Okay.
yeah. Sherry, you're the moderator for today for the session, right? Yes.
Right.
Awesome. Okay. Do you have all the questions and stuff if you need it?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just gonna give a brief start and then just go as if we're going. All right.
Oh,
That's the way
okay.
we do it.
All right. So we'd like to thank our authors on the panel today. Thank you to Sherry Winston, James Ponte, Paul Griffin. I don't see Eric Marquez on here yet.
Not yet.
But that's okay. He'll come on. This is the 19 ways to create during COVID-19. So there's gonna be questions at the end, or however you guys want to do it. And our adult volunteer Dawn is going to filter those questions to make sure everything
Hi,
is
Dawn.
Hey, Don.
working okay.
Good
So
morning.
Hi, Dawn.
all right, so follow host view, and yeah, you guys should be good to go.
Let's do it
So-
for Maitland and Michaela for showing up though, right? They found their way here with all of this. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Am I to type the questions into the chat, or how do I do that, Craig? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. They will be able to see it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, I looked
I've
into
got
it.
the questions
We're
right
good.
here. I just thought I would just ask the questions.
Yeah, this is questions from the audience.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's okay.
So should I put them in the chat then, Craig?
No, you'll there's a Q&A button next to the bottom where it
Yes.
says raise hand. That's where
Yeah.
you'll see them come through. So
Oh.
yep, just monitor that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, go ahead, guys.
Okay.
Thanks, Craig.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Winston. I am the author of President of the Whole Fifth Grade, The Sweetest Sound, and a few other books. All my books have been published with Little Brown. I write middle grade, and I chose that medium because I'm not mature enough to write about other people, about anything else. So I want to introduce our panel this morning. I'm with the lovely and talented Paul Griffin,
Oh, Sherry.
and the equally lovely and talented James Ponte. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi,
Morning, how you
Sherry.
doing?
Hi, good morning. All right. Why don't the two of you introduce yourselves a little bit? Paul, you go first.
Oh, well, I'm just so happy to be hanging with you all today, and I guess I'm looking forward to doing more stuff with both of you. I know we've done stuff before, and I love talking about middle grade and how we try to get our middle grade friends, into the books, and I feel very lucky to be writing for folks of the middle grade age.
Good. How about you, James?
Yeah, my name's James Ponte. I've written 8 books now in middle grade, and my most recent are City Spies and City Spies Golden Gate. And I know both Sherry and Paul from way back. So for me, it's like just hanging out with friends, which is really kind of the idea of middle grade, I think.
Mhm.
It's like, I think all of it, I don't want to speak in generalities, but most of the middle grade writers I know still have this connection to like that middle school version of themselves. And I think a lot,
And we can't let it go.
you can't let it go.
We can't.
And I think sometimes what we're doing is we keep rewriting history to try to make it turn out better.
Right.
But I think more often what
Mhm.
we're doing is we're writing a map, and it's like, here's the map to make it through, because middle grade to me is the most confusing time of life. It's like in elementary school, everyone's just all in one big group. And in high school, everyone's going off in their different directions. But middle schools, where all those ramps and exits and intersections happen to go from here to there. And so I love writing this age group, and I love writing alongside, and every now and then getting to hang out with people like Sherry and Paul. And hopefully Eric will be able to join us soon. I know there's a lot of tech issues here, but it's really great just to talk about books, and
Mhm.
so Sherry, you've got questions. I know I'm a moderator later.
Yeah, I
personally don't feel obligated to ask the exact questions that were given to me. So you can ask us whatever you'd like. Don't feel like you're scripted. But,
Okay. Well, I do feel obligated that it's called 19 Ways to Create During the Time of COVID. So the first question is, have any of us have COVID? My answer is no, I've been blessed. So have either of you had to deal with it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it right away.
Oh,
I was
wow.
working at my daughter's school, her high school during the day. I remember it's a big building here in New York City, 5 schools in this same huge building.
Oh, wow.
And we, I remember the English teacher had me come in to talk with the folks that day, and he wanted to take the kids outside. I said, that sounds awesome. So hey, Eric.
Hey, Eric.
I don't
So
see
we-
Eric. Hey, Eric.
There we
done
go.
this whole time, but it wasn't reading, so I just switched over to the laptop, and I guess now you can pick me up. Now I'm here.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. It's good to see
Perfect.
you, bud.
Oh, now I can't hear anything.
Work it out, Eric.
All right, there we go. We figured it out here.
You got it? Good.
You're
Yeah,
coming through.
sorry about
loud.
that.
No, it's good. Yeah.
Okay, so Paul was telling us a terrible tale of him having COVID.
Yeah, it was weird. It was just we got into an elevator, and I remember thinking, I don't think we should get in this elevator. And we were all packed in like sardines. And then that night I was working at her choir. And the young men, they had me go in and help the young men put their ties on. So I was pre-making all the ties for these like 60 kids who were between the age of like 12 and 15. And no one knew how to do a tie. So I was tying them up and I was putting them around their thing, and
And you're
so I was
really
like right in
close
their
to
face
him,
like
yeah.
this. So I was, a few days after that, and then
You had no chance.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was 3 weeks. It was scary. There were 2 nights there where I thought that's it. It was
Wow.
It seemed-
When was this?
March.
Like March
Like
of last year? So
end of
right at the
March.
beginning.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
crazy. They say that the fever was really high, and I thought, all right, well, if the fever's high, I'll just keep taking acetaminophen and doing all the stuff they were telling you.
Right.
But then there were 2 nights, in the afternoon going into the night, your breath would start to get short.
Right.
And there were 2 nights, and I said to my wife, I said, I'm not going into the hospital. If I don't want to get intubated, they hadn't figured out any of that stuff. I was an EMT for 12 years, and I had seen intubation. It's a tough one. And I
Yeah.
thought, you know what? If I'm going to go in my, right here in my house. But, they pulled
I'm
through.
glad you made it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sherry.
'Cause
Yeah,
that
happy
would
to
have been
be
a
here.
sad middle school story to have to tell.
Yeah. I
have
would have
to
given it to
say,
James
About
to
how
tell.
I lost one of my favorite authors. So
Oh,
I'd be so
Sherry,
sad.
you're the best.
This
I
is
love
an
you.
ongoing
I love
part
you.
of my history, which is I'm at events like Fame or BAM or whatever, and I follow Paul, and Paul has the most riveting personal drama to share, and then I just feel like I shouldn't. No one should even talk. For
No.
me, it was odd. I had a book that was supposed to come out last year on March 17th. City Spies was supposed to come out on March 17th,
Mhm.
and as it happened, because so many schools were on spring break, about 2 months early, they moved my release date up a month. And so I went on a book tour on March 6th. And it was just a very odd experience. So I'm in Dallas for North Texas Teen Book Festival. And at that point, everyone's like, so are we not supposed to hug, or what's
Mhm.
this? And everyone's like, oh, it's fine. We can hug. And then by Monday, it's like, well, are you sure you still want to go on the tour? I'm like, well, I think so, By Wednesday, I'm in St. Louis, and they're like, we don't know how much longer this is going to last. And
Yep.
I got to Denver on Friday the 13th,
Ugh.
and it was one school in, and the rest were out, and the Tucson Festival of Books was canceled, and all these things, and they're just like, we got to get you home. But the weird part of that was, had my book come out when it was supposed to, everything just would have been canceled. As it was,
Mhm.
I was like on a surfboard ahead of a tsunaمی, and I'm just paddling away. And I made it to shore before, so I did my book tour, and then, I think like most writers probably, I've been, locked in my house for a year,
Mhm.
and which
Mhm.
is still, we can write at least. We're
Yep.
very fortunate in that the thing that we primarily do, again, we have other things like work at your kids' schools, and there's that stuff you can't get around. But the things that we primarily do, we can still do from home.
Mhm.
And the biggest impact COVID's had on me, writing wise, not life wise, has been research, because I really research my books a lot. I like to go to the locations in my books, and that was just not going to happen. So, but you know, with the internet and phones and Zoom, you know, able to catch it. You know, I had. I don't know if you guys know Elizabeth Eulberg. Elizabeth writes those great Shelby Holmes books. I love Elizabeth. She moved to London in the middle of all this because she'd already started this process. And the new book I'm writing right now opens up on a specific street in London, which is the most expensive street to live on in all of Europe. And so Elizabeth went with her phone, pretended like she was on a call, but it was really a FaceTime, and walked down the street for me, showing me every house and every, you know, so I could write it better. Even though there's like signs everywhere saying no photography. She's like, James, if you get me kicked out of the country, I'm really going to be upset at you. I'm like, I'm not asking you to do this. You called and said you do it. But, you know, so we've had to be creative that way. And luckily, you know, my wife and I both been vaccinated, and my son's been vaccinated. And he works at the Dallas Zoo, so he's around people all the time. And so we were really worried about him, but we've been okay. How about you, Eric?
Well, good. Hi, Eric. How about you? Tell me. Let's talk about Eric.
Let's talk about me. Sorry, I made a late entrance there.
No, a dramatic, good entrance. That's good.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. So I know that I was kind of like a last minute add in there. So I don't know that anybody knows anything about me. What I do is I'm the illustrator that you guys normally hire for your books.
Okay.
Right.
I do children's books and comic books, animations. I did, let me see, a quick run through. I graduated from art school in 2002. And then I so I interned at DC Comics at the time, which was around that time was right before September 11th happened. And so I was up in New York City at the time, and it was, you know, New York City, the dream for an art school student. It was crazy. I lived over in Brooklyn, and then the internship was in Times Square, which was the Warner Brothers building, DC Comics, you know, right across from the
I used to have
theater.
a publisher in that building.
Yeah. Oh God, it was so much. It's so that building, just that building alone, there was so much going on there, right? And so I got to see the DC Comics offices and, you know, Warner Brothers stuff, and they had Mad Magazine there, you know, where they're working on everything. And it was a fanboy's dream. I got to be the intern there, and this was around the time when they were doing like the script for Smallville at the time, so I got to help editing with that, and Powerpuff Girls because Cartoon Network was there. I got to get into all that stuff. I did some of the Batman books. Oh man, it was so much fun. So anyway, I got to do that. I went back. I finished my last year in art school. And then from there, this was in Kansas City. From there, I ended up here in South Florida. My wife is from here. I met her in art school too. So she's a fine artist. And so what I do is I do more commercial art in that regard of the books and everything. So since then, I've worked with William Shatner. He did the, you guys might be very familiar with like the Man of War, you know, the writer, the books that he used to do. He had the Ghostwriters, I know that. So Man of War was the books that I colored for when we went over to the comic book format from novel to comic book. Vincent Price's Estate, I got to do some of his horror stories. I got to do the Conan O'Brien and Taylor Swift biography books, comic book version, obviously. And then I've done stuff. Wow, I've done stuff like freelance work. I do stuff with like Burger King and like Boar's Head for the clients, different renditions of things, and like so I'm everywhere with different things.
I'm
And it's
fangirling
exciting.
on you right now. You're because I wanted to double major in art, and my mom was like, you know, the only way you'll make money at that is if you die. You have the only dead artists are paid.
I mean, I think there was truth to that.
Absolutely killed my art dream, but I actually have a book that I illustrated that I finally got to illustrate. And it's, you know, the cover is really cool. I'm really proud of it. But
great.
I want to talk to you later about what you do and some things I'm trying to do and to get some tips, because everything that you said, I was just sitting here going, oh, that's my dream. That was my dream.
I know. Yeah, it's exciting.
So good for you.
Oh, cool.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Uh,
But no, I've never had COVID to answer that first question. I have not gotten it gratefully. Paul, it's good to hear that you're better. That's
Thanks,
scary,
Terry.
and I don't, man, that's just, yeah, I can't imagine that fear alone, But so we've been secluded pretty well. We've been homeschooling our kids anyways years before.
Okay.
So when COVID hit, nothing really, our schedules didn't change so much.
right.
We just didn't get to go out to as many places, but I mean, the kids are good. They're working on the projects. They work side by side with us on the projects anyway that we're working on. So nothing much
Wow.
changed for us. We just
How
maintained that.
cool.
What an education. for
Yeah,
them.
that's amazing.
Yeah,
It gives your
every
kids
day's
that kind
Do
of
exciting.
you have room in your heart, in your home for a
Sherry.
Tia? I can put the
Sherry?
kids Tia. Tia
Yeah.
wants to learn too.
I'll send you an
She
application.
does. All right, we're having an abbreviated session anyway, so I'm going to just jump around. I'm going to ask. The question is, when you start to write your story, what's the inspiration for a particular story? So I'll start with James.
Okay. So what's the inspiration for a particular, so.
Like, tell me about the last thing that you've been writing, and tell me what inspired you to do that.
So my background is I started in television, and so I worked at Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, that kind of writing before. And so I always wrote in series television. So when I got to books, I write book series. That's just kind of so it's a little bit different than, say, Paul's books, which tend to be, they're standalones, right? And you, I know, Sherry, have done combinations because President has had a follow-up, right? So you've done both. I've only done series books. So the series are born from a concept that I like, so the one I'm writing right now is a series of books about 5 kids from around the world who form an unlikely spy team for MI6, and they get sent on these missions. And really what sparked it, what I wanted to write about was 2 things. I wanted to write about, we were on first came to me while we're on a trip, and my family, both when I was growing up and then as a parent, I've always loved to travel and just had so much fun seeing new places. And so I wanted a book that traveled and that went around a lot, and like big, like Paris and London and San Francisco and like those kinds of cities. But I also wanted to write about kind of found families, which is to me a really important thing, which is, I came from an untraditional family with different last names and different parents, and it's like a Jenga puzzle sometimes. And so to me, it was wanting to write about those 2 things and trying to figure out what could combine them. And that led me then to the spy idea. So then I have this idea basically of these kids who are all adopted by a spy who knows nothing better but to raise them as spies. And so they then get sent places where adult spies would stand out. So then it becomes, what do I think is really interesting to kids and important for kids to understand? So the first book was all set around a youth environmental summit in Paris. And as it happened, the threat that a virus might get let loose among these kids. And so this came out a week before that became a very real concern in the world.
Gosh.
So I try to identify something that I think kids can connect through on both a personal and an excitement level, and so, the one I just turned one in this week, so that one's very much in my mind, but it goes to Russia and to China, and it's just all these interesting places that I'd like to go.
Okay. Oh man, I never traveled much as a kid. And so I'm always writing about, wanting to write about places. And like you, when I wrote Jada Sly, she's supposed to live on the Upper West Side of New York. So I actually took a trip to New York in the fall, the time of year that she was there, and walked around through Central Park and picked the building that would be her make-believe school, and you know,
Right.
so yeah, I totally get what you're saying.
Well,
And I can't wait to pick my next place, because I do plan to go there too, wherever it is.
what we found, I think, during COVID, kind of an unexpected, bright silver lining, whatever you want to call it, to it is the power of books to take us places when we can't go places is has never been more important, you know. And I don't know how many emails or tweets or whatever I've gotten from parents and kids saying, you know, we can't go anywhere, so our family was reading books out loud together, and it's great. You took us to Paris, and you took us to San Francisco, and you took us to, and because obviously you had done the research, and those, I had gone to those cities and really searched them out, and it made it feel real to us. And then we are online, and we're going with it too. And you know, it's funny. I worked all this time in television, and always the idea was that television was the future, and books were kind of falling away. And then this happens, and all of a sudden, movies can't shoot, TV shows can't shoot, and the good old durable book.
Yeah, the good old book.
You know, technology that hasn't really changed in
Yeah.
500 years still works, and it doesn't, you know. And so that has been a great part of that too. So we talk about creating during COVID, but really also recreating and going through this during COVID has been more. I've never felt more in tune with. I really love. This is why I want to stay with books for the rest of my professional life.
I'm going to switch to Mark. I mean, I'm sorry, Eric. Who is Mark? I don't know Mark. Eric, I want to know, for you as an artist, when you are commissioned to work on to work with an author, say, how do you get inspired to bring that character to life?
That's actually a really that's the playtime for me as the visual artist. Whatever book, there's this one comic book that I'm currently working on right now, and it's a perfect example of this. It happens to be set in it's like a Western kind of a style, but with the sci-fi feel to it. It's the old West, and then all of a sudden these alien embryos start crashing onto the desert landscape, right? And this takes place in the Midwest. And so I love sci-fi and I love Western. So I was very excited to get this, first of all. But what I do is I allow myself the fanboy moment. And I learned this actually at those interning at DC Comics. The editors that I would have at the ones that I worked the most with, it was Mike McAvenny and Ivan Cohen. They taught me to kind of you kind of just saturate all the stuff as a fanboy as it comes in, because they would get the scripts coming in and stuff. And so that's what I do now. I read everything. I just read it as if I'm just a fan. I'm just reading it, right? Having fun with it, not taking the detailed notes as the professional artist at the time. I give myself permission to enjoy it first, and then I do a reread of it. And then after I do the reread, then I do the third, and that's when I start really breaking down the details, taking my notes, because that process, otherwise it'll become overwhelming. So I will get my script, I will do that, enjoy it, just envision whatever. There's no, well, Eric, that's not realistic if you're gonna draw it this way, and they want none of that at the first read. You know what I mean? I shut that off. So I don't know if it makes sense, but instead of working, I've seen other artists and learned from artists who didn't work that way. Once they get it, they're in business mode. And I never cared for that. I don't know. It keeps the magic alive for me, because when I'm reading a comic book, or if I'm looking at a children's book or whatever, and I can right away turn on that brain and be like, well, I'm going to analyze this and break it down and stuff. But then if you take the love away from it, then I don't want to become a business person creating art. I want to stay the artist. So that's basically my process. I get that script, and I mean, and sometimes a lot of times I've been really lucky that I've had a lot of writers and publishers and everybody just like, they're like, okay, do your process, you don't have to rush it too much. So I've been pretty lucky with that.
Good. And what about you, Paul?
Sherry, I think I'm one of those folks who's like, life is something that happens while you're trying to do something else,
Are you a pantser or an outliner?
Well, I think you know, in order to sell the book, you kind of have to get it down into a few pages. And from there, I just kind of once my editor says, yeah, okay, let's go with that. I just kind of, you know, let the mind run wild and just start following the characters around. Uh, I think it's more fun that way. And then I'm so lucky to work with great editors. You know, my editor, Kate Harrison, at Dial, I always like to give Kate a shout out, and Nancy Mercado at Dial. She edited a couple of my books. Um, they're just so generous, you know, and they love to play, and they adopt your characters like they're kids.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's that trust that it's not about
That's
what I
great, isn't it? That's a great feeling. Yeah.
That's
the
wonderful.
partnership, right? It's like, you know, you're not like an author, you know. You're a team. You're a
Right,
team
you're a
trying to
team.
figure
You're
out
a
a
team.
story.
Because
Yeah.
when with my editor, I feel a responsibility to do well
Mhm.
for her.
Yeah.
You know, I know she's working hard for me. I want to do, you know, I don't want to be caught slacking. All right, I'm going to ask you the next question now, since I have you here. Let's see. When you're writing a story, do you have the end in sight, or it evolves as you get closer to the end of the book?
Well, I think I have it in sight. And then, of course, you know, you're working on it for a few days and you're like, oh, no, that character's going down that road. That's, well, it'll be an adventure. Why don't we just follow her, you know,
Yeah.
down that road? So, yeah, and then it, you know, it changes, right? It just always
Right.
changes. And that's the fun part, I think, you know, just being open to, the first draft is always, it's a gas, right? It's like
Oh
you
my
really,
God.
you're
You
just
don't know.
you're
Yeah.
ripping. You have no
You
idea
don't
what's
know.
going on. Exactly. Exactly. And then, you know, you end up doing the rewrites, and the rewrites are really where I think the fun comes in. It's a different kind of fun, a little more disciplined, but you know, like for president, right? Like how do you do it, Sherry? When you're like planning over multiple books, right? It's like,
Um,
how do you plot that out? It's
I am, first of all, I am insane, and I'm convinced that I'm a multiple personality, and different personalities. I should have 4 different pen names, because there are multiple people going on here. And I don't write, you know, I want to be an outliner, but
Mhm.
I have to know who I'm working with. I have to write 3, 4, sometimes 5 chapters
Mhm.
before I can say, okay, I have an idea. And what I do is I split mine into acts, 3 acts,
Mhm.
4 acts, and I just say, in the last act, this is where I want to get to, and then I just drive the bus.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
know, so I don't know what's going to happen in here. I know where I'm starting. I have some idea of where I'm ending, but this right here is just happening like that. It's
Mhm.
just going along. Hey, look, we've got questions. Do you have a COVID friendly hobby that stimulates you?
Hmm.
So I'll start with Ponte. Ponte, do you have a COVID friendly
Well, you know,
hobby?
well, I just finished a draft of a book this week, so I haven't had a hobby in about 6 months. Right? You know, because all I'm doing is everything you're doing, you're feeling like you need to be working.
Right.
I have a routine that I've developed in some, which is that earlier in the phrase, what I call it mental wasabi, when you need to cleanse the brain of all the junk that's going on in it. So I do the New York Times crossword puzzle every night before I go to bed. So I stop thinking
Nice.
about my book and I just do different words, because I find when you do the crossword puzzle, it's all words, so it just blocks out the rest. Sometimes I play FIFA on PlayStation when I need like 10 minutes of not thinking about a book. So, you know, but what I do mostly is like I said, I moved I moved 2 weeks before COVID. So the week before I had a book come out, was on a tour. The week before that, we moved to downtown Orlando, and I live in between two lakes that are both like a block away. And so I walk the dog.
Oh, do you live down by Lake Eola now?
I'm down actually Lake Davis.
Oh,
And so I
so
have
pretty
found
over there.
that it's great neighborhood. Like we are an old craftsman house, and there's
Yeah.
really diverse architecture and really great. And an hour-long walk outside, fresh air, around the lake, does wonders for what I'm writing.
Yeah.
To be away from the keyboard and just think about it. And you know, I don't know if you get like, I can pocket in my head probably about a page and a half. You know, like you know, not word for word, but it's like, as opposed to getting, you know, and I was like, oh, and they'll do this, and they'll do this, and they'll do this, and when I come back, it just feels, and I feel like some of my best ideas have happened not in the chair, but on the walk.
But away, away from the keyboard. I'm the same way. I'm a driver. When I get stuff, you know, the stuffy head, I go get in the car. I'm on the turnpike.
You're from Michigan, right?
Hmm?
You're from Michigan, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's where cars are from, so that makes total sense, right? They teach you at a very young age, trust the car.
When you need, when you need something, you get in the car. That's what
I grew up on the beach, so you walk by water. You know, we go back to our geographic roots on these moments.
Eric, I think in line with that question for you, when you're working on a project, like you said, you give yourself that time to sort of fanboy and love it. But once you start, do you have an idea of what that end project should look like? Or do you just kind of go with the flow, try different colors, try different shapes, forms? How does that work for you?
Well, I'm lucky enough to be living in the digital age that we're living in, because now I was my era of when I was a student learning and then graduating. It was the physical stuff. We had the FedEx room, the copy room, you know, the everything being faxed over, and then editors or whoever's looking at stuff, and they're like, I'm gonna mail this back to you on UPS. So in about a week, in about 2 weeks. So what would take 2 weeks back then takes, you know, about 5 minutes now. And so now I have that option to create and then create 8 versions of the one thing with maybe just adding 5 more minutes on Photoshop or Procreate or Toon Boom or whatever I'm working on. As much, and to be honest with you, I hate technology. I love talking to people and going out and I love that. I've never cared for technology, but at the same time, if I wanted to compete and stay a professional artist,
right.
The reality is that. And so I've learned to not only coexist, but marry technology in the sense that, like, I feel very fluent in Photoshop and Adobe and in all these programs and stuff. And in that way, I've maintained that. And that's what I get a lot of repeat clients who, a lot of repeat editors who come back to me because they're like, look, you're reliable on top of other things. And if they ask for a version of this, I'm going to give them the hot version, the cold version, the medium version of colors here. And then instead of this, we're going to go with this narrow version. And because I got good at being able to use those tools, that's the best way when it comes to a baby, a project that isn't originally my brainchild, but now they're allowing me to share this. So I want to give them the option to not feel stuck or not feel that, you know what I mean? And so that kind of helps open up sometimes other people's minds, is like, oh, now we can go different venues, you know, and that helps a lot with me. And when I'm working with people, it's a little bit looser. It's a little bit more, you know, just the realization that there are more options at the time. So technology helps with this.
Can I get your email after this?
Of course.
Questions. I've got things I want to talk about.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ponte, I've got your number.
That's fine. So they're going to cut us off in 2 minutes. I think we automatically get cut off right at 10. So.
Oh, do we? Okay. Yeah. Well, I won't go into another question then, but I will wrap it up and say I want to thank all of you for being here.
Thank you, Sharon.
Like everybody else, I'm sorry that we got abbreviated, but it was very nice seeing you two again, and very nice meeting you.
Like,
thank you, Sherry.
Great
Thank you
Great
very
meeting
much.
you, Eric.
Thank
I
you.
hope we
Likewise.
get to
Thank you
hang
so much.
out. Yeah. I hope we
I'm
get
gonna
to
Yeah,
hang
this
pop
out in the
on
future.
if that's okay.
Paul, I hope you're all healed up and doing better and
Thank you,
stay
James.
safe.
Yeah, you too,
Yeah.
James.
Yeah.
I told you,
Yeah,
anytime you
thank
guys
you.
come to New York, come stay with me. All of
Okay,
you,
sounds
you're
good.
welcome.
Very cool. Thank you guys
You
all.
guys have a great one.
Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Seriously, Eric, I'm gonna get your information from BAM, and then I'll reach out and we can.
Feel
communicate.
free. Definitely. I'm around.
Okay. All
Bye,
right.
Sherry.
Thank you
Bye,
so
Eric.
much.
I'm
Bye,
going to another
guys.
panel, so I'm
Thank
going to
you
run.
so much. All
All
right.
right,
Be
I'm
safe.
gonna pop back on, guys. So people are actually, you can stay in the session if you're in the next one. Actually, so Paul will just go. He'll come back in.
All right. I'm
So
gonna
just
log out there.
stay tuned.
Okay. I'm not in the next one, I don't think. No.
Me either. So, all right. Well, thanks again.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
I guess I'll be on the video. That's fine.
Yes.
I'll just
Oh,
send a message
what's the next panel?
Next one is Guys Read 2.
Ah, okay. I don't even write about boys, so I'm done. Bye-bye.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna take my video off. Oh yeah, so just start with video when you're ready, I should say. You should be able to.
Hi, Randy.
Hello. All right. Yeah, my volume is working, I think.
Hi guys, I'm just gonna pop on for a second. Making sure people are here. Paul was in the last one, then he left, and he's coming back now. And Greg as well.
Hey, you gang. Hi,
Hey.
Lisa. Hi, Greg. Hi,
Hi.
Randy. How you all doing?
Fantastic.
Nice. Nice.
You've just come
Greg,
straight from another session, Paul, haven't you?
Yeah, Lisa. It was nice. It was good. It took a little while to get running, but we got it up and going. So I'm happy to see you all. I was doing some digging on your backgrounds. You're all so cool. No, you're all you all seem just, you have these awesome lives. So I'm psyched to get to talk with you.
Me too.
I'll just as soon as we get the go ahead, I'll just give a quick intro and we dive right in. I got a couple. I'm just gonna go straight from the questions. No curveballs or anything like that.
All right.
So don't want to make you any uncomfortable at all. So, but also at the same time, feel free to just take it where you want to go. I figure we can just kind of wrap it out. And the question, I don't know how you all feel about this, but I kind of felt like that question, how do you take care of your mental health? That seemed pretty interesting to me.
I'm
So,
happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
cool,
me
Greg.
too.
Okay.
I'll even
nice.
give like dosages and
Right, I know. Mine comes in like 16 ounce or 40 ounce. I know. But, hopefully we're not live right now, but
I think we might be.
we might be.
We are actually.
Okay.
Sorry guys.
This is middle grade. Okay.
Yes.
Water. Liters of water. Seltzer.
And on that note, I'm just going to welcome everybody to our Guys Read 2 session. Thank you for again bearing with us for the morning part. That's been going so crazy, but we're going. Sorry, I can't see my face. Hopefully, you can still hear my voice. Yeah. So thanks to Paul Griffin, Greg Van Eekhout, Randy Rebay, and Lisa Thompson for being here with us today. Paul, you are the moderator. I believe you have the questions. I hope.
All set, Craig. Yeah. We're
All
good to
right.
go.
So go ahead and get going, and yeah, get going.
Thanks, Craig.
Welcome.
Okay, my friends, thank you all for whoever's tuning in. Thank you all for being here with us this hour. We're super lucky. We got 3 really beautiful people with us. Really interesting. They live really interesting lives, and I think hopefully we can talk about how those lives are reflected in their writing. And I'm just going to do a real quick intro, and then we're going to dive in. So Greg Van Eekhout. Greg is a true adventurer. He combs the beach looking for treasure. He's seriously into music with an interest in guitar and recently, Greg, ukulele, right? Did I get that right? Nice, nice. Do you have it there? Maybe we can play it a little bit later.
I don't, and good for y'all.
Okay, all right. And you love dogs, right?
Oh, yes.
And outer space. And those last 2, they come together in Greg's awesome book, Voyage of the Dogs, which starts like this. And this is one heck of a grabber. SOS, ship damaged, human crew missing. We are the dogs. We are alone. So what could go wrong there as a guy who has dogs? You know, I mean, that just, I'm dying to read it.
It'll be fun.
So, Greg, your books have been nominated for the Andre Norton Award. They've been picked as the best of the best in my hometown library, the New York Public Library, which is no small feat. So congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Lisa, your book, The Goldfish Boy, was nominated for a ton of awards, including the Carnegie Medal. And the Carnegie Medal is given in England, yes?
It is, yes. It's one of the big ones. So I was nominated, but then I didn't get longlisted or shortlisted, unfortunately. But I'm hanging on to that nomination.
So you are joining us you're about 5 hours ahead of us, right, Lisa?
I am, yes. It's just after 3 in the afternoon here. So yeah, I'm in England.
Okay, good. Beautiful. And The Goldfish Boy was turned into a play, right?
It was, yes.
Okay.
Not far from Manchester. Yeah.
Nice.
So really lovely to see. Yeah.
Did you write the play as well, or?
No.
Okay.
Luckily, I kind of was really happy to hand it over. I've never done script writing at all, so I was very happy to hand it over to somebody who knew what they were doing.
Okay. And did the story change a lot in the adaptation, or?
It did a little bit, and they were great because they ran everything by me. Was I happy with things being changed? A lot of it was just the logistics of staging, really. So it was minor things, but yeah, it was surprising that I was quite happy for things to get cut. I wasn't particularly, worried about, take that out. That's fine. So
well, that actually doesn't surprise me because you have a huge background in TV and radio production, right?
Radio, just radio. Yeah, so I worked for the BBC before I had children. So yeah, radio is my background, really.
Nice. And so you're familiar with when a piece comes in, you have to trim it to fit in your time slot, right?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, maybe that's why I wasn't worried about it so much.
Okay, awesome. Maybe we could talk a little bit about that later, about how you kind of use your background in production and dramatizing the written word to maybe get. I think a big focus with my stuff has been trying to get boys to read. Yeah. It's just harder, right? But the 4 of us, we work in that space where we're trying to get the fellas interested, right? And how do you hook them, and how do you give them permission to get hooked? Because a lot of them really want to read, but like when I was a kid, if you got caught with a book, you'd get your butt kicked. It just was not cool to have a book in your hand. So how do we overcome that? So with the production angle, maybe we could talk about that in a little bit. And Randy Rebay. Randy's book, The Patron Saints of Nothing, which is, Randy, that is the most awesome title. I remember when the book came out, I was like, it's so great. I think it speaks so much to like hope and what the kind of despair that our readers, the kids are who are reading our books. That age is just such a tough age, and you got all that hope and you got all those challenges. So I just thought that title, it really knocked me out.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll also shout out my agent, Beth Phelan, who's kind of responsible for the book landing with that title.
Okay, yeah, stick with Beth. No, that was totally amazing. And Randy, your book was also nominated for the Carnegie Medal. So
Yes.
so you and Lisa are you guys can, I think when Lisa, you need to make a little room in your house there for Randy to come over. Maybe, when you guys are both doing the Carnegie Awards there.
Yeah.
Definitely. And Randy, you're crazy about dogs, right? And they have their
Got a
own
couple.
Instagram. Yeah.
They don't have their own Instagram, but they do.
Okay.
They do feature on mine quite frequently.
Okay.
More than I do.
Yeah, right. It's easier they're a lot more fun to take pictures of. They're up for anything, right?
Yeah, they're more adorable as well.
Yeah. And you are not only a totally amazing writer, but you are also a teacher. You teach high school English. And I think I want to dive in right there on that note with the teaching. So like, again, how do you, as a boy, you're 12, 13, 14, it's kind of hard. I don't know if you all saw that, but in your childhoods, but getting caught with a book was tricky. And I actually, I have a story about how books can actually, how it's so dangerous to be caught with a book. I work in a juvenile detention center here in New York, and you're not allowed to bring a hardcover book in because the cover can be ground down on the concrete and turned into a weapon. So that is always so sad to me that the poor guys, it's hard enough to try to help them, connect with something that they want to read. And then, you got old folks worried about they're going to be taking the books and turning them into a weapon. So like, as a teacher, like, do you have students who are particularly boys, but all students who are having a hard time connecting with books? And if so, what are you doing to overcome that hurdle?
I mean, I think that's always the case, right? You're always going to have people that struggle to connect with reading. And I think it's I've even seen it, so I've been teaching for about 15, 16 years now. And I'm seeing it more and more, right? Just because I feel like there's so much more to compete with our attention nowadays than previously, and yeah, I think like the best antidote, in my opinion, is to know your students well and have a very, very wide knowledge of what books are out there, right? Because I'm kind of the opinion that, there is a story out there for everyone. Like if a kid doesn't like reading, I'm generally like, well, it's because you haven't found the book that speaks to you yet, right? A book that speaks to you. Because a lot of times kids' experiences with reading are limited to English classes. And a lot of English classes out there, my experience growing up and in certain schools I've taught in, right, was the dead white guy canon, which is certainly not going to speak to everyone, right?
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a Hemingway documentary on, and you really saw where a lot of that stuff was coming from, and it's not a good place.
Yeah, and so like,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right. Yeah, so like, on one hand, knowing your students, knowing what books are out there, because the books that are coming out now are amazing, right? They're like way better than the books that were coming out when I was a kid.
Absolutely, Jason Reynolds, right? Like,
yeah,
we needed that when we were that age.
There's so much stuff out there, but then I think also if you're a teacher, if you're in those positions to determine curriculum, right, finding that balance to expose kids to stuff from back in the day, but also exposing them to newer literature, also leaving space in the curriculum for students to find what they enjoy, right? And also, I don't know, I could talk for a really long time about this, but I'll also throw out there like the importance of audiobooks, right? And not denigrating audiobooks, not treating them like they're not real reading.
Can you give us a good one, a good audiobook? Because I'm hoping some of our younger friends are listening in?
Yeah.
Like, what's
I
a
mean,
good middle grade audio?
good middle grade. So this one is a little older. Sorry. So I don't know if they accidentally put me on this panel, but I write YA, teach high school. I used to teach middle school, so I'm familiar with middle grade, but I'm more familiar with YA.
That's cool.
But one of the best audiobooks that I've read recently is Sadie by Courtney Summers.
Okay.
And it's the story of a girl that's gone missing, right? But it's told in the format of a serial, like a true crime serial podcast.
Okay.
And because it's an audio form, you know, it sounds like you're listening to this real podcast. And it's exploring kind of what happened with this girl and, you know, interviews with different people in the community and stuff like that. It just, I think, is just perfect for the format.
Nice. Okay, cool. Sadie, thank you for that. Greg, you have had all these really interesting jobs, and I'm wondering, like, can you just first, you know, before you answer the question, just tell us some of what those jobs are, and then the question is, like, have you been able to use your experiences on those jobs to kind of connect your readers with books?
You know, they weren't interesting jobs to me at the time.
Yeah, I hear you.
There's a reason why they're in the past, but yeah, I've had a lot of, you know, most people have had weird jobs. Like I was an ice cream scooper at Baskin Robbins. I've sold newspaper advertising. I spent a lot of time developing educational software for private companies and universities. Writing is the only job I've ever had that I really love. The thing that it's not anything specific to those tasks, but life, wherever you are, is an opportunity to be a student of how humans interact and how they behave. And when you interact with the public, you're going to have strange, sometimes bad at the time, but funny later on experiences that often make it into my books. You're going to see people under pressure, having, you know, big grown men having sobbing breakdowns because the software doesn't work. And so you see people being vulnerable. So yeah, it's just you get in contact in the working world with a variety of experiences. But what I would say to a kid who doesn't really enjoy reading is there should not be pressure on you to read a book and have your life changed, to have a profound experience. It doesn't always have to be like that for a reader. Sometimes it's just passing time because you're bored in the back of the car or you're in a doctor's office or whatever. And that kind of reading is perfectly valid, just being entertained. Also, they've written books about literally every subject in the entire human experience. So if you're interested in anything, if it's wrestling or sports or space or bugs, somebody has written a book about that, and it's an opportunity to transport yourself into a world where you get to concentrate on the stuff you're into. And the best way to find those books is ask a librarian. Say, I'm into wrestling. Can you recommend a novel? Can you recommend some nonfiction? Is there a biography of my favorite wrestler? And librarians are experts at finding the book that you want to read. And if that librarian is unable to do so or unwilling to do so, find another librarian. Call a librarian in a bigger city. Write down those books and then see where you can get them.
And Greg, so we got, you know, Randy talking about curriculum and having a chance to connect kids through the books that are picked that are being taught in school, right? And you're bringing up the librarian. Can you, you know, in the pandemic, a lot of the kids, my daughter was remote for the whole year, right? Like, so can you think of anything online that's super easy for kids to, you know, check out that would connect them with books that might be of their interest?
Your library, even though you might not be able to necessarily go there, has a website. And your library has a phone number. And those librarians, I swear, that's what they love doing. They live to find books that you want to read. And if you can get curbside pickup, that's great. A lot of libraries will check out ebooks, which is great. And again, audiobooks, which I love audiobooks. A lot of books come in audio format that you can check out online and listen to at home. So just because you can't get physically to your library now or ever doesn't mean you don't have access to all those thousands and thousands of books.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for reminding us of that. And Lisa, so how about this production background? Have you been able to use that? Or what are you using to connect with your readers and
yeah, I think audiobooks again is a big thing for me, which is something I've only recently discovered. And I think you have to find the right thing to listen to. The voice has to be right. Who's the narrator? I listen to, strangely, more non-fiction on audiobooks. I don't tend to read non-fiction. So for those people that are trying to find the right book for them, try different things. Try non-fiction audiobooks if you're not keen on reading them. Graphic novels, anything. Comics. I was a big comic fan when I was younger. I wasn't a big prolific reader until I hit around 10, and then suddenly I read the first book that made me cry, and then realized, wow, this is really powerful, that a book has the ability to make me cry. And I wasn't intending on crying, and suddenly I'm crying. I can get that from films, but this is just in my head. And then went on to read, what can I read next? And
Lisa, what was that book that made you cry?
Charlotte's Web.
Ah, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And then, like Randy said, when I was 10, there wasn't the range of books. They were all old books that had been around for years and years, very kind of hard to read, some of them. And whereas today there is something for everybody. And then I actually picked up a book which has been, I think I need to check if it's out in the States, but I don't know if you guys remember these fighting fantasy game books. So this is one from my childhood, and you choose what's going to happen next to you. So it's like a computer game in a book. And I remember being completely gripped by these books, because you literally could turn a corner and then you're dead, and you have to start again at the beginning. And I think these have been reissued, and I think these were so gripping for me. They were a big introduction into books, really. But going back to the production side, I think a lot of the way I write is I try to write for my ears. So, when you write something, you read it. I'm sure lots of students that are watching, their teachers tell them to read out their work, and then you can hear what's going wrong. And I think I really try and write like that. So it's almost conversational, really. I think that's what we all do, don't we, really? I think that's, yeah. And I think when you're reading something, if you're reading it and you're visualizing, you're not listening to the words, but it just makes it more visual, I think, in that way. You're not hearing the words, but you're seeing it better.
So you use it, you're putting the dialogue out there, that realistic dialogue, so the kids are hearing something that they know.
Definitely. Yeah. My books are very dialogue heavy, lots of dialogue in my books. And I think that's something else. And also I write first person. I don't know if that makes, so I write what I like to read as well. That makes it easier as a writer. And so I always write in the first person.
So first person is a little tricky, right? Because you got to stay with that one person, that one character through the whole thing. So how do you keep that story going? How do you keep your readers hooked?
I do flashbacks.
Okay.
Giving away all my secret. Oh, good. I know. I shall put a flashback in. So I do lots of flashbacks, and that really helps. And I think I look back now and realize when I was 10, we were all sponges, weren't we? We were just soaking up everything. And I didn't realize it obviously at the time. And I can remember so many tiny things, and I just stick them in my books. Like Greg was saying, really, not huge parts of a novel, but just tiny little things that were funny or I've experienced, I remember, and I stick that in a novel as well. So make it more real.
Making notes on scrap paper or the like, or?
Yeah, I didn't. I think it's just things that have stayed in my mind. So I've never really kept notebooks. I do now because I'm old and I can't remember things. But when I was young, I didn't really keep notebooks. It's just those things that have sort of stayed with me.
Okay. The reason why I ask is my daughter's a writer, and she's pretty heavy duty into the keeping track of the journals, and she'll draw on the margins and all that. And I've noticed, like, this year, her journals, we talk about this stuff all the time. She wants me to read her stuff. And I've seen it's been hard for her, not being in school. So on that note, and I think we're going to dive a little deep here. And, this is a middle grade we can't see the folks who are joining us, but we know you're out there, and we know you've had a tough year, and we know that you are you're dealing with a lot of heavy duty stuff, and that we can talk about that real stuff. So for mental health issues, this year, can you talk about how that has changed the way you think about storytelling? And do you think storytelling will be different from here on in? And Greg, why don't we start with you on that?
This has been a weird year, as we all know. But I think a lot of people live weird years without the particular events that we're going through now, because a lot of mental health has not necessarily anything to do with the situation you're in or the environment in. It's just like having a diabetes doesn't have anything to do with the environment around you. It's an internal situation. And that's where my mental health is challenged. So I have chronic moderate depression. I've had it for probably most of my life. And so I do specific things like I would for diabetes, which I also have. I take medication. I go to doctors. I go to therapy. I talk stuff out. And with guys, depression doesn't always manifest as sadness. It's not always that sort of crushing sadness that depression often manifests at. I just realized that I was like irritable all the time and angry at stuff all the time without any particular reason. And so just reading about depression, I realized that's actually one of the symptoms. So I just went to my doctor and I said, like, I'm feeling this. And they gave me a survey, just like they find symptoms of any disease. And I went and saw a specialist, and it makes me a lot happier. And then there's stuff, obviously, with pandemic where you can't rely on a lot of your comfort structures, like hanging out with friends, going to restaurants. So I take walks on the beach when I can. I'm lucky I live in San Diego, meaning it's like really early in the morning here, but I'm lucky that I live near the beach. I have a great partner and friend with my wife who I get to talk to and hang out and have fun with. So any way I can find to replace those things that I'm missing this year with something else I've done. But the main thing is really kind of focus on, is the cause of your problem outside or is it inside? That's my only advice with mental health. I'm not a professional and I'm not a physician. So talk to people who are.
Thank you so much for being so open to talk about it, because I think that it's very hard to talk about. I too suffer from or confront the challenge of depression and addiction, and it takes a lot of time, I think, in various periods of your life to really acknowledge that.
Yeah, we don't like talking about it. There's a stigma. I broke my leg once a couple of years ago, and I didn't spend a lot of time trying to figure out like why my leg was broken and was it my fault that my leg broke. I went to the doctor. I got in the back of an ambulance and I went to the ER and they fixed my leg. And don't go it alone. Get help. There are people that will help you. It's nothing to be shameful about. We just don't like talking about it for some reason, but you're okay even if you have problems with mental health. You're fine.
And so I feel like you've really embraced the challenges, and you've sought professional help, right? So how does this? I love the way you talk about it, because you just say, hey, you know what, this is something that's a part of me, and I work with it. So how does that work out in the writing?
Well, it's just about being emotionally honest. I want my characters to be emotionally honest with themselves, or have to confront the questions of what am I feeling, why am I feeling it, and what can I do about the way I'm feeling. And they do that when they're fighting, aliens, or when they're fighting robots, and as a writer, the challenge for me is to like really dig down and examine like, what is this character not just doing when they're running away from the robot, but what's their emotional state? Where did they start when they were running away from the robot emotionally, and where did they finish when they were running away from the robot? So as I've just had to examine my own emotions and my own thinking patterns, it's actually helpful, because I think it's made me a little more aware of examining that and playing with that and having fun with that with my characters.
Yeah, and I'm sure your readers are grateful because there's nothing like honesty about that stuff, about the emotional state of the character, even when it's not always pretty to look at.
Yeah, I hope
Like
so.
for
I think what they really like, they're grateful for the robots. I mean, but that's fine too.
Sure, yeah, right. But a robot that you can relate to, a robot who's
Sure.
afraid like you as a reader, or I think if you can check both those boxes, that's really going to pull a
Yeah.
lot of folks in.
Yeah.
So thank you for talking about that. That's awesome. And Randy, do you want to talk a little bit about that? About like, what is your experience with being a teacher? You have to be coming in contact with kids, coming in, and they're not always having the best day. So like, what are you seeing in school, and how does that get incorporated into your work to help your readers connect to what you're working on?
Yeah. So I think one of the most damaging things we do to boys is detach them from their emotions. And we encourage them to suppress those emotions, right? Because it's, if they show those any emotions other than like humor or happiness or anger, then they get tagged as soft, right? And we tell them to toughen up. We have this idea of like what a man or what a boy should be, and oftentimes intentionally or unintentionally we kind of push them towards that, right? That was my experience growing up. That was the experience of a lot of guys I knew, my generation, a lot of students that I've dealt with. And so as a result, there's this whole like side of themselves that a lot of guys just aren't in, don't have access to, and that manifests in very dangerous ways, I think, right? And I think it can also be like I was a little hesitant about this panel at first to admittedly.
Please, yeah, come on, tell us.
Because I just fundamentally don't believe in the idea of like boys' books versus girls' books, right? And I think that concept can kind of reinforce ideas of toxic masculinity when we kind of reduce boys to, hey, they like violence and action and humor, and not emotional stuff, right? And then if we only give books to boys that have boy characters, then girls become the other, right? Or non-binary people become the other. And so, but with that said, like I do know the practical challenges of just trying to get people to read. But I think the idea is to hook them in with good writing, with engaging writing. That does offer something, that is oftentimes missing, right? Which for boys in particular is that access to emotion. And so I'm really drawn to writing books and reading books where we have like soft male characters, right? Where we have male characters showing vulnerability, male characters healing, male characters dealing with trauma, because especially as a person of color who writes about communities of color, that's even more pronounced, right? That need to be tough to kind of put on this face, this mask to the world. And so I think stories can be a great way in for like showing guys, how to be vulnerable with each other, and the damage when that doesn't happen, right? And the benefits of when it does happen. And so to speak to that, like connect that to the earlier question, what Greg was saying, for me, like I thought, like when I was growing up, I thought what I was dealing with was a lot of anger issues. And what I eventually discovered is that was anxiety, right? That was depression. And it was kind of manifesting as anger because that's what was acceptable for guys, right? To be angry. And so for me, a lot of that work came through therapy. Yeah, like going to therapy. I went for a few years, started back up again with the pandemic, just because the need to reaccess that help kind of now more than ever, right? And that kind of helps me also think about my relationships with my male friends, with my male family members, and helps me approach them in a way to kind of push beyond those surface relationships that I had with a lot of guys growing up, and get to a place where you can be more open with each other. Because I think when we're more open with each other, when we can show ourselves more fully, more truly to each other, then we do end up, feeling more known, more valued, more seen,
and more connected, right, with your readers. And before we jump over to Lisa, I'll just tell you, like when I'm working with boys, and I work mostly with boys, I don't recommend books written by men. I generally recommend, like Jackie Woodson is my go-to, or if I do recommend a guy, I'll recommend a guy who really knows how to write from an emotional point of view, like Torrey Maldonado. you know, I think he just comes from a place where he's writing his childhood, which a lot of the young men that I work with can relate to. And like, I wrote down a couple as you were talking, like Tracy Baptiste is one you might want to recommend to your readers. I think that she's really got this idea about fantasy that makes it seem so realistic. Her Jumbies books are really good. And Christina Diaz Gonzalez, who's with us, you know, in this festival. She's really fantastic. And Lisa, I'm going to be recommending your books too. So, I mean, it's not to say that I won't recommend Greg and Randy, for sure I will. But when I'm working with the kids who literally, it is a thing that I'll talk with the librarian, like she'll say to me, like, how are we going to get these guys to pick up a book, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's really, really interesting, because I once had an email from a parent complaining that most of my books have male leads, and that as a female author, I should be writing books with female leads. And my argument was very much what Randy said, is that I've got a son, and I got friends with sons, and it was because my books are emotional, and the characters have an issue, and they're the quieter boys, or they're the boys who are kind of going along with the crowd, or they might have parents divorcing, and they're in touch with their emotional side and allowed to be upset and allowed to cry and allowed to go through a journey. So that was my answer to her. But you can't please everybody, but that's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to touch on.
So have you found that with, have you seen in, you know, your own world or in your connection with your readers, how mental health has been a challenge, like, you know, over the past year, but maybe even before that?
Yeah, I think for me, we all know it's something that's talked about more, and very similar to Randy and Greg. Actually, we're all very similar. It's quite ironic that I also had issues and thought I can't be depressed, because a depressed person sits in the chair and doesn't get up in the morning, and I can get up and I'm functioning, and I'm anxious and I'm worried, and I was waking up in the middle of waking at that 2 a.m. can't get back to sleep thing. And then somebody said to me, I'd keep an eye on that, really, because that, you know, you should be able to sleep. And I was thinking, no, I'm fine, and motoring on, and then realized it was depression. And I didn't, even though I thought I was aware of depression, I didn't realize it could manifest itself like that. It's really opened up. So I kind of went down the route of therapy and yoga. I saw my doctor. And now the thing that I would say to people who are watching that was a real turning point for me, and it's only a small thing, and it's not it might not be for everybody, but I learnt through meditation and through therapy, is that every moment passes. Everything's passing. You know, 10 minutes ago we could have been laughing, that moment's gone. An hour from now something might be really upsetting me, that moment's gone. And it's just the idea that you kind of accept what's happening at the moment, but it doesn't overwhelm you. I don't know if you've all had something similar, but and I'm really conscious of that. Even when I'm really, really, really happy and really excited, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, okay, this is wonderful, but it's a moment. So when I'm on the low, if I feel really down or really worried, I remember that this is going to pass as well. And so that's something I think, and I talk to my children about it, whether they were listening, I don't know, but I do sort of suggest that all these moments pass. I think that's a really, if you can do it, it's a good way to try to be, I think, on a daily basis. It's difficult, but I think that's the way I try to be now. And I'm 47, so it's taken me a long while to learn it.
Remind yourself that things are going to get better.
Yes, or even just kind of, it's almost like, you know, we all really, really want to be really, really happy. And there's highs and lows in life, isn't there? And I think we forget that there are highs and lows, and it's kind of, we want to be in the middle, really. We want to be kind of bumping along a little bit, not too much, but the kind of little bumps as life does. And I think it's just remembering that you'll go back to that default kind of track eventually. So you might go off on a different direction, but eventually you'll come back and you'll carry on your little journey. And it's easier said than done, I know, but I think, especially with the pandemic, I think we've all been on that together as a world for the first time. And it's looking for amazing things like this. This wouldn't have happened, this festival. For me, I wouldn't have been invited to attend this festival. I've done lots of Zoom things, and there's lots of positives as well. And you might be at home, you've discovered a hobby or something different or an interest, and that might not have you've noticed, or got to know your neighbours more, or those kinds of things. It's being aware of those to keep you upbeat.
Well, that sticking with the topic of mental health, but shifting gears a little bit, we've been talking about maybe reading, right? Like how do we connect kids who were kind of cooped up this year with stuff that's going to maybe allow them to travel a little bit. But what about using storytelling? Having the kids tell their own stories. I'm just thinking that I was an EMT here in New York City, and whenever we'd get a call with a kid, I'd always, the first thing I'd do, kids are amazing, right? You just give them really clear direction, and they really listen. They listen so much better than adults, and they, if you give them a chance to tell you a story, they really commit to it, and I've seen it literally take pain away in the back of an ambulance. A kid has like an angulated fracture from a car accident. Yeah, you got that wrapped in ice, and it's don't look at that. Tell me what grade are you in? Like, well, what happened? Give me just some simple story. And it's almost like the arm, it has been forgotten about in this traumatizing thing. And I mean, even for my own daughter, my daughter, a young woman of color, she's from Colombia, and just the writing, I see her like modeling on books. Like I love Jason Reynolds, and I give her Jason's books, and they really have, she can relate so much to, as you were saying before, Lisa, the dialogue, right? Even though when she came here, she didn't speak a word of English, but just his honesty in line by line, what someone says. I'll get him in Spanish and English for her, and her modeling on those books and diving into her journals, I have just seen her be liberated from so much bad stuff that's going on. So Lisa, let's just stay with you real quick. Like, do you have any opportunity to see the kids, like to give them a chance to tell their own stories? Maybe if you're doing Zooms, or even before the pandemic, how do you give the kids that space?
I think, and Randy will know more about this being a teacher, but when I visit schools and do workshops, because I'm not a teacher, I can get away with so much more, because I haven't got a curriculum to deal with or to worry about. And we do a creative writing exercise, and it's just go for it. Don't worry about, we kind of set up so everyone's got an idea, and then it's don't worry about spelling, don't worry about grammar. You can plan if you want to, you don't have to plan. And I do see children, what do you mean? I can just write, I can just do it. And then they start, some struggle with that very first line, like we all do. And then they're off and they're telling their stories. And I think sometimes we have to remember to be bored, to stare out of the window, that's where creativity is. And like Randy said at the start, that there's so much, for young people and for us, that we're bombarded with everything. There's not a second where we can't be entertained, but it's sometimes good not to be entertained, to just sit and stare out of that window and see what happens, see what ideas you get. And write for you. Don't write for anybody else. Write for you, for your story. And they'll be the best stories, the ones you write for yourself, I think.
Beautiful. Wow, I love that. Greg, how about you? Like connecting with your readers, how do you make a space for them? You know, not just during the pandemic, before. Like I'm betting you do a lot of school visits, and like what do you do to get the kids to tell their stories? And do you give them some kind of framework, or like, you know, Lisa was saying, best story is the one that you want to read, right? Or the one you want to hear told.
Yeah, I do like doing school visits. And usually my role is the you know, the uncle who gets the kids all riled up and then hands them back to the parents. So they're all like, "Ugh."
I'm sure they love you. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, you know, I don't know if this is answering your question directly, but one of the quotes I like about writing most is you really don't know what you think until you've written it down. And I think that the same thing extends. You really don't know what you feel until you've written it down, because when you put it into language and you have to choose the words and the sentences and how you describe it, it sort of forces you, not in a bad way, not in like an angry way, but it sort of forces you to hone in specifically on what you're feeling. You can't just say, I feel bad. You kind of have to write some more than that. I feel bad because, or this is what the badness feels like. My favorite thing to do at the school visits is afterwards, if I get to sign books, and not because I get to sign books, but because I get to actually have a little interaction with the kids one-on-one. So I will ask them, like, how are they liking school? What's their favorite book? What's their thing? And they sometimes just give me such great insight just in a few minutes of who they are, especially if they've been waiting in line and they know that question, I'm going to ask them questions about them, because now they've got time to think through what's the most important thing I can say in this minute that I want to say to this person. So it is just giving them space, time, and not talking about myself with them, but asking them to talk.
Thank you. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for opening that door too. Yeah. Those author visits are tough, right? When you see somebody get up there and they give that like slide presentation of, you know, I was born in 1971, and it's kind of, and then they were like 5 minutes left for questions.
Worst thing is when they want to talk about their book deal and their book contract and all the places they've been and their tour with people that are just.
Hey, when I was 12, you know, didn't you want to? I mean, yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, and I my school visits, give me an hour, I'll do 15 minutes of presentation, and then I'll open the rest to Q&A. And that's by far the most fun part. And I've never had a school visit where people still didn't want to ask a question by the end of it. They really, really enjoy sharing themselves and interacting.
Hello, exactly. Right. That's why we're there, to listen to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Randy, I'm going to jump to you, and I just want to read. I'm supposed to read what's coming in the Q&A, and there are questions in the Q&A. So let me see, Randy, if we can give you one of these rather than the. Okay. Hey, Randy, how about this? As Charles Richardson writes in, as my friend used to say, in 200 years, who is going to care? I'm Charles. I'm thinking you're saying who's going to care about what we write now. Am I right on that? Randy, you want to jump on that? Like, what are we writing for posterity, or what are we doing?
That's a big question, Paul. I don't know. I think there's an inherent paradox to this, right? Of like, yeah, like it doesn't matter, but also it does, right? It doesn't matter at all, but it's the most important thing that there is, right? And I think that's the same kind of paradox that exists with our storytelling. You know, your story, your individual story, and I always tell, this is like the theme of usually when I talk to kids as an author, is like your story is the most important thing that you have, right? Nobody like you has ever existed in the history of the world. Nobody exactly like you will ever exist again, right? But at the same time, if that's true for you, that is true for everyone else in the room, right? Or everyone else you ever interact with. And so it does, again, hit on that paradox of, yes, your story matters, but so does everyone else's, right? And to connect this to the earlier question, just really quickly, you know, I think as teachers, as librarians, we need to make sure that we're creating spaces for kids to tell their stories, and not just study stories, right? But give them the space to tell those stories how they want to tell them. You know, Angie Thomas said that a lot of times teachers, and as a teacher, I feel like I can you know, offer this criticism. A lot of times teachers care more about how kids are saying things instead of what they're saying.
Thank
right?
you. Mhm.
And if we focus too much on grammar, if we focus too much on punctuation, it like kills the love of writing, I think, for a lot of people. So I think if you're in a position where you're in front of a classroom and you're giving kids to the space to tell their stories, let them tell their stories, right? Don't give them back a paper with like 80 comments about punctuation and like hardly any comments about what they're actually trying to say.
Thank you. Exactly. Beautiful. Wow. I want to, Randy, we'll go with you on this again too, and then we'll go around. The library at GHCS wants to know what are some books that you'd recommend that your readers would be into?
Yeah, so I do have like a space on my website where I have like a list of recommended books, but just to highlight a few, and since this is a middle grade themed panel, I'll kind of limit it to middle grade. But first of all, yeah, anything by Jason Reynolds, of course. Anything by Walter Dean Myers, right? It's kind of a throwback, but his predecessor to Jason Reynolds. I really like The First Part Last by Angela Johnson, American Born Chinese by Jean Luen Yang.
Beautiful.
When Stars Are Scattered by Victoria Jameson, Omar Mohammed. King and the Dragonflies by Kason Callender. Clean Getaway by Nick Stone, who thankfully is entering the middle grade space too. Any book by Dan Gamenhart, I would recommend. Jackie Woodson, you already mentioned, but she has some great middle grade books like Locomotion from a little bit while ago, but also more recently Before the Ever After. And there's also Ron Smith, who wrote a book called Hoodoo, and also wrote kind of a novelization of Black Panther for middle grade. And I think Justin Reynolds is also, he's kind of authoring a middle grade Miles Morales story as well.
Okay,
yeah,
Spider-Man.
So off the top of my head, those are some
beautiful. Thank you for that. And are those all on your website or?
Some of them are, but there's also others on there too.
Okay, awesome. Greg, you want to shout out some books or?
Yeah, I'm only going to shout out two because Randy mentioned all the other books, literally.
Okay.
This one's coming out in a couple of weeks. You can pre-order it now or try to reserve it at your library, but it's Trouble in the Stars by Sarah Prenius. It's a science fiction novel. It's about, he's not a human kid. He's an alien shapeshifter who ends up on a crew of, I guess they're smugglers, and it's really about making friends with insect people and lizard people and people who aren't like you. And it's just a really warm book. And Sarah Prenius's work is always really warm-hearted and fun. And then the other book, this is out already. This is Bump by Matt Wallace. Bump is about a girl who's obsessed with professional wrestling. And she signs up with a wrestling school where she learns to be a professional wrestler, and how her mom isn't crazy about the risks, but has to learn to trust her, and how wrestling kind of helps her deal with some issues of that she's had with her father and with the kids from school. It's really fun, and both those books are the kind of books that are fun, funny, there's a good adventure, and they also kind of tug at the heart. Those are my favorite kind of books.
Wow, awesome. Thank you. Awesome. Lisa, what do you got?
I'm struggling to, I'm hoping that some of the books I'm going to mention are available in the US. There's an author called Ross Welford who wrote the brilliantly titled Time Traveling with a Hamster, which is very funny, very heartfelt. I'd recommend all of his books actually, Ross Welford. And I'm just going to look at my there was a book that I read, but I know it's out in the States. I know it's got a different title. But yes, Jason Reynolds, I can see on my bookshelf over there. I'd recommend that. There's a book called October by Katya Ballon. Katya Ballon, which is about a girl with her dad who live off grid. So they live in a wood, and that's all she's ever known. And then her dad has an accident and she has to go to live in the middle of London. Really, really clever, beautifully written book.
Wow. Thank you for all that.
Thank
you all for these amazing recommendations. I am being told that we are out of time. Just so real quick going around, can you just shout out what we should look out next for next from you? You Randy, you want to go first?
Yeah, it could be quick. I'm not allowed to say quite yet.
Okay.
2 different projects that I'm working on that haven't been announced yet, but
Okay.
yeah, if you just keep an eye on my social media, I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Randy Rebuy. Hopefully some of those announcements will be coming soon.
Nice. Okay. Congratulations on both projects. That's awesome. Greg, what do you got?
So currently out, Voyage of the Dogs. That's my puppy on the cover.
Looks so wow.
Dog, expensive edition, cheap editions, about robots on the run. And coming up next in July is Weird Kid, who,
Love it.
similar to Sarah Prentice's book, is also about a shape-changing alien kid, but it's a different book. So Weird Kid in July.
Wow, I love it. So cool. And Lisa, what's your next book?
Thank you. That's a gorgeous cover, Greg. That
Yeah.
Weird Kid cover. That's fantastic. I have, well, The Goldfish Boy came out a few years ago, and I have written a kind of a spin-off, The Graveyard Riddle, which comes out in, she says, I think it's August. That comes out in August in the US. It's out here at the moment. And then my other 2 books are The Light Jar and The Day I Was Erased.
Wow.
And they're already out. This in paperback, and I don't think The Day I Was Erased is in paperback yet.
Okay.
So yeah.
Wow. Well, I can't tell you how lovely it was to get to meet all of you and talk with you. And thank you for being so open. You know, it's a lot of the stuff that you all were talking about was people sometimes aren't willing to really, you know, show their, you know, what's going on inside so much. And I'm so grateful to all of you for doing that. And I'm wishing you all the best of luck, and thank you to everybody who sat in with us to check out these 3 amazing human beings. Okay, I think we're wrapping out and going to the next session.
Thank you, Paul.
So
Thanks, Paul.
thank you, gang.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks for
everyone.
everything.
Thank
Thank you guys.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
No problem, guys. I hope I get to meet you all in person.
Yeah, absolutely. Bye.
No, go ahead, Greg.
Bye,
Sorry,
Greg.
you're going to say something.
No, you said in the last panel that if we were in New York, we could come stay at your place.
Yeah,
So-
you're all welcome. Come on, I got to.
Yeah.
Are you like an
Yeah.
Airbnb host, or is this for free?
No, this is for free. Come on, you know.
I'm coming over. All right.
You guys just got to buy the food. You know, that's all good.
Okay.
We're all set.
All right. Bye-bye.
Seriously, you're all more than welcome. When you're in New York, look me up.
Will do. Bye.
Take care. Bye, Randy.
Bye, gang. We'll see you around.
All right, anyone who's staying on can go ahead and stay on.
Greg, I
Welcome,
think-
James. You're back.
Hey Paul, how you doing?
Hi, James. Are we on this channel?
I'm on this channel, I think. Are you on this channel? I'd love for you to be on it. You're on my list.
Let me see.
No,
Got
I
it,
don't think so,
Middlebury?
Paul.
No, I'm in a private link.
Oh,
I'm sorry, James.
oh.
But I'll see you at 12 o'clock.
I'll see you at 12.
Okay. Bye, guys. Greg,
Bye.
thank you. That was great.
Very welcome, Paul.
Bye, guys.
Right.
Bye.
All right. Just getting people signed in here.
Okay.
Bear with me.
So who are all my people here?
Samantha's here. Hey.
Samantha,
Jess and Rena and Kenneth.
Hey,
hey Ken, how you doing?
good. How are you?
Good.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hi, Samantha.
And you go by Kenneth, not Ken, right?
You can call me Ken.
Okay.
Kenneth's just on the books, but
Okay.
Yeah.
And Samantha, where do you live? Where are you?
I live in Brevard County, and I live right next to Cocoa Beach.
Okay. And your mom's a librarian, right?
Yes, she is. She works
Yeah.
at Jefferson Middle School.
I know the Florida librarians. It's an important crowd to know. Hey, Rena.
Hey there. Sorry, I was muted.
Did I pronounce that right? Is it Rena?
Yes, it's Rena.
Okay.
Just waiting on one more person.
To get,
Jess is coming, right?
Sorry?
Jess is coming, right?
Yeah. Some people change their names, so it's hard to tell sometimes, but I think she'll say it right.
I saw her earlier and she was her regular name.
Okay.
I took your advice and I put a copy of my book.
Look at that. That's
Yeah. And then I also have
exactly
one
what came.
right here now.
Now Kenneth has the whole like art display.
yeah.
Rena's going with the more subdued. This is where I live. I don't need to announce everything that I do.
I just moved like a week ago, and my office is all in boxes, so my background's horrible right now.
Where did you move from and to?
I'm in Chicago. I just moved apartments within
In Chicago itself. Okay.
Yeah.
And are you in the heart of the city, or are you in like the
Yeah, I'm
outskirts?
in like the downtown area.
Oh, okay. I like it there. a
Nice.
lot. And Kenneth, you're in Canada, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm in Toronto.
Toronto? Okay. Samantha had her first book come out today.
Yep.
Amazing.
Being released today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's pretty exciting.
I'm so excited. I've been like so anxious like all of yesterday because I was like, nobody's read it yet except for my mom, and I just want people to like my book.
It's you know, it's a great day, but then the amazing thing is at the end of it, you realize, okay, well, the world didn't really change so much, you know, which actually ultimately is a good thing, because you don't want your emotions riding on that. You know, it's great that you already did the accomplishment, you know, and so now it's just kind of enjoying it. And do each of you have, you know, they gave me questions. I kind of have a feeling we'll end up just talking more. You know, it's going to work a little bit better. But do each of you have a book that you specifically want to make sure we get to talk about? I want to get that down.
This is the middle grade panel, right?
Right.
Well, maybe I'll talk about Inkling.
Okay.
Seems more middle grade. I mean, this is my newer one, Bloom, but it's sort of like tween, sort of, it bridges YA and middle grade.
Okay, well, we could do, okay, so what about you, Rena?
I'm gonna do Maya and the Rising Dark. That's my middle grade book.
Yeah, it's a good, yeah.
I only have one book, so
We're doing
That's
that
it.
one.
And what's it called again?
that's all I got.
It's not ordinary? Something that's not ordinary, is that right?
Lillian Grace is absolutely not ordinary, not normal.
Normal.
It's a good title.
Yeah.
It's kind of like alliteration, but it's not really. It just kind of flows in.
Here we go.
Still haven't seen Jess here yet.
Yeah.
She's hiding.
All right, we'll give Jess a few moments, because she's probably jumping from one panel to another. We have some attendees though, so hello attendees. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is the magic of middle school. And, you know, I know personally for all of us, middle school was nothing but magic every single day. Just wonderful, delightful. No. We're going to talk about middle school, how that kind of informs what we write, the books that we do. And, you know, we're here joined by some really fantastic authors. So hold on for Jess. And is Sophie, are you our volunteer helper person?
Yes. Yep. She
Yes,
is.
right.
Yep.
Okay.
Making the questions.
Okay.
All that.
So you'll let Jess in if she comes, and we'll just go ahead and get started kind of without her. So what I would really like us all to do first is I'd like to meet the people on the panel. My name is James Ponte. I am an author. I write almost exclusively middle grade, and my current series is City Spies, and City Spies is on the Sunshine State list, which is probably why I'm here. And I get to moderate, which is fun. And we have some wonderful authors. And actually, I don't know, normally in these events, you know about half the people and half the people are new. These are all first time meets for me, so I'm as excited as you to get to know them all. But Ken, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit and tell us a little bit about your books?
Sure. I'm Kenneth Opal. I've written a number of books, most of them, I guess, middle grade or YA or bridging both categories. I'm not sure who I'm writing for sometimes. I say anyone from sort of 8 to 16. That seems like a safe parameter. But I've written books like Silverwing, Airborne, Inkling, which is on the Sunshine State list, and Bloom, which is a sci-fi thriller. That's my latest book and kickoff to a new trilogy.
And before we get to the others, Ken brought up something I think is really interesting from an author standpoint, which is librarians and bookstores to a degree put us in a certain, they categorize the books that we write as middle grade, which I think in theory is 8 to 12, with young adult, which is probably 12 to 16, like you were saying, 8 to 16. I'm curious from you guys, do you have that kind of target in your head when you write, or is it just you write and that's where they put us? 'Cause I think my books tend to be on the older edge of middle grade, but not with some of the mature content that maybe young adult novels will tend to have. So I'm curious where you stand. So why don't we go? Let's meet Rena next. And Rena is at her all new apartment in Chicago, so we're very excited to be in the Windy City with Rena. Tell us.
So I hope you don't see the boxes in the background. But hi, my name is Rena Barron. I am the author of the middle grade series Maya and the Rising Dark. I am also the author of the YA series Kingdom of Souls. And so I will be talking a lot about Maya and the Rising Dark, and it sits firmly in the 8 to 12 range. And I would say very much so, as the content isn't as mature as some of my young adult books.
All right. We have a new writer amongst us, Samantha Mason. First book comes out today. Samantha, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Samantha Mason. I wrote the book Lily and Grace is Absolutely Not Normal. And it's kind of the opposite of your books, Mr. Ponte. It's very much like for...
We really can't make this work if you're going to call Mr. Ponte. It kind of gives away your age.
Okay, sorry.
So here we're all in the realm of writing. So, okay, but go ahead.
It's very much for upper elementary and early middle.
Okay.
And I didn't really write it with the intention of it being a middle grade book. I wrote it with the intention of being an elementary book, but then I kind of was towards the end and I was like, she's doing some stuff that an elementary student like would not do. And so I kind of went back and changed it a little bit. And so I changed it to, she's a middle schooler. So that's why it's kind of a middle grade novel, but also kind of an elementary novel a little bit. Kind of a little bit of both.
So, it's funny. My first middle grade book was called Dead City. It was a book about the society that polices the undead that live underneath New York City. And I thought it was a young adult novel, So they're all in high school. I submitted it and the agent and to a publisher and editor, and they all liked it, but they said, "You realize this isn't young adult?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" I go, I guess my view of what high school was like was no longer accurate to what high school was like. And they're like, high school kids want to read much darker, deeper, more twisted, or whatever, all their different words. They go, you're writing, so I had to rewrite it to make the kids younger, So, and then I kind of found out that this is really, for me, the sweet spot of where I like to write. I'm curious from all of you, have you always been writing for a living, or was there another job and you did writing on the side, or it led to writing, or how did you end up here at this point in your lives? Why don't we start with Rena?
So I wouldn't say that I've always been writing for a living, but I've been writing all my life, if that makes sense. I started writing very young, very much when I was in middle school myself. Started with kind of short stories and then graduated to writing novels. And for a very, very long time, it was just a hobby for me. It was something that I was very passionate about and something that I wanted to make a career out of, but sometimes you just don't think it's something that's possible because the industry and all of the hoops that we all have to jump through. So for a long time and still today, I actually juggle two careers. I juggle a full-time career as a writer, and then I still have a day job. So I'm doing both, but it has come out to be a really good balance for me. And just specifically, whether I knew if I would be writing middle grade or YA or whatever, it's interesting because I think Samantha kind of brought it up. Sometimes you don't even know. The story kind of leads you where it wants to be. as far as like the genres or great age groups. And I don't necessarily think about that when I'm writing. I'm more focused on the characters and their voices and where they land. But that's kind of how I focus on writing and how my career kind of developed with writing.
And is your day job by any chance government assassin?
Yes.
Because I think that's the perfect counterpoint to what we're doing. But so that's good to know. We have the wonderful quintessence of miraculous of Jess Redmond joining us. So let's go and let Jess introduce yourself, and then we'll get back to the question.
Okay, I'm sorry, everyone. I had my own tech difficulties here, so I'm
that
glad I made it. So I'm Jess Redmond. I am the author of The Miraculous and Quintessence, and I have a book coming out in 3 weeks called The Adventure Is Now. And I actually have a picture book coming out in 2022, but mostly I am middle grade focused. So.
Okay. And we're talking now kind of about what other things we did in life in addition to writing, because I think that informs kind of how we write. So Kenneth, have you always been an author, a writer, or is there a day job or another career in there as well?
I mean, earlier on, I took all manner of part-time jobs. You know, I was a temporary secretary, office assistant. I typed for people. Typed whatever they wanted. I read other people's books and wrote coverage for producers. I wrote screenplays. But I had a super lucky break in high school because I'd been writing just for myself since really, middle school. And I wrote a short novel over 2 summer holidays when I was 14 and 15. And through an amazing lucky break, my father was working for someone or with someone who knew Roald Dahl, who was my favorite author in England. And this colleague of my dad's knew I was an aspiring writer, and he showed my story to Roald Dahl, and Roald Dahl looked at it and he liked it enough to show it to his agent, and they sold my book just as I was leaving high school. So I had a very unusual
Holy smokes.
And lucky
That's amazing.
break. I've still got a copy. Look, this is my Colin's Fantastic Video Adventure. That was my first book when I was like just leaving high school. Look how thin it is. It's tiny.
That's fantastic.
But it gave me a huge boost to think I could do this. I could keep writing. But having said that, it was about 12 years before I could just write full time. So I wrote a lot of books that were unread by millions, and did all sorts of things until really Silverwing. Silverwing was my first popular book, so I could sort of write full time.
See, I started you said script writing. I started in TV, so I started in TV writing and at Disney Channel, Nickelodeon, and then migrated over to books over time. But Canada has the best starts because good friend of mine, Gordon Corman. A lot of you know Gordon. Gordon's first book was published. He wrote when he was in 8th grade and was published. By the time he finished high school, he already had 3 books published.
He had a huge body of work. I think by then, I think he had 7.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. And it was all because he was the Scholastic book fair monitor for the school. He would carry the boxes in, so he had the address. So he sent a book to the loading dock people at Scholastic, who handed it to the editors, and they published it. Amazing.
Sweet.
Jess has a full separate career. Am I right?
I do, although I haven't been doing it as much recently, but I am a therapist. I'm a licensed mental health counselor down here in Florida, and
where we need that more than anywhere else in the country.
It's true. If you read the news, you'll know that we need a lot of mental health advocacy and efforts down here. But I got to work. I've worked with foster care settings. I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs. I've worked in community mental health centers, and I've done a lot of private practice, primarily with adolescents. So that's been sort of where my career path has headed. And I think, it does show up in my books a lot. My book, Quintessence, the main character has a panic disorder. And so that's something that just gets woven into my stories. And I think definitely affects sort of the lens that I view the middle grade years from. I'm kind of seeing more of the mental health aspects of things.
And Samantha, Zoom can be confusing, but are you still a student somewhere?
I am. I have a full-time job as a high school student. And I have been writing. My mom is a media specialist, and so I've been writing my whole life. I've won various different essay contests and oratorical contests. And this is the first time that I've ever written a full story. But I really liked being able to, usually when I write, I'm writing about things that are like real and connecting it to specific subjects that I have to write about. But this was the first time that I actually got to just write what I wanted to write. And I really, really liked doing that. So.
And what year are you in school this year?
I'm a sophomore. I'm in 10th grade.
Okay, so you've been wasting your time and finally getting a little work accomplished. So that's good. So
I kind of envy Samantha because you're right there in the, on the front lines of the scenes that we're writing about. And for me, I mean, I feel like that gap, gets wider every year. And so, I've got kids. I'm fairly observant, but it's like you're getting all this amazing raw material.
There was a question that they sent out where it was like, how do you relate to the middle school lingo that they use now? And I was like, it's what I'm using, so it's not like I have to go out and look.
It's not a reach. Yeah,
you're not
you've
guessing.
got it. Yeah.
So I'm wondering for you guys, what was the middle school experience like? Rena, where did you grow up, Rena?
I grew up in Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so was your middle school in like Birmingham or a big city, or was it in a more rural area, or what was your middle school experience?
Yeah, it was very rural, very small town, close knit. Everyone knew each other. I remember middle school being very much me dreaming about kind of the bigger world. And I always had family like in Chicago and in larger cities, and me kind of imagining that the world was magical. You never necessarily think your day-to-day is magical, but like that was something that I always thought like, outside of my little world view, larger picture, there's so much magic in the world. And I think that really influenced kind of my imagination and wanting to write in middle school. And probably why I write magical stories and I write about monsters and ghosts and adventures and all this fun stuff is because I've always kind of had that imagination. And it very much started in middle school thinking like, the world has so much in it that I don't know and I want to know, and so many secrets. And this ideal of making up some of these secrets of what you think the world's like.
What about you, Jess? Where did you grow up?
So I moved in middle school. I was in Philadelphia, and then right before 8th grade, I moved down to Florida. So I actually went to 3 different middle schools, a different school for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So I had sort of I'm just going to say, I was not I feel like, Rena, you sound so confident and wonderful when you were in middle school. I was such a self-conscious, just like mess of a person. I was very angsty and like intense, and moving 3 different schools. When I look back on that time, it's a very sort of like emotional blur of like a lot of different feelings and figuring things out. And so I think that for me, that's how I write middle grade, is more of sort of that experience. So I went to a small private school at one point in Philadelphia. Then I went to a big public school. Then I moved to Florida and went to an even bigger public school. And so each shift was sort of navigating like who I was in these new environments. And I would like try on different personalities. Like, well, maybe I like punk rock music now. Like maybe I'm just going to embrace that part of myself. So it was a very like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering if the temptation was that, it's the basic plot of so many middle school books, which is new student arrives and it's Mean Girls. It's all those things. You were the new student every year. Was there the temptation to like, well, I tried this last time at the last school. Maybe this year it'll be a totally different. Like there were no kids that knew you from each, right? So you were brand new. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that influence your writing, do you think, that experience of being a new kid in the school so much?
It's funny because in Quintessence, it's like very clear the connections, because there's a girl who moves across the country and she's brand new at school and she's anxious. So it's like, there it is. That's like me. Right. But in this new one I have, it's a little bit more fun and lighter. The adventure is now, but it is this boy shows up on, it's a, remote island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, but he's still brand new there. Nobody knows him. So he calls himself by like a new name. He says he's like an intern for like an international biology convention. He pretends like he's, there on a mission. So, I think it does weave itself in. And I think, sometimes in ways that, I don't even necessarily see until I think about it, or until I talk about it on a panel or in a blog or something.
And Kenneth, obviously talk about whatever you'd like of that middle school experience, but I'm curious, as someone, I imagine everything in Canada is different than it is in the States, and almost always, I think, better in Canada the way it works. But you're writing for an audience that's both. Is there a difference in your middle school experience than the middle school experiences of the characters, or even of your own children, say, because of the national difference, or is it just a time difference from, well, things were different when we were growing up versus now?
That's a multifaceted question.
I feel really bad. I threw a lot.
Unpack that a little there.
It's funny because I was just, after what Jess was saying, I was thinking, I just realized like virtually none of my books, I've written 35 books now, virtually none of them take place in a school.
Okay.
I
just cut that out
about school. Yeah. I get my characters out of school as quickly as I can.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, sometimes it's because they're, non-human characters. They might be bats, or they might, live in an alternate world where everyone's traveling on giant airships. I think I loved what Rena said about sort of the magic of that age, and I think that's why I also gravitate towards middle grade books, because I feel like it's such this it's this energy, sort of all this potential at that age, and everything is possible when you're that age range still. By the time you get to grade 8, I feel like puberty's you're on the cusp of puberty. Things get more complicated, friendships fall apart. It's just you kind of become more self-conscious, and I think the age, so that 8 to 12 age, is like the golden age of childhood, where we're open, we're curious. The world does seem really full of potential. So I feel like there's a huge difference in my mind between middle grade books sometimes and middle grade school. And to your question, James, I don't actually know what middle grade means down there, because I think jurisdiction by jurisdiction, the age group is kind of different. Like I've been in some middle schools where it's just 8 or 7 and 8 or 6 to 8.
Right.
So I'm actually not even sure.
It was an overloaded question. I appreciate you Gordian nodding it and just getting to the point, which was good. And Samantha, so you said you started off, you thought you were writing elementary, and then you found out it was older what you were writing. I'm wondering what drew you to write about the topics that were what they were. Why did you want to hit that mark?
So when I was writing, I really like stories that are like fantasy stories, but they like take place in the real world. And I was writing, and I originally had her at about like 7 or 8 years old. And so she was going on this big adventure, but I really like to use very like descriptive words. And so she was kind of using some vocabulary and some mannerisms that I was like, I would not do this when I was 8 years old. I would probably do this when I was in like maybe like 6th or 7th grade a little bit. So I kind of bumped her age up a little bit, and I felt that made it, and she was still kind of mature for her age, but it made more sense for her to be a little bit older, so that it made more sense for the reader, and so that I could target an age group that would understand it and comprehend it more than a younger elementary schooler would.
All right. A little rapid fire question here to keep things moving good. Favorite book when you were this age? The age of the characters that we write about are younger. Do we have favorite? Oh, Jess has one handy. She is ready. And yours is
Wrinkle in Time.
Oh, very nice.
Time.
Very nice.
My 90s version. Yeah.
I've got mine here. Mine was Mixed Up Files. It was basically Frank Wilder, which very much influenced my writing. Interestingly enough, I found out later in life that the woman who wrote this lived in my hometown. I had no idea growing up that she was in my little town in Florida. I thought she was from New York. Rena, what about you? What was your favorite book?
I don't have a copy of it, but I always read a little bit older. So The Last Vampire was my favorite book at the time in middle
Who
school.
wrote that?
I think it's Christopher Pike.
Okay, all right. And Samantha, Ken, what do you
Oh,
got?
sorry. Danny Champion of the World.
Oh yeah, and well, then you have
That's
a
a
great
good
Roald
one.
Dahl connection. Like you said, he was your favorite. So
I love that book.
he plays actually a key role in my book City Spies. I reference him throughout the book a lot because in addition to being Kit's writer, Roald Dahl was an agent with MI6, and so that kind of really ties into the sweet spot of my books. Samantha, what about you? Do you have a favorite book growing up?
My favorite book, and I have a copy of the whole trilogy, but it's in my room right now, was A Hero's Guide to Saving Your Kingdom by Christopher Healy. It was a Sunshine State Reader book, and it was, this is a little off topic, but when I was writing, I kind of used inspiration from his book because he used a little more higher vocabulary and very like descriptive words. And so I kind of wanted to use that when targeting younger audiences and put it in my book and not really like dumb things down for them, you know?
I just want to point out that because I know how old you are and I know where you live, I had 2 books on the Sunshine State list when you were growing up that you could have picked instead of that. So
Just gonna call her out, James.
I probably read them. I went to an
no,
I
that's
went to an
that's-
author festival a couple years ago, and I do have a copy of one of your books that I have signed.
I think you have a sibling who's into them from what your mother said. So that as long as I have one person in the family, I'm fine.
One per
with that.
household. Yeah.
I'm fine. But okay, so now what is it, Ken? I'll ask you a more direct question this time, so I don't throw the multifaceted curveballs at you. What appeals to you most about writing middle grade, or actually, like you said, you really write that bridge between middle grade and young adult? Is there a reason that is a sweet spot for you, or is it that just where the books come out?
I mean, initially I was a kid when I started writing and when I first got published. So I was literally writing about what was important to me in my world, whether it was, Star Wars sort of fan fiction or Dungeons and Dragons fan fiction, or writing about my favorite video game. So I guess that explains why I got started in middle grade. Why I stayed there, I think is partly just how much I loved those stories for that age group when I was a reader. Like those stories are like indelible in my memory. Like I've read lots of amazing books throughout my life, but the ones you fall in love with, they're are in that middle grade range, and they're your first stories. They're like formative, and the ideas I tend to be, of a fantastical nature, and I just feel like they're appreciated more by that age group. So I'm happy to spend time there. It's just a very interesting time of life. As I said, I just feel there's all this energy and potential and curiosity about the world.
I feel that way when you're as old as I am now. You tend to see that, like for instance, the music of a certain age is the music that you will love forever because it takes you back to that age, right? And it's really, for me, the music of probably 15 to 18 will always transport me and make me happy. And it works the same, I think, for books, and maybe a little bit earlier because of the connections we make with books. And those are the case. Now, Jess, you talked about you worked a lot with kids. Yeah. And you saw kids and one of the things I think people forget about is books are ultimately about problems. There's conflict, there's a problem, there's something and you saw firsthand a lot of middle school problems. Is that what led you to this, or was it just the kind of all your interests kind of just kept overlapping, and so it was just inevitable they'd overlap? Why do you like to write this?
Yeah, I think I was a huge book nerd from the start. I always knew eventually I wanted to write, and so I think it was sort of an inevitability that was going to be what I pursued. But I didn't always know I was going to write for younger people. You know, like when I was in college, I took myself very seriously. I thought I was, you know, a very deep, serious person. I wanted to write deep, serious books for grownups, you know, and
Real books.
Real
Right.
books,
Real
exactly.
books.
Real books, you know, not like the ones I write now. But you know, then I had kids, and I started writing a story that was with main characters that were kids, and it just came out. You know, like I had been trying all this time to like write serious stuff and sort of hitting walls and not really knowing what I was doing. But when I sort of tapped into that younger voice, it was like it clicked, like, oh, well, this is what I'm actually interested in. This is what I want to explore. This is, you know, the part of life that I want to tap into and be a part of. So for me, it just like made sense, you know.
I totally get that. And what Ken said about the indelible story is so true. One of the things that has most caught me off guard, and I'll admit, I was not a book nerd. I always struggled as a reader. I'm a slow reader, and I was very frustrated as a reader growing up. But some books still made it through, and I still love books and the idea. I am amazed at how much that the young readers who connect with the book love it.
Yeah.
You know, I have kids who will come up and tell me, you know, I have read Framed 12 times, and I'm like, I haven't even read it. You know, I read it like twice, right? You know, it's like you've read it more. You know, you're more committed to this than I am. You know, and you know, and Rena, you have this great magic in your stories. Like you talked about the magic of imagination, dreaming, but you have like real magic in your stories and all this. I imagine your readers love it, right? I mean, what's it like for you when you get to connect to the modern version of who you were, you know, not that long ago, because I know you're young still, but still, you know, when you were in middle school?
Well, I would start by saying that one thing that's really funny to me is that middle school readers will send you fan mail and they will be brutally honest about their opinions of the book.
Absolutely.
And I absolutely love that. That's probably one of my favorite parts about writing middle grade, because I'm going to get really good feedback, whether I like it or not. And I've been very...
Because you're so honest though, and I'll let you, that means when they say how much they love it, they mean it.
Exactly.
It's not the person. Oh, hey, I saw your book. I loved it. But it's like no. It's like I can't believe you messed up the ending, but I love this. And
yes.
Yeah, go on.
Yes. Yeah. No, but I absolutely love that. You know, I want to kind of circle back around to the question of kind of why we write middle school books for middle schoolers. And a lot of the books that I read when I was in that grade period of, you know, age of 8 to 12 didn't really have people that look like me. And I was always into like sci-fi and fantasy, and I just never saw characters that looked like me go on these fantastical adventures and were heroes and centered of the story and saving the world. So that was something that when I originally thought of the Maya and the Rising Dark series, and it really came to me as a series because I knew there was just a lot that had to happen. That's what I wanted. And so my character Maya is based in Chicago. And she's based in a neighborhood that doesn't get a lot of attention in the city. And she finds out that, you know, she's a part of this magical world. She thinks her neighborhood is just this normal neighborhood. She's this kid she's in after school math tutoring. She's not that great with that. She gets in trouble sometime. And then one day she wakes up and realizes that there is magic all around her. And I think that really ties into how I was feeling a little bit in middle school myself. It's like, I always felt that there was magic kind of outside of my reach and wanting to explore that. And so the character in the book kind of gets a chance to explore that. So I feel like it ties in kind of to my imagination when I was that age as well.
Well, you talked about characters not seeing yourself in the books. And especially I would imagine, you know, in science fiction, that even tended to be even more male-centric, boy character, you know. And that was one of the things actually that I struggled with reading growing up, is there was so much like here's a girl's book and here's a boy's book. So the boys, we want you to read about the dinosaurs, and the girls, we want you to read about and the horses or whatever, you know. And then there's the the idea of own voices, and like, everyone's really pretty white in these books, and it's pretty unfortunate there. Or if Jess is writing about mental illness, or mental illness is not the right term even, but if Jess is writing about any kind of neurodiversity, well, that was certainly not touched. And so all these things were just not touched, which made it, what I have found is the more specific you are in a book with everything from gender and mental and race and all like that, the more specific you are, the more universal it becomes. It's actually this odd thing, in this kind of homogenized version of books, no one connected to it, I think, and now we really do. How great is that, to you, Rena, that you are now writing something, and maybe when you get this mail or you meet kids at a school visit or thing, that you're seeing kids who maybe were left out of that equation before. I mean, is that a confidence boost of like, I'm doing the right thing, keep doing this?
Yeah, it definitely makes me feel that those kids are going to have the opportunity to see themselves and be able to reflect and be able to have to be able to project a little bit more. Because oftentimes I remember reading and thinking, I don't really have someone to relate to, and do these things happen to me? Can I have this fantastical life, or can I, can I have fulfill these dreams? And I do think a lot of kids from a lot of backgrounds are able to now see, no matter kind of what their diversity is, where it's neurodiversity, whether it's race, where it's gender, they have an opportunity to see themselves reflected. And I think that only creates a stronger bond with books. And I do think the other part of this as well is that, as you said, like books used to be mostly kind of, white characters. I think kids from all backgrounds need to see the diversity of the world, because because that lack of it has created some of the problems that we have today, because there's just this really narrow point of view of what the world looks like. But when we see people from different backgrounds and different cultures and such, then we start to understand that, there's beauty in being different in a sense.
I think that's a side of this discussion that gets left out way too often, which is, a lot of people will make the argument or point out that it's really important for readers to see themselves, and that's great. But equally important is for readers to see people different than them in positions that may be, it's like it's for everyone. It's not, it's not just about, well, now this, again, we're not marginalizing the books, we're making them more universal. Kenneth, you said you have a fantastical element a lot to what you write, and that interest, I imagine, was always there as a reader as well. Tell me a little bit about the world building that you do and how you make that world accessible to this audience.
I actually do a lot of research. I mean, even though the books are fantasy, I just think it's so important to establish a foundation of fact or credibility, so you earn your readers' trust. So even if I'm writing a book like Silverwing, where all the characters are bats, and they are obviously anthropomorphized, they talk, but I did a lot of research into bats and learned, how they migrate, how they see, how they echolocate, how they feed, their mating patterns, all that stuff. And the wonderful thing is it inspires more ideas because it gives you more material to work with. So the more research I do, usually the more ideas I get. And you use it judiciously, like you sprinkle, sort of vast learning. You don't want to just sort of like cram it down the poor reader's throat. But it's like it's an illusion you're creating. So you want to have you want to give the impression, at least, that this is a plausible world. And a little research, I really think, goes a long way.
Absolutely.
So that's always been my approach.
What about you, Jess? You have a book coming out now that's set on an island out in the Atlantic. How are you creating a world that is accessible and understandable?
So far, most of my books have been sort of contemporary stories with like an overlay of magic. So most things are pretty, I don't have to explain really in-depth world building. although I do a lot of world building on the side that doesn't make it into the story. So for the new book, The Adventure Is Now, I got to, I researched all sorts of remote islands, and I, researched what kind of flora and fauna would be there and what things might look like, and, how you would live on an island that remote. How would you get power? How would you get a water supply? How would, just all the little sort of ins and outs of actually surviving on this island. And then I got to sort of let my imagination run wild. My newest book actually just got, one of the reviews says it's a Roald Dahl-esque delight. So I have my own little Roald Dahl connection, because I got to invent the creatures that lived there. I got to, so I'm weaving in a little bit of mental health in here, because my character does have some issues with anxiety and bullying. So there's contemporary issues, but then it's also, I think all of us, are putting magic in our stories, and there is a sense for me that it just gives me more freedom and more like a different lens, a different perspective to explore those contemporary issues from. So I've enjoyed being able to create that world and weaving it into the real world. But it can be tricky to balance both. So
I have no magic in any of mine. So I mean,
that's true. You don't have magic, but you have.
Yeah. No, so I wouldn't know how to do it. That's why I'm asking, just because I'm curious. Now I'm wondering.
You have to do a lot more research though, then, because
I
a lot of stuff I can just fudge and make up and be like, well, there's magic here.
So much research.
I mean,
like I was in a call the other day. So my characters are spies for MI6. So I was in a call the other day, actually with the former director of the CIA, and he spent an hour with me on the phone, telling me how missions would actually run, which I felt ridiculous. And I said,
wow.
But his wife is a librarian and she loves the books. And so she put us together, and he said, sure, I'd love to help you. And I am, I said, I know I need to get this out of the way first. I know it's ridiculous that I have 13-year-old spies, but if we can accept that, I want everything else to be real. And I think that's it, because I have such a hard to accept concept, that my goal is to make everything else so realistic that maybe 3/4 of the way through the book, it's like, well, actually, I guess that could happen. Because it's all based on the idea that there's some places where adult spies could not go undercover. Like
no one expects a 13-year-old spy.
That's right. That's right. It's brilliant.
Samantha, the world that you built, was it the world of the high school that you knew, or middle school that you knew? Was it the world of something you imagined? How did you build the world in your book?
So a lot of the places that she went, I was inspired by things that were actually in my community. So when it was talking about when she was in her house, I would write it and imagine it as if she was in my house, and everything that she was interacting with was in my house. And she goes to the library, and I imagine it as my library. So she would go in and she would continue to walk forward, and then she would turn left to go to the children's section. And then when she went underground, she was going to like an overpass. And so I imagine, because if you do go in my town past the library, then you can theoretically walk to an overpass. And so I was just connecting the fanciful things that were happening to things that were actually in my town. So I feel like that really grounded it while I was writing.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Now, I'm wondering, Rena, you mentioned that you thought about magic as being out of reach as a kid, and then you thought about it when you wanted to bring the story to life. Explain the magic. Is that something you can explain to us? Like, what's the concept of the magic in your book?
Yeah, for sure. So this story has some roots in West African mythology and the Orishas. And so the ideal is that oftentimes people believe that African Americans are so completely disconnected from our roots and where we've come from. And I wanted to kind of bring in that connection. So my character Maya's father was actually an Orisha. He's a god, and she's a godling. She's half human, half god. And in this world, they live in Chicago, but they live in this little community that is protected by their Orisha parents. And there is a second world, maybe you would call it a second dimension, called the dark. And in that world, there is a person called the Lord of Shadows who's not really a fan of the Orishas, and he's not really a fan of the human world. And they're Darkbringers. Those are kind of like his minions. And so there's a veil between the two worlds, and it's a balance of kind of keeping the two worlds separate so that there's not this, you know, a war. But the veil is kind of falling apart. And Maya's father is a guardian of the veil. And Maya, when she kind of discovers her magic, she realizes that she's a guardian of the veil in training, that she's got to kind of help keep this veil up so that these two worlds can be apart. But she doesn't know a lot about her magic. So it's really, she has this like magical staff that her father gives her and has these God symbols on it. And this staff kind of helps her amplify using her magic to repair the veil. And of course, something bad happens. Her father disappears. He's kidnapped by the Lord of Shadows, and she has to go into this dark world. So it uncovers this kind of magical world that she never kind of knew about, and all these things that were just hidden outside of plain sight. So the magic in the world is definitely not necessarily doing spells, but kind of tapping into your own strengths. So that's what Maya really realizes. I don't think this is a huge spoiler, but by the end, she realizes that the staff isn't really the magical thing that's helping her. It's her kind of her courage and her love of her family, her community, and wanting to do well and wanting to help that she's really tapping into to defeat kind of the bad guy.
And with our three authors who deal in the realms of magic, I'm wondering, do you have it all figured out? Forgetting the normal plotting versus outlining thing, do you have all the rules and the ground of the magic figured out before you start writing, or do you adapt it as you write?
To both, really. Sorry.
No, Ken, that's.
I'm a big planner, so I spend a lot of time, you know, in my ideas notebooks, just enlarging the idea, daydreaming it out, and then I'll do an outline. So it's ideally, by the time I start a first draft, I know a lot of the major events of the story. I'll never know all, you know, the events or all the full sort of sweep of the world until you get in there sentence by sentence. And then you actually have some of your best ideas sort of in the process. But I like having sort of a roadmap to begin with. It sort of keeps you going and keeps you motivated and a little bit of momentum. But no, I mean, I'd say the bulk of it I plan out ahead of time and then get more ideas en route.
What about you, Jess?
I do plan quite a lot ahead of time, but I find that I have to do a lot of tweaking as I go. So new questions will come up that I have to resolve, or a new, you know, plot issue will arise that I haven't figured out exactly how maybe the magic works. Or in my book Quintessence, like, okay, exactly what would a fallen star do in this point in the story? Or, like, you know, I think you have to sort of work with it sometimes as you go. Particularly, I'm not a really disciplined plotter either. So things will pop up that I didn't expect, and I have to smooth them over. I spend a lot of time like pacing around going, what am I going to do about this issue? You know, so.
Well, my first job was writing Superboy, and DC Comics had a list of the rules of what Clark Kent and Superman couldn't do, and what kind of things you could solve. Then I went to Mickey Mouse Club at Disney Channel, and Disney Channel had a huge list of these are things you can do, and we were writing comedy sketches, and it's like you can't make fun of school, you can't make fun of teachers, you can't make fun of kids. There's this whole thing. I remember being in a meeting once and saying, you realize that a joke ultimately is going to make fun of someone, right? And you have just eliminated everyone in the life of our viewers, right? You know, there's got to be a way that you can have fun with that you're not calling it make fun of. And then Nickelodeon had a different set of rules. And so for me, I guess I have in my head when I'm not a great plotter, outliner. I outline the first part and then less and less.
Yeah.
But I have a list of commandments, like my characters can do these types of things and not these types of things. I don't want to touch a story that involves X, Y, and Z. So I'm wondering, Rena, do you have a list in, you were inspired by folklore, existing folklore. So like I know when I did my the reason I picked zombies So I didn't have magic, I guess, in that. I had zombies in my first series. The reason I picked zombies was because there was the least amount of rules on what zombies could and couldn't do, unlike werewolves or vampires or other creatures. So did you feel obligated by a set of rules? Did you come up with your own rules, or did you change as you went?
Yeah, I didn't feel obligated by a set of standard rules that were already out there. I mean, we're writing books, we're telling stories. We should be able to explore. Much like Jess, I do a lot of outlining and I tweak a lot. So I have kind of my established rules that I'm starting with and I'm making up for myself. But I also change it as I kind of go and what makes sense, and let the characters kind of lead me there. So, but I do eventually set up rules, but I set up my own rules versus kind of established rules.
All right, Samantha, we have a question from one of our attendees for you. Now that you're in high school, your life has moved on from middle school. Each school has its own culture and language. So how do you keep tied into what it was like for what you were writing, even though it's just a year or two ago? Or do you have siblings or friends that give you that exposure for almost like on the spot research?
I do have a sister in middle school, so sometimes I would like bring ideas up to her and be like, is this funny? Or like, does this make sense? And I didn't really talk to a wide variety of students in that grade, but I did just draw from like my own experience of like, I would have enjoyed this or I would have found this funny. And so I think I mostly just took it from my own experience. I didn't really look at what was going on now. I kind of just saw this is what I would have enjoyed when I was that grade.
And Jess and Ken, I know you both mentioned kids. Rena, I don't know if there are kids in your life or not. Children, do you guys use family for research?
My kids are younger. I have a 4 and a 7-year-old. So
Okay.
my 7-year-old is starting to get to the point, like she can read my new book that's coming out because it's more geared towards a younger
Right.
middle grade side. But I use a lot of influence from clients that I've had as a therapist, you know, because I've worked with middle schoolers. So and been around them a lot, but my own kids, they're gonna get there, and I'm kind of worried about that, like them reading it and critiquing it, because they're pretty. Again, they'll tell you what they mean, and to have critics in your own house, I don't know, it's gonna be rough. But
Ken, what about you?
Kids are overrated. My kids really haven't put their weight at all. You know,
they're not helping you. They're not.
Not really. Not really. No, actually, it's not true. In fact, my latest book, Bloom, you see over my shoulder, was actually inspired by a nightmare my eldest daughter had. It was a corker. And when she told it to me, I thought, I am taking that.
Thank you.
It was a scene. Yeah, finally. But no, I mean, I think it's funny listening to Samantha. I feel like, you know, no matter what our age is, as creators, we are constantly just sort of using ourselves as our main source, you know, or lodestone of inspiration. You know, it's a glorious game of make-believe, and we're all putting ourselves back in time or imagining what we're like in other people's, you know, bodies and experiences. You know, we are ultimately trying to, you know, tell this story to ourselves, and it has to please us too. My kids, they've been a good test audience for sure. Like I would read first drafts to them, and they were good because they give you the sort of the unfiltered reaction. Like you can tell when they're bored because they'll look at their phones and play with their shoes. But when they were into it, they would actually lean closer to me as I read aloud. You know, like they were trying to get into the pages of the story themselves, and that's when it's really rolling. So they could be very useful. What I said earlier, I recanted it.
Rena, do you have any test audiences?
I don't have kids right now, but I have friends that have kids. And so I'm always kind of picking their brains and like, hey, does this sound like a good idea? And so that really helps. And also I think there is a little aspect of what we write that is universal, that doesn't change with time. Like we were saying, like we're projecting ourselves in a way. There are just some things that I think that you can kind of write from your own experience of being a kid that you don't necessarily need a test audience from. So I lean into that a little bit as well.
You know, I could never get my kids interested in when I was reading. It cracked me up that, you know, I went to an event for Suzanne Collins is an old friend of mine. We worked at TV for a long time, and there was an event, and Rick Riordan was part of it. And Rick Riordan got up on the stage, and he talked about how he invented Percy Jackson for his kids, and his kids couldn't care less, but they loved Suzanne's Gregor the Overlander books. And I'm sitting there, audience, thinking, my son won't read anything I write, but he loves Percy Jackson, you know. And then, you know, and Wendy Mass is a friend of mine, and Wendy writes all these great books, and for whatever reason, her daughter reads mine, and so like I send the books to her for feedback. So I think when they're close to it, sometimes there's that natural aversion to, well, if it's family, then it's not good. You know, if I said I found this in the street, they go, oh my goodness, this is amazing, you know. So you know. There was a note. I don't know if anyone saw it. Do people have access to pictures of yourselves in middle school that we can put on the screen? Did you do that?
I have them on my phone that I can show you.
Okay.
I
Can you
found
have one? So you can share.
Here's
screen.
me.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There we
That's
go.
it.
That's that.
I mean,
That's actually a scary, like.
I haven't
likeness.
changed that much, to
That's-
be honest.
Your hair is the same.
I know for many years I did not have bangs. I had like a pixie cut for like, I don't know, 12 years. And then only when I started writing middle grade did I get bangs. So I don't know if there was some sort of like physical matching with my newly chosen
That could be
writing
it.
audience. I don't know. But yeah, I have slowly morphed back into 12-year-old Jess. So, you know, minus the braces, you know.
Let's see it,
the few
Samantha.
other-
Let's see it.
So I have a picture. I was in Shrek the Musical when I was in middle school, but I wasn't good enough to play actual Fiona, so they cast me as Ogre Fiona, and so I was painted green the whole show. And then this was a picture of me not in costume. I had really short hair, and my mom told me that the haircut was going to be stupid, and I didn't believe her, and so my hair was always a mess constantly.
Rena, you got one?
No, I am
Okay.
not.
Rena, come on.
You just
We're all
moved.
putting
It's in
ourselves
boxes.
on the line.
Ken, you got one, Ken?
This required a lot of archival digging. I found this, I think I'm in grade 6 or 7, the debating club at my school. So at the top you see like, you know, regular people in high school. And then I was the youngest. I'm there. That's me. I'm like this sulky, tiny little guy.
There we go. All right.
Yeah.
I have one that a scan. There we go.
Look at that.
I used to have
An
hair.
athlete shot.
Volleyball? Is that volleyball?
Yeah, it's basketball. No doubt I missed the
Basketball.
shot.
It's doing
I have no doubt that clanked off the rim, but you know.
It looks
who
very
knows?
impressive.
It does.
Yeah, you know, the beauty of growing up in the 70s, early 80s is that the hair just never forgives. Well, I know some of us have panels to get to. And we have one more question we didn't get to. We'll try to get that real quick. We'll try to someone throw out an answer. Charles wants to know if any of the characters are based after people you knew in middle school. Did any of you do that? Did any of you dig back into the old yearbook or memory banks and go, oh, I remember this one kid and I want to put them on the page? You got one, Rena?
Yeah, a couple characters. Like I mentioned, Maya's in after school math tutoring. I was in math tutoring in middle school. And so her teacher in the book is based off of my tutor from middle school too. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Okay, well, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, attendees, for coming to BAM. It is really great. For me, the greatest part of middle grade is actually the community that exists around it. That's the community of writers, the community of readers and educators, and it's really, really fun to be a part of. I hope you have a great day today at BAM, doing all these great things. Ken, Rena, Samantha, Jess, thank you so much. Samantha, welcome to the world of authors. Unfortunately, Monday you have to go back to being a sophomore in high school.
That's fun.
That was one of the questions we didn't get to. Would we go back if we could? You have no choice, but I can tell you I am glad to be done with it all. So you guys have a great day, and thank you for coming and joining us with BAM.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys, stick around because we're going to do that Mental Health Matters session in just a few moments. And I'll be adding on the people for the panel as well. So just bear with me just one moment. Here's here with me. Oh, there's Amy. Amy was here. All right. And oh, there's Neil. Hey, Amy. It's good to see you. It's Craig, by the way.
Nice to see you, Craig, and nice to hear you, Craig.
Yes.
Thanks for getting me wrapped up in this. You rock.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Neil, what's up?
Hi, Amy. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's been a while since I saw your face.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How's everybody today? I look like I just rolled out of bed. I didn't, though. I've been writing all morning.
I like your space there.
You know, I finally decided to claim a space that wasn't infested with rats or mice or snakes, Neil. And I'm not kidding. I always thought they would cancel each other out, but they didn't. And I finally claimed this room. I decided I didn't have to live or work in the basements of my houses anymore. So thanks. I'm quite proud that I moved up here. I think it's good.
It looks like the nicest reading and writing space.
This is the first time, like I said, I mean, usually I just had like a tiny little place with mice and snakes, and now I have a couch.
You need to add spiders to that because that's the triumvirate that will cancel each
Now,
other
I'll be
out.
honest with you, Neil, there was a day I came down to that office and the ceiling was like a canvas that we had, because it was just a makeshift office. I just kept, the babies kept taking my offices anyway. And I looked up and there had a bunch of spiders had hatched and the entire ceiling was covered in baby spiders. I had to come down with a vacuum cleaner and just suck them up. And so actually,
I would move.
yeah.
I would, that would be it.
Was,
I would put it on the market and stay at a hotel.
It's cool. It's a rental, and it served its purpose. And I mean, in fairness, that in that basement office, I wrote some of the coolest books. So I'm good. Anyway, hi guys. Hi Sarah.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
All right, just want to make sure we're all set. It's Sarah. You're the one that's the moderator for today, correct?
Yeah,
All right, and you have the questions and everything?
I do.
Awesome. So you guys ready to go? Let's get this panel rolling.
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome.
So I'm moderating this panel. This is an important topic and panel, and so I'm honored to be moderating it and honored to be speaking with you guys. And my hope was just to start out informally and have everybody introduce themselves, tell a little bit about themselves in the books, and then I'll delve into more questions. Amy, do you want to go first?
I'm going to switch something up here. Since
Sure.
we're talking about, since we're on this subject.
Oh yeah, I
Look
should
at that
actually be doing the same thing, Neil. You're really. I should just put this somewhere. Like I'll just hold it like this.
You hold it up. Yeah, go for it.
Hi, I'm Amy King, or I'm sorry, I'm Amy Sarad King from middle grade. Okay, so I'm AS King or Amy Sarad King, and I've written 2 books for middle grade. One is Me and Marvin Gardens, and the other one is The Year We Fell from Space, which I think pretty much puts me squarely in the mental health conversation that we've been having, or that we're about to have. I think that's all I was supposed to say. Yeah, and hello, I'm happy to be here.
Welcome.
Are we on yet? Is it open?
We are.
Oh, hello.
Do you want to go next?
I thought we were still in the virtual green room.
No, we're on. You get to go next.
Oh, okay. I'm Neil Schusterman, and I'm the author of Challenger Deep, which is a story that was inspired by my son's experiences with mental illness. And it is a very personal story about a journey through a world to explore the depths of the ocean, where the depths of the ocean is the metaphor for the struggle with mental illness.
Thank you. Welcome. And Whitney?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Whitney Amazine. I wrote One Carefree Day, and it is also inspired by my personal experiences having OCD and struggling with that journey as well. I'm very happy to be here as well, and it's nice to meet both of you. I've met Sarah, but nice to meet. Oh, and I've met Neil.
It's nice to meet you, Winnie. It's nice to
Welcome.
meet you.
And I'm Sarah Sugar, and I write a range of different things. I saw your panel earlier, Amy. It was a YA panel, so I write some YA stuff, which is a little bit kind of heavy and got some mental health things going on in it as well. And then I write middle grade, this book has a lot going on, a lot of issues, but it's kind of written in a real light way. It's sort of, I think of it as kind of an entry point to all kinds of social issues and situations kids are in, but it's pretty light. And my day job is that I'm a mental health provider. So I work in the school system providing counseling to students, all different types of students, little kids and older kids. But I work at one of my sites is an alternative school for kids that would have been called at risk. But there's a new, better, more lovely term called at promise, which I love so much better because I think that the students I work with have so much wisdom to share. And I try to bring that out in my stories, although all my books are fictional. Okay, so here's my next question for you guys. How do you select the mental health topics that you include in your work? And what do you do to make sure they're represented authentically and with care?
I'll start because I don't know. I'll just do it. I don't select anything when I write. My books select what I'm writing, and that's how it works. Now, how I dive in, it's usually connected to my life. So, when I think about The Year We Fell from Space, it's about parental depression. That's obviously something I was watching my children struggle with, and I also had a daughter who struggled very, very deeply with depression and other mental illnesses. So, watching my kids deal with parental depression was, I don't know, it was interesting. And so, but it just sort of naturally comes out, right? And I'm in the middle of writing a middle grade book right now. It's the same thing. I was like, oh, look, plop, out comes this thing that happened to be said, like 2 years ago, because it was such a stark thing to have been said. And then then the book kind of builds itself around it. So I don't choose as much, but I would, for me, I try and stay as close to something I know, something that I've watched or at least have helped other people go through, one of the reasons I actually love Challenger Deep, Neil, that is one of the, I don't know, most realistic, hit me in the heart, hit me in the head books. I actually read it and listened to it, Neil.
Thank you.
It's a heck of a book. But that's the thing. I think when you have it, when it's based on reality, it's stronger. And I think all three of us, at least from the introductions, have that going on.
I would second what Amy said about the stories. You don't choose them, they choose you. I mean, these stories are things that are screaming that you have to get out of you. Mm-hmm. And it's many times it's not a matter of knowing that you have to get out, but figuring out how to do it. What is the pathway to getting this thing out of you and getting it told. And it's there's a lot of soul searching, a lot of a lot of pain, a lot of working through pain. I know with Challenger Deep, I thought it was going to be an extremely painful process writing that book, but it started that way. But then it became just such that this healing process of just being able to take this darkness that my son had been through and what he'd experienced, and then fictionalizing it and then turning it around to be a light to shine onto other people, to open up their minds understanding mental illness. It sort of ended up becoming a very positive thing and a healing thing for him and for the whole family. One of part of that question was, what research did you do? Challenger Deep is, I think, the only book that I've ever written where I did absolutely no research, and intentionally so. I didn't feel that because of what we had experienced and gone through as a family, I felt that I didn't want to hear what other people had to say about what mental illness is. Mm-hmm. I wanted to talk about mental illness from the experience that we had as a family. And so I didn't want to read what other people said about it. I wanted to put forth what I knew to be true from what we had experienced and from what my son had gone through.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think one of the pieces I wanted to pull out is I'm not going to say it as eloquently as you did, but the entry point was the experience, and the writing of it was cathartic. The process of processing it was very cathartic.
I want to add on because I forgot to answer. I'm sorry, Whitney, I promise I'll shut up in 2 seconds. But I never, because I forgot it was a triple barreled question, but it was interesting, Neil, that you just, first of all, that it was very cathartic, but the fact that you didn't research because you wanted to use yours, that was the only thing I did research, was because that dad had such anger issues. And I just was like, okay, depression and anger, which is amazing that at that age, I didn't realize the two connected. Like, how did I not know that? How was I not educated about that? As a human being, how do I know dates that mean nothing in American history and don't know that? So I did Google that and I looked at how, and I was fascinated, and then I just walked away from it. I was like, oh, I don't need to see anymore. The rest is all just an experience that I can see and have experienced, and went from there. But it was just sort of, it was amazing to me that I trusted that. Once I just had to have someone say, yep, that's on target. And then I just was able to back off of it. And because it's not my experience, it was, my ex-husband. So anyway, now I will shut up. Sorry, Whitney.
Both of your answers are so, I'm like lost in them. Can you repeat the question, Sarah, so I make sure I answer?
Oh, that's okay. I said, how do you select the mental health topics to include in your work? And what do you do to make sure the topics are represented authentically and with care?
Okay. Yeah. So just like Neil and Amy said, I didn't select to write One Carefree Day either. I was actually working on something else. And the main character of One Carefree Day, Willow, her voice just kept popping into my head. And it was like she needed her story out there. And I did put a lot of my own personal experience into the book. And I think that adds to its authenticity in a way, because it's real life. It's stuff I've struggled with. It's stuff that I know other people have struggled with as well. Things that are difficult to talk about that I think more people could relate to if it was talked about more. And writing it was not cathartic for me at all. It was actually quite triggering because writing about rituals and OCD and just the intrusive thoughts that go on in Willow's head kind of triggered my own. So I found myself kind of backtracking in a way while writing. But I knew that was kind of just part of the process. And if anything, it kind of added to the authenticity, I think, overall.
Thank you. And I love all your answers too. I'm also lost in all of them. I think you guys answered so well. I would echo what you guys said, that I think the topic finds you. I'm presented with so many different ideas, kind of they pop into my head at random times when I'm supposed to be doing something else. And it's the ideas that I grab onto, I think, that are the ones that are calling to me. So the story needs to be told, and then it just compels me to put it on paper. And in terms of trying to get things, representing things with care, I think everything I write is fictional, of course. But you can't help but be influenced by the stories that you've heard and the things you've experienced in your own life. It's just part of our own unconscious. And so I think all of that does lead to telling a story in a certain way. And then when I'm going through revisions, I'm always mindful not only of how I want to write the story, but how I want it to be read. And so I'm thinking about how a young reader might read it and whether they might take something that I didn't intend from the story. So I'm always trying to be mindful of that because I want it to be read in a way that fosters health too. Okay, next question. And you guys have kind of already answered this. So if you just want to say, been there, done that, it's fine. The question is, how does real life influence your work? Do you guys feel like we've done that enough? Or do you want to talk more on that?
I'll just throw out, like, real life influences my work the whole way. Like, the whole reason I'm a writer is because of my real life. And I mean, that sounds weird. We all come to writing in a different way for different reasons, but on a wider level, I mean, I came to writing because, well, two very concrete ways. One, my hand was in a cast, and I had a typewriter on my desk because I had been writing letters home from Ireland to my grandfather by hand, and I couldn't do that anymore because my hand was in a cast. And also, but more on a deeper level, I was struggling with severe isolation, pretty bad isolation and abuse and things like this. And I didn't realize, I didn't know how to get out. I just didn't. As strong and as smart as I was and prepared as I thought I was for the world, I was not prepared to get out of that. And so I wrote for 26 years to get out of that. And that typewriter, like, became my escape, and eventually my computers became my escape, but it also became my stairway to kind of get to a better place in my life. So it's sort of everything had to do with it because it was the place that could be real. How weird is that? And fiction is the place that could be real. Isn't that cool?
You put your emotions on the page.
I do. But I just give it to other people.
No, it's something that's interesting is when I first started writing, it was about escaping and going to different places and creating different realities. And then as I became a writer and writing became my life, suddenly it kind of reversed. And it was about putting reality into these stories that might sometimes were out there, but still were always based on real emotions and real things that I was thinking about and real things that I saw going on in the world or that I was going through. So the lens, you think you're looking through a telescope, but ultimately you find yourself looking through a microscope. Wow, can I quote that? I just made that up.
Please, somebody
remember that.
Need to quote that.
Somebody write
That's
that down,
beautiful.
please. Yeah.
Copyright it. Whitney, do you want to add anything to that?
I agree. I mean, even the stuff I write that I think I came up with all on my own, I later realized, oh wait, that was influenced by so-and-so or this situation. And I think that's the best writing, honestly, because it's real life and it's relatable. And I agree with what Amy said. It completely influences me all the way as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to add something to what you said, Amy, too. I think that, my therapist hat, writing is a coping skill. That would be the word I would use, with the kids that I work with. A coping skill is anything you do to help yourself cope with life, to feel better when you're feeling upset or sad or whatever. And I think for me, writing is 100% a coping skill. If I have a day or a period of time when I don't have a project or something to work on, I feel my mood dipping, immediately. I always have to have something to work on. It kind of regulates me. I don't know if that's true for the rest of you guys.
I journal, I'm a ritualistic journaler. I always was. And then during those years where I was lost, and it sounds like, oh, well, that's most of your life. Yeah, it was like 29 years, but whatever. But during those years, for the most part, I stopped journaling and I stopped being ritualistic about it. And whereas now, it doesn't matter what time I wake up. If I wake up at 6, if I wake up at 8, it doesn't matter. The first thing I do is I have 2 journals and I just start journaling. It's usually about an hour every morning. And I don't even know what I write in there. It could be nothing. It could be like how I brushed my teeth yesterday. I don't even know, but at least it helps. And it's definitely, if I don't do that, I feel weird all day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very regulating. Okay, next question. Tell us about your writing process. How do you go about writing?
I want to know how Whitney writes. Whitney, you tell me.
I have the weirdest answer. You guys are both going to laugh at me. So I actually, and I've never met anyone else who does this. So if you guys do this, please let me know so I don't feel so strange. I actually play Sims before I dive into any writing project.
I've never heard of that.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about that darn game, but every time I play Sims, I am hit with inspiration for a story. I end up taking notes while I'm playing the game. I've got this whole storyline and I feel like I'm spending time with the characters when I'm playing Sims. I can create them, I can visualize them perfectly. I get to see how they interact in the game and it just kind of sparks a story for me. And if I try to write without playing Sims first, it's just so flat and I don't know what I'm doing. And I'll tell my husband, the story's not working out. And he's like, you need to play Sims. He knows right away. It's the weirdest thing.
I love that. That is the coolest thing I've ever heard. That's awesome.
Such a dork.
Whatever works.
Nerds get paid, Whitney. That's what I say. Nerds get paid, yeah. What about you, Neil? What's your process like?
I write longhand with a fountain pen.
Wow.
These fountain pens are so cool. And I love the feel of writing longhand and nobody can read my handwriting but me, so I have to type it in. And, but it gets me away from having to, if I start on the computer, then my entire life is in front of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to start with a notebook and I can take that anywhere and then I'll write a chapter, then I'll go to the computer and I'll type it in and then I'll do revisions and then I'll go back to the notebook again and write the next chapter. And so it varies it. And it forces me to have to do a revision because, I'm lazy. And I know that if I start on the computer, I'm not going to put the same level of effort into revision as when I have to physically type in what I wrote, because what I type in is never anything like what was written on the page. I mean, the page was just this stream of consciousness now I get to organize those thoughts and put them on into something that is at least mildly coherent when I put it into the computer.
I love that. I might have to
Awesome.
try that.
Um,
Amy, how about you?
I'm a bona fide pantser. I never know what's happening. I start with whatever comes to me. If it's Gustav is building a helicopter, and then the next chapter is the helicopter's invisible. That to me it goes back to my childhood method, I think. So when I think about my childhood method, it was puzzles. I loved solving puzzles, whether it was algebra. Way too young to do algebra, but I loved it. What's X? I don't know. Let's find out what X is. This is awesome. So in a way, like every one of my books is sort of like, it'll throw stuff out. Usually in the first few pages, if I just stream of consciousness, if I just toss it out there, usually there's lots of hints, right? There's a hint to this. I'm like, I wonder what that is. And that's a puzzle. So I go off on that road and that kind of thing. It leads to frustrating revisions though, Neil. And it definitely leads to sort of, where am I now? I don't know what to do with these characters. It leads to also characters who just end up at like cul-de-sacs. They just end up at this dead end. It's sort of like, what are you doing now? But eventually my process, like, okay, so when I wrote Dig, the shoveler took me to like page, I don't know, 70. And I had all those other characters were all in place and all in order. But because the shoveler wouldn't tell me anything, I tossed the whole book. And then I started a new book. And there was this character called Can I Help You? And everything's going great. She goes to the park with her friend. And then suddenly there's a dude with a shovel and he's shoveling, but there's no snow. And I'm like, oh, that's an A.S. King novel. And I pull the shoveler out of the trash. And then I put it together. So that's part of my process too, like complete just weird stuff like that. I go with the flow. I'm a total Pisces and I'm a total cosmic granola brain. And I just trust it. I trust in an untrustworthy world in many ways. And I trust the process the same way. So it's weird, but it works for me.
I love hearing that. It's so reassuring because I'm always upset that I'm not a plotter. I want to be a plotter in the worst way, but I am totally a pantser. I can't. Plotting doesn't work for me. So I do a lot of what you're talking about where I write something and then I have to just dump half of it because it's just me kind of working it out on the page.
Sarah, I have to show you a thing though. Okay, I'm gonna pick up my little camera. Okay, so when I write middle grade, I do things a little bit differently. I do that.
Show me. Oh my goodness.
Now that is not the full plot for a novel. Okay, it is a lot of ideas, but it is kind of, they're in order, right? Kind of. So I can at least, it's sort of like an a la carte. I can go up and go, what scene am I gonna write today? Nah, that seems not going to even exist, So it's kind of like I'm pantsing when I'm doing all that, but that helps me keep me organized. That's thanks to David Gill. David Gill, a fantastic writer and teacher, and he invented that, and it saves me. But with middle grade books, I don't do that with YA, but middle grade I do it that way. I don't know why.
I'm taking notes.
I'm so envious of you pantsers. I wish I could just relax and stop plotting everything out. And you guys can write out of order, right? Like I can't do that. I have to write.
Not really. I kind of can, but it depends. But see, your Sims thing is really cool, right? When I wrote the Dust 100 Dogs, there was this really cool game, and it's just like the early 90s, or no, it wasn't. It was the late. Oh, it was the 90s, all the same. But it was this game that had to do with piracy, and of course the character in there is Emer Morrissey. She was this pirate, and so I had to figure out how long it would take her to get from like Hispaniola to, I don't know, wherever she was going, and so I would play the game and I'd be like, oh, it took her 15 days, because there was dead air in the middle of it, and all this kind of stuff. And then I was able to write that into the story as well. So it was kind of cool. I love video games. So I'm thrilled to hear video games help you. That's a big deal for me because I go around and I hear a lot of parents still saying video games is a big problem. Like, video games expand your brain. What's wrong with you? They're awesome. Great.
Yeah.
And I'm not a pantser. I'm not a plotter. I'm kind of in between. I'm a plotzer.
I like that. That's what they say.
I sort of plan the entire story out from beginning to end, and then when I think I know everything I need to know about the story, I get going, and the characters within the first 10 pages take the story in a completely different direction, and I have to throw away everything that I wrote. Basically, the plot is a trick to trick myself into thinking that I know where the story is going, so that I feel comfortable enough starting it. But then, of course, it goes off the rails immediately, and then it's all about me replotting to track what the characters are doing and figuring out, okay, they've gone in this direction. Where does the story need to go now that they're going in this direction? And then I restructure the entire story, constantly replotting based on the characters' decisions.
Yeah, it's so
I
much
love
fun.
that. That's my new goal.
It's so much fun doing that, Neil. I'm the same way, and I love it. And I sit there, I'm like, what are you doing? Why did you do that? And then I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta take a walk. I don't know. And I take a walk, and I figure, and then I talk to myself. And so people in the neighborhood probably think I'm a bit bonkers, but I don't care, because I ask the characters questions like, why did you do that? Now, what are you gonna do now? And then they answer, and I guess sometimes I just have my fingers answer, and just comes in the top of my head, I guess.
I'm so glad all the young people listening can hear our process, because one might think it's so much more organized than it is, but there's so much rewriting that's involved.
It's not a 5-paragraph essay, and even if it is, I mean, I'll say this because I have a 13-year-old who's there, and we try, I try and help sometimes with 5-paragraph essays because they're still at school at home at the moment, and I'll always say, hey man, just don't worry about that. Just put a sentence down for paragraph 2. Let's go to the 3rd paragraph. What's the sentence for that? They're like, what are you doing? I have to write it all down. Like, you don't have to write it all down. Just go, what's your conclusion? And it drives them crazy. But it's sort of, like everybody has a different method. That's the thing. I think that's the thing, whatever works for you, right?
Absolutely. All right, next
There's
question.
no one way.
No. There's 1,000 ways. Okay, next question. What worries you the most for young people these days? And we're going to have a hopeful question next. So what worries you the most? And I'll go first while you guys are thinking. I think, I'm not going to say this very eloquently, but I think that for teenagers and for kids, your now is so all consuming. And you don't have much life experience to compare things to. So there's not the same level of perspective that you get as you get older and things kind of matter less. And so I think when young people are immersed in their worlds, everything feels amplified, bigger, more, makes me more angry, more depressing. Everything is just kind of amplified emotionally. And then I just think social media can amplify things too. And so I worry about that amplification for young people and the lack of perspective that they have in that moment, although they feel like they do.
I would say the thing that most worries me is the divisiveness of our times and the way technology tends to create these echo chambers, the way we have become so addicted to our own outrage on all sides of every issue. I had listened to a really interesting podcast that talked about how outrage releases endorphins, and used to be we got our endorphins from love and we got our endorphins from exercise. Nowadays, more and more people are getting their endorphins from outrage. And I don't know the solution. And I think, a lot of writing is trying to find solutions or trying to look into the questions that we're most troubled by. And so, I think that, I'm always looking to figure out what questions we need to be asking ourselves. And the question that I don't have a story to tell yet, but I'm sure one will eventually figure out how to do it. But how do we deal with that divisive outrage that is taking over society?
That's huge.
Go ahead, Whitney.
That's such a tough question because I feel like young people today get kind of judged pretty harshly because of technology. And as a mom of young children, I'm still kind of learning what I'm worried about, if that makes sense.
Everything.
Yeah, everything. And even things that I had to worry about as a young kid, maybe not necessarily things central to today's time, but just in general, people judging young children harshly or making false assumptions or, just things like that, just things that come with being a young person in the world. Maybe I know the technology thing is different for children today, and it's a lot more involved in daily life. And I think for people who didn't have that growing up, we worry about that because we don't really know what's going to happen. We didn't have that, and we turned out okay, but we see young children today with tablets at the dinner table and cell phones at a young age, and we're like, what's that going to do to them? Like, how are they going to turn out? We haven't seen that outcome yet. So I think because of that, we worry. But I think ultimately I'm just worried about people and how bad people can be and how that can affect a young person in general.
Yeah, and I'll bounce off of both of those. It's funny because I think about, I get down into, I think young people can sense when they're being lied to. And I think a lot of our media generally, like our media, our textbooks are full of lies. Let's just start there. Okay. So here we've got that, and we've got the sort of simplification of everything for young people whose minds are actually quite hungry when our minds are not. Oftentimes we're just like, we don't really want to know. Right. So you've got that feeds the outrage, or it meets with the outrage in a different way. Right. And then it comes to this judgmentalism, and judgmentalism is the thing that's really concerning me these days. It's killing us. We're judging everybody. We're saying, oh, that guy, he's got a few pounds on him. He should walk faster. Like we're saying same things. We don't know if he just had heart surgery. We don't know if somebody, we don't know anything. We don't know why he's out for a walk. Just mind your own business. And we don't do that much anymore. But then what gets me is that when I realize that people are very judgmental and they say things like that, it funnels down. It's really in their self-talk. So that means that's how they think about themselves too. So they're constantly judging themselves. And then that leads to, and I think about young people, and I'm like, okay, if they're in that space and they're on social media, okay, they're seeing these things that we already know. There've been enough studies that if you go onto Facebook or if you go onto Instagram or wherever, you tend to get depressed more because you can't level up to this person's level, all these things, right? The comparisons are there. So there's your judgmentalism again, self-talk again. And then you have a lack of adult compassion. And that's the big one for me. And if you read my books, you'll know a lack of adult compassion is kind of something I write about. And it's definitely what I talk about a lot, because this idea that, I don't know, that young people have it easier or have it this or have it that, or like you guys were talking about, the judgmentalism about the judgments about social media or technology, but they can't help it. They were born in a time when this thing, are you kidding me? I can't even read anymore without picking up my phone every 5 minutes. It's driving me crazy. I have to put it in a different room. And that's nuts for me, because I used to be off the grid. I used to literally live on a farm off the grid, making my own food. And now I can't read a book without that. So, and I'm 51 years old. So it's sort of like, I can't blame a 10-year-old for one, or a 13-year-old for, it's the same as, they want to eat Skittles too, because they taste nice. So it's well, why do we judge them so harshly? And why are we doing that? Why are we not having compassion in this? Because we're also living in the world I just described, right? This thing, and we have our own self-talk, we have all this stuff. And so like both of you, I'm just worried generally about this massive judgment. I'm worried about the epidemic of mental health, to be honest, of depression. And I'm worried about the fact that the number one disease that is killing people aged 10 to 24, or actually 34, but we'll say 10 to 24, is depression. I'm very worried about that. I'm worried that adults are not putting their compassionate minds toward that, and instead are trying to find reasons. Tired of the reasons. Who cares about the reasons? The reasons are, this is a disease. You try and find reasons for cancer when a kid gets that? No, you don't. No, you don't. So I think the judgmentalism is ours to solve.
Wow, everybody had such amazing answers to that question. Okay, I feel like I want to process it. Let's go to the opposite side, and then we can kind of weave them together. Yeah. What gives you the most hope for young people these days? Because there's lots of hope too. And I can go first again, and then I'll let you guys go. I am so inspired by young people. I feel like I love my writing job, and I love my counseling job. I feel like when you are a counselor, you get to go on a journey with people into the most intimate parts of their lives, and they trust you and open up to you. And it is such an honor to be a part of that. And when I work with young people, I find them to be incredibly wise beyond their years, especially if they've had additional struggles along the way. And I think we've seen there's a lot of activists out there, young people activists, who are standing up and making a difference and doing things that us adults have not been able to do. So I don't want to, put the burden on their shoulders, but I'm very hopeful that this next generation is going to help us save ourselves from all the trouble that we've created. I think they know what's right, and many of them have empathy, and they know how to stand up and be heard. So I have a lot of hope for them.
Young people are leading the battle for diversity and for reimagining our society in a more positive way. And I mean, they are the ones who are taking the reins with that. And I think that is fantastic. And, something that I wanted to point out about young people and literature, when I saw these students speaking out against gun violence back at Stoneman Douglas high school with the shootings there, and these students were so eloquent and so engaged in change. And when I was watching them, I suddenly saw, this is Katniss Everdeen. These are the heroes that they've been reading, that they have internalized, and they are becoming the heroes themselves in our world. And that revelation of realizing that, the literature is feeding into helping them grow and become the heroes that they are in the world, and they will be. It just makes me proud to be a writer and be contributing to that.
Neil, you gave me chills. Thank you. That was awesome.
Whitney, do you want to go next?
Sure. I completely agree. I mean, I think I'm still kind of young, and I know that literature has influenced me a lot as well, and just who I am as a person. And I have a lot of hope for young people, because there's a lot more awareness now than there has ever been. The fact that we're even sitting down discussing mental health today is proof of that, and that people are watching it. I think it's an important topic, and I think that young people are learning to open up and just be more mindful of others and to speak out for what they believe in, as opposed to maybe long ago. They give me a lot of hope as well, and I'm inspired by them too. Mostly just the fact that the internet is a resource they have at their disposal. They can find out anything they want to know. They don't have to pull out their encyclopedias and try to find what they're looking for. So that's amazing. They have the world at their hands, and that gives me a lot of hope in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge thing. I mean, I look at my kid, and it's just sort of like, look at this TikTok, and it's a super social justice epic, like something that if I would have seen it at 13, I would have been like, yes. But I couldn't have said that out loud in 1982. There's no way you can say that out loud. But now you can say it out loud. It's pretty amazing. So okay, mine's going to just bounce off the last question in a way. So I was talking about how adults fail, and the adult compassion might not be there for struggling teenagers, or you might not be able to find it. And it's funny, because where adults fail, your peers rock. I haven't seen, like, this is one of the things I believe, like, there's a thing called mental health first aid. And I am a huge believer in the fact that administration should look into having a mental health first aid course that you can get certified in mental health first aid available to teenagers in their high schools, because peers are the first person people go to. I know this because my kids counsel their friends. This is how it works, right? They don't go to their folks, or if they do, they get that iffy response, or maybe they go to a counselor and it's a little iffy because it's hard to talk about, or it's sort of mixed up in the air. And so what really makes me have a huge amount of hope for this generation is the fact that they support each other so unbelievably well. They're very, very supportive, knowledgeable, because they have that internet at their disposal, like Whitney said. They're very compassionate, and they're also very involved, like Neil said. So it's kind of a nice, beautiful mix. They have very open minds. I love the idea. I saw a stat the other day that said that about 50% of Generation Z doesn't really believe in the gender binary. I was like, well, right there. Go ahead, say that to my grandmother. Go ahead. She'd be like, what is that? What's it even mean? So I love that. And okay, that does mean the 50% doesn't, and they might fight. It might be divisive. They might be whatever, but when you've got peers that also, if you've got peers that support you, you're in a good spot. And I find that the peer support is quite big. And I wonder if that's because of that online aspect and all these other different things. I wonder if the peers are just like, yep, we're friends for life. We're like, we're in the same kind of platoon, or whatever, But I find that that's a huge thing. And they support us too. They'll support, I don't know, they'll back anybody in that way. They'll back somebody that if you're doing the right thing, they'll back you. I love that. They're not shy.
I love that too. And I agree. Mental health first aid should be everywhere. One thing that gives me hope is I feel like there is a bigger push towards mental health in the schools, and that social emotional learning piece is really being kind of pushed educationally. There's definitely an awareness of a need for it, and then it's making it accessible. I think that's the big piece, accessible, and where the kids feel like they know how to get what they need. And, you know, if any kids are listening right now, if you do reach out to a counselor and it's not a good fit, that's a word we use, a good fit, right? There's lots of different styles in counseling. And so if you work with someone and it doesn't feel right, pick somebody else. You're the consumer, you're the customer. You get to decide what feels right to you. So just advocate for yourself and for your friends.
It's very true. I'll just say this in case you're in that same boat. I've had to switch therapists for I've had a bad fit more than once. Same as a doctor. I've had bad fits for doctors as well. You're allowed to choose. You're paying them. You choose. That's the whole point. You know, if you don't like spaghetti, why would you eat it? It doesn't make sense. So, you know, you give it a shot. You're like, I don't like the spaghetti. Then go over to the tortellini, see what happens. And that was a very bad pasta thing. You'd think by this time of day I'd be awake enough to come up with better analogies, but we went for pasta.
Yes. You're absolutely the consumer, I think. And the other thing is that if you are in a situation where you don't have support at home to get counseling privately, you know, depending on your age, you can access it at school, and you can access it even sometimes without, you know, not through your insurance. There's other ways to access counseling that kids can do on their own. So make sure you get the support you need.
Remember the hotlines that are out there. They're great hotlines. The Trevor Project is one of my favorite to you know, donate to and help out, but there's so many different hotlines you can text and just get some help if you just need to talk to somebody. It's really important to have those.
That's a huge change, is the texting component. In like crisis lines, it used to be that you had to always pick up the phone and talk to someone, and that can be intimidating. So you can absolutely text a crisis line and have a conversation that way. So it's an easier way for people to.
I'll say this really quickly for the texting is that sometimes they make you wait. And the reason is because there's other people who need help too. And just remember that you're just going to wait a little bit. That's all. Take some deep breaths and drop your shoulders when you do it. Deep breaths through your nose, out through your mouth, drop your shoulders, and just wait and see if when they're ready, then you'll get to talk to them. But I've had some waiting periods on those lines, and I figured I'd say that just in case.
Yes. Thank you. And kind of on this same theme, the next question goes right with this. What would you like to say to any young people in your audience, and what would you say to your own younger self?
You're not alone.
Oh, you go ahead.
That's all. I think it's a very simple and important statement. You're not alone.
That's exactly what I was going to say, actually. Yeah. You're not alone. And no matter what you're going through, there's someone else out there who's thinking the same things as you, even if it doesn't seem like that. And that's why it's so important to talk about these things. And you'd be surprised how many people out there are going through the exact same thing and struggling the same way. So yeah, I agree. You're not alone. That's what I was going to say too.
I'll take it to a different angle of the same message, which is you're incredibly important. You are worth 100 million oceans, and the world would not be the same without you. Remember that. And if you doubt yourself, drop me a line.
Thank you. And I would say it gets better. There's a whole It Gets Better project. I can't remember the official title, but It Gets Better.
That's Trevor Project. Yeah.
Yes. It's amazing. And I love that terminology because it does get better. And I think that's kind of goes back to the idea of perspective that I was talking about earlier. When you're in it and you feel overwhelmed. And one kind of comparison I use sometimes with my clients is the idea that, you know, when you're in the middle of something huge, it feels like you're in the ocean and a wave is crashing over you and you're underneath and you're never going to get air. But the wave crashes and you get air and you can breathe again. So you just have to have faith that it's going to pass. Our life goes in ups and downs, and sometimes we have low periods or scary periods or angry periods, but if you're patient and you wait, it will get better.
And even if you're at the bottom of the deepest trench in the ocean, there is a way back.
Yep, there is.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so what do you hope your readers will take from reading your books?
Ooh, I got an easy one for that one. Whatever they need. It's amazing. It's amazing. I can write a book about 12 different things, and I'll get a letter from a writer or from a reader, and it's like, hey, I'm really glad you made this one character this way. I'm like, I didn't even mean to, but that's what they needed. And I find that readers will get what they need. So whatever they need from the book, take it. Even if it's outraged, even if they're really angry at me afterwards and they write me hate mail, great, get it out. That's all good. So, and whatever you need.
I agree with that. And also, I feel like what I want people to get from my book specifically is the way that you interact with others really matters in how their mental health journey goes. just even the smallest interaction, body language, tone of voice can really affect someone. So it's important to be mindful of kindness and just how the way you speak to people will change them and manifest inside them. And also, not every mental illness is the same for everyone. Even if two people have OCD, it could be completely different. Not everyone is an obsessive neat freak. You know, there's so many different types of mental illnesses and how people react to them and whatnot. And so it's important to just be mindful of that and not to judge others based on what you think you know about what could be going on with them.
I would say I want people to take away a sense of perspective and empathy, of understanding what it's like to go through mental illness and to struggle with it. And hopefully come when when reading Challenger Deep, I want you to be lost in it. I want you to be confused. I want you to feel as if you are the one who is having a psychotic episode, so that when all the pieces start to come together and it all starts to make sense again, you sort of can understand what it's like to be so lost in your own mind that you can't make sense of anything, but then bit by bit being able to put it back together again. So, you know, you'll be able to understand and empathize with someone who has been through that. And if you've been through it yourself, again, to know that you're not alone, you're not the only one who's been through this. And again, it will get better.
Oh, Neil, I have to interrupt before Sarah goes and just say, when I listen, especially when I listen to Challenger Deep, it helped me understand my daughter's brain and what she had gone through so much. Even though I lived through it, but I wasn't in her head. And you did that. You really did like put the reader right in that spot. You nailed that.
Thank you, Amy.
Great way, Neil. Such a great way.
I'm glad that the book was meaningful for you.
It was very much. Really helped.
I think reading is the ultimate form of empathy because you're actually in your character's head. You almost become your characters. And that's one of the reasons I think reading is so important for kids. And I think it's such a great way to cultivate that social emotional learning in the school system is by reading books, talking about them, dissecting them, and just kind of becoming the character and having that empathy. There was a question in the chat that I want to answer it, and it's disappeared now. It's not there anymore. But essentially it was like, how do you pick a good therapist? How do you find somebody that's a good fit for you? And I always recommend that people, depending on the setting, if you're getting counseling like in a private practice kind of setting, you can always, call and talk to somebody by phone first and get a sense of who they are. You can do like a trial session where you meet with them and see how it goes, because you really want to feel like you have a good rapport is what we call it, like connection with them. And, it depends on if you're looking for somebody who's kind of goal oriented, who's going to help you, really focus on goals and, give you homework and things to work on. Some therapists have that kind of strategy, and other therapists are more kind of like, let's just sit down and talk. And there's validity to the many different approaches, but you want to find an approach that resonates with you. And you can also get like recommendations from other people. You can ask around. So those are just things to think about, but ultimately you're the customer. Okay, we have 5 minutes. Let's see. Do you guys have questions you want to ask each other?
Ooh.
What's coming next?
Oh, yeah. Neil, you're a pro.
Well, that's a question we always get asked. No one's asked that yet.
True, and it's a great question. Whitney, I want to know what's coming next from you first.
I must be a masochist because I'm working on 2 books at once right now. I'm not sure which one will come next, but one of them deals with depression and the other one deals with just having a parent who's struggling with addiction. So both I think are really important topics, and I'm not sure which will come next, but that's what's next for me.
Awesome. That's great stuff. I am working, I have a book coming out in a month. It's called Switch. It's the marked up version of it. So this is Switch. And you'll see, we were talking about, like, this is clearly from the sculpture on the front. It's a house that's writing itself, right? Meaning making itself right side up. But it's a very strange book in a way, but it's about really coming away from a situation with a damaging family member who just wouldn't let you bloom, we'll put it that way, and wanted to control. There's a lot of, we forget that inside of our homes, there's people who control us. So there's that, but it's a surrealist book, the usual. It's strange, but then the next middle grade that's on the wall there, that's about kind of divorce again, or just sort of having a parent who just isn't quite there, and who isn't really there. He seems to be there, but isn't there. And I think we have a lot of those. And I think a lot of times that their mental health, and this is one thing from a child's point of view, if an adult is struggling from a mental health issue, they can't fully be there all the time. And so that's hard. But it's one thing to say, hey, I have this mental health issue and I can't be here all the time, versus pretending that they are. So that's kind of what that one's about. And yeah, that's what's next, Neil.
And for me, my next book is coming out, which I co-wrote with my son, Jared, who I co-wrote Dry with. That one is called Roxy, and it is about the opioid crisis. And it's told from a unique point of view. It's told from the point of view of the drugs themselves.
Ooh.
So the drugs are like Greek gods. They exist in their eternal party in the sky, and they come down to earth to mess with us. And Roxy is OxyContin, and she is beautiful, and she is a seductress, and everybody falls for her. But when you fall for her, she will not let you go.
Oh,
To read that one.
Schusterman.
Amazing.
Oh, yes. What about you, Sarah?
So the thing that will come next is a picture book that I can't talk about yet, but it's in the works. And I'm, what I wanted to say for the young readers and writers out there is, not everything we write always gets published. So like I have other things I'm working on. I don't know if it's going to sell or not. I write because I love it and because it's a coping skill for me and I enjoy it, but I am never 100% sure if something that I write is going to be a book you can hold in your hand. It's a process. We write because we love it.
Yeah, it's true. And I write, I'm going to put up a random pitch out there. Like, I know most people don't like journaling. I know it. And I know, like at this age, it's like, I don't want to journal, but it's amazing. If you do want to become a writer, if ever you want to do this work, that is one of the skills that really helped me as a person, mostly because I could get my emotions on the page. I could get my feelings on the page. And not because I don't visit them now. Like I put my feelings as a 51-year-old woman on the page, as a 14-year-old person on the page, if that makes sense, because there's no difference. Anger is anger. Sadness is sadness. There's no difference between my sadness and your sadness. There isn't. And I could tell you a bunch of things that happened and made me sad, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, your sadness is bigger than mine. Nuh-uh, it's just sadness, same as yours. And so that's kind of the thing, but being able to express it and be able to say it, journaling really helped me do that. Same as reading helped me do that, because again, I saw these characters who were expressing themselves and weren't, gave me empathy for themselves and for them and for myself. Having empathy for yourself. Please make time to do that. Please make time to take a minute and have empathy for yourself. Have a practice of giving yourself empathy. Super important, because that way it's like putting your oxygen mask on first.
I completely agree with the journaling. I've been journaling since I was a young child. And
cool.
Like when I had my second child recently, like 2 months ago, I wasn't able to journal because I was busy and tired. And I was thinking like, what's wrong with me? Is it because I'm a new mom? Like, am I exhausted? And I'm like, no, it's because I haven't journaled. That's what's wrong with me. And I completely agree. It really does help for writing specifically as well. Just keeps you in that constant narration almost as well. In addition to getting your feelings out and creating empathy within yourself.
Yeah, super important. It's the basis of so many different therapies. I think it's the basis of DBT, isn't it? Dialectical behavioral therapy is meditation and journaling. And those are the two things. It's weird because I came to them at different times in my life for just totally different reasons, but both things really saved I'm sitting here in front of my meditation beads. I hold these all day, every day. And I sit on my little pad over there and I meditate whenever the heck I feel like it. And it's just awesome. And does my brain slow down? That's the other thing, young people. My brain doesn't slow down. What are you, crazy? This is like slow for me. You should hear what it's really like in there. You don't have to have a slow brain to be able to meditate. All you gotta do is sit and breathe and count your breaths. That's it. That's it. If you can do it, if you can count to 10, you are beating me half the time, but it helps. It surprisingly helps.
And meditation is a skill. You have to practice it. Like, probably the first time you did it, it wasn't as easy, but if you just do it a little bit, even, a couple minutes a day, your brain will adjust and you'll be able to do it much easier.
Makes a huge difference. Makes a huge difference.
And I know we have to end in a minute, but there's another kind of therapy that's related to writing, and that's narrative therapy. And that's the idea that we're all kind of writing our own stories, like how we make sense of the world, like what has happened to us in our lives. And so I think that's another, even if you're writing fiction, kind of writing somebody else's story, but journaling is maybe writing your own story. So it's very cathartic.
It is. It is. It's rock. You guys rock. This was great.
This has been a great panel. It's
Yeah.
been great chatting with all of you.
Yeah.
I know, likewise.
I
It's
agree.
It's good that we're talking about these important things, because I mean, if there's anything I've learned, like it's still a big deal. Mental health stigma is still a huge thing. It's getting smaller to a point, but I want to, I don't know, I've been doing a lot of keynotes on this lately, just due to my personal life. And I have to say, like, if you're in that space, you're in that middle school hallway, you're in that high school hallway, you're 60 years old and you're in church and you're listening to these people saying, oh, well, blah, 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 judgmental stuff about mental health, or, oh, I heard, well, she's blah, 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 gossip. Stop it. Cut it out. Shut down mental health gossip. Shut it down. That's your job. That's the job I'm giving you. If you can shut down the gossip, because what happens after that is that means it's a joke. If you're gossiping about something that happened to somebody or something that they're going through, that's a joke. Then you're not taking it seriously. Take it seriously as all the other diseases out there, because it's just as serious. And like I said, we're losing more people to that every year. So that's than other diseases that we have empathy for. So be careful and be careful with yourself. It's so important, because I don't know.
And and especially now after the year that we've had, I think we need to understand that we are all suffering through this, the stress of what has happened over the past year in so many ways. And just be cognizant of that, and have that empathy for yourself, and understand you've been through all of this too, and so give yourself a little bit of a break.
Absolutely, we have to be kind to ourselves, have empathy for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. And you can't, don't qualify it. I remember meeting a kid one time and he was telling me something pretty bad happened. He was talking about bullying and it was like, kind of, it got physical and it was weird. And he was saying, oh, it's okay. Like, I can't really complain because, my parents have money. Like, these two things do not equal each other. Because you got a sweet pair of kicks on does not mean that you did not suffer something over here, at the hands of someone else. And you've got to give yourself the minute, even if no one else will listen to you at first, just at least yourself. You got to give it to yourself and go, I went through that. I survived that. That was a thing that was really hard, and work through it. So.
You know what? I know we have to wrap it up, but I wanted to say something that I heard in your panel, Amy, this morning, which I loved. I can't remember the title of it, but one of the authors was saying something like, if he could go back in time and take away all of his hardship in his earlier life, would he, if it meant that it wouldn't lead him to this place where he is now, where he, is an author and able to channel that emotion? And he said, no, he wouldn't. He wouldn't go back and take that away from himself. So for the young people out there, all the pain that you're experiencing, if you are experiencing pain, is something you're going to hopefully grow from, and you can channel into positive ways.
Yeah, it was funny because I got contrary with him when he said that, because I had someone say that to me once and I was like, I don't know, I could have done without it. I could have done without the pain. But at the same time, you're right. It does build. This is what character building is. This is what character development really is, and both in human beings and in fiction, right? We have to put if our characters, if nothing bad happened to our characters, we'd write boring books. And in fairness, we'd also write very unrealistic books, right?
Mm-hmm. And we don't want anything bad to happen ever to anyone or ourselves. But if it does, and if it has happened and it's already reality, then your choice to utilize that to grow, is there. It's an option.
Yeah.
Well, there's the saying that nothing, everything happens to us for a reason. But the thing is, I believe that we have an important part in creating what that reason is.
Yeah, it's true. Resilience has to be steered nearly, doesn't it? You have to aim your resilience, because I work with a lot of different survivors of a lot of different things, and some people get through in unhealthy ways. The idea is to get through in that healthy way. Yeah, Neil, absolutely. You get to define how you're going to survive a thing. Absolutely. You guys.
All right, so I'm going to let our Zoom room host say the wrapping up part, I think.
I do have a wrapping up spiel to say.
Yay.
Yay. Don't worry, I'm still here, guys. It sounds like I just left and walked away. All right. So we'd like to thank our authors for attending the Mental Health Matters panel. Thank you especially to Sarah for being an awesome MC. Thank you attendees for joining us on the middle grade channel. I thought that was from before. Please stick around if you're interested. We're going to have a video that's going to loop on during the lunch half hour. But after that, at 1:30 will be the Bromance, Friendships, and Platonic Love happening right here at 1:30 with Stephanie Garber, Ashley Woodfolk, Jeff Zetner, and Stacy Ramey. So let's stick around for that. Have some lunch, take a break, do what you need to do, all that jazz.
Thanks, Greg. See you guys.
Thank you.
to meet
So
you.
nice to talk to you guys.
It was awesome talking
I
to
feel like
you
I
guys.
learned so much.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.
Just one more minute, guys. I want to make sure I got this right. Share sound, optimize.
Hi, I'm Kathy Erskine. Thanks for coming to the BAM event, and I have 5 fun facts. Let's see, I love s'mores. I'm double jointed. I don't know if you can see that. And I can say the alphabet backwards. ZYXWVUTSRQPONM I fell off a horse and broke my wrist when I was 12, but I still love horses. And that's not why I can do this. I could do this before. And I love Bollywood dancing, and it's great exercise. Thanks for being here with us today, and I look forward to seeing you.
Okay, this is my Fast 5 quarantine edition. The meal that I've eaten the most during quarantine is delivery Thai food, and it's delicious. The movie genre that I have watched the most during quarantine has been rom-coms because they make me insanely happy and I need that joy in my life. The TV show I have watched the most in quarantine has been House Hunters. And now that I think about it, that might have been the case even before quarantine, but lots of HGTV happening over here. The person I video call the most during quarantine is my mom, so she can see my baby and, you know, so I can talk to her too, I guess. And a new hobby that I've started since quarantine is, I don't know if this counts as a hobby, but I've basically become a preschool teacher for my kid. So like looking up fun arts and crafts and like activities and stuff for us to do together is my new hobby, I suppose. So yeah, that's my Fast 5 quarantine edition.
Hi, book friends. I'm Donna Gephardt. I'm the author of 8 middle grade novels. My newest one is Abby Tried and True, and one picture book called Go Be Wonderful. And that's Daisy being wonderful. I thought I'd share with you 5 of my favorite books. So here they are. This was my favorite book when I was your age. Mr. Popper's Penguins. Oh, I love that book so much. I still love penguins because of that book. Crooked Kind of Perfect by Linda Urban. I think this is a perfect book. Holes by Louis Sachar. It's so good. Summer at Meadow Woods by Amy Rebecca Tan. If you read this book, you'll feel like you've had a whole summer camp in a book. It's wonderful. And a terrific book about growing up and, alternate time dimensions is Otherwood by Pete Hotman. So have a great day, book friends, and happy reading.
Hi guys, it's me, Monica Tesler. I'm so excited to be participating in this year's BAM Author Festival, and here's my Fast Five. Number 1, my favorite book of all time is Madeleine L'Engle's A Wrinkle in Time. I can remember reading that book for the very first time and getting to know the character Meg Murray. It was the first time I really identified with another character in a book, and it was so special to me. And that's one of the reasons why I was inspired to write my own science fiction adventure series, Bounders. Number 2, the cutest dog in the entire world is my puppy Cole. Really, guys, he is the cutest. And if you want to see lots of great pictures of him, you can follow me on Instagram at Monica Tesler. Number 3, I have 2 kids of my own, a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. The 13-year-old who's watching me film this right now is super into basketball. And the 16-year-old is really into rock music. In fact, if you like rock music, his band is about to release a few new singles. You can follow them on Instagram at learn.to.speak. Number 4, I'm kind of known in my town as the commuter boat author. That's right, I wrote Bounders and the first couple books in the series on the commuter boat. I live outside of Boston, and I used to take a boat from my town to my job in the city. And finally, number 5, I used to move around a lot when I was a kid, and one of the places I lived was Tennessee. And a really big popular thing in Tennessee was oral storytelling, and every year I would attend a festival with my family to listen to the storytellers. And that's another reason why I think I was later inspired to become an author. And in fact, when I lived in Tennessee, I was a member of the National Association for the Preservation and Perpetuation of Storytelling. That's a mouthful, and that's my Fast Five.
Hi, my name is Rena Barron. I'm the author of the YA series, Kingdom of Souls, and also of the middle grade series, Maya and the Rising Dark. I want to talk a little bit about writing and motivation. I started writing when I was about 5 years old, and I wrote like little stories like a lot of young kids do. I drew pictures and wrote little words here and there. And then I ended up writing some poems, and that they weren't great, but I really enjoyed doing that. And then eventually I started to write short stories in middle school. And then after that, I realized I liked writing short stories, but I wanted to write longer stories. And I was always really into reading. Like, I love to read books. And so I decided that I wanted to write a book. So by high school, I started to attempt my first novel. It was a story about a witch in high school. So a little bit about me. But even then, I really loved storytelling and wanted to write stories with magic and adventure. And eventually, I kept writing until I finished my first novel, and then I wrote more novels. And the moral of the story is that if you have a joy and a passion for writing, to keep at it, to keep trying and to keep learning. And how did I learn how to write better? I would say that was from reading books across all genres and age groups. So I would read literary fiction, I would read fantasy, I would read adventures, I would read thrillers. And in reading, you kind of get a chance to study the craft of writing. So you get to look at techniques of what other authors are doing. And it's not for you to copy their work or their style, but it's for you to kind of see that there are so many multitudes of ways of writing that you can, use as inspiration and be inspired by. And in all of that reading, I was able to find my own voice and to find my own storytelling style. And that is how I end up starting to write professionally. And that's how these books came to be. I hope you enjoyed my little tale about how I became a writer. If you love writing, please continue. Keep working on it. It is such a beautiful thing to do, to tell stories, and we always need new writers and new young authors.
5 fun facts about me while I'm doing this. Number 1, I can kind of move like a robot, kind of. My disco dad, dancer dad taught me. Number 2, I repeat, do not like ketchup on hot dogs. Number 3, I only ever thought I'd be an illustrator when I grew up, so being an author was a surprise. And number 4, I'm a mom of 2 really rad daughters that I love so very much. And number 5, I can fly and flip a drone pretty well, especially for a mom, if I say so myself. All right.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sharker. I'm an author and a school-based counselor in California. I wrote the book Operation Frog Effect, which is a middle grade novel written in 8 points of view, including 1 in graphic novel form. I also write books for younger students like Meet Mo and Joe, Mitzvah Pizza, 1, 2, 3, Va Va Vroom, and Tip Tap Pop. And I write books for teenagers like Are You Still There, The Opposite of Love, and my newest book, How to Live on the Edge. So I'm going to tell you some fun facts about me. My first fun fact is this. Being a school counselor is maybe the best job ever. I get to talk to kids all day, and honestly, what could be better than that? So I love my job. My second fun fact is that I did not used to know how to do this. And one of my kids set up my computer, and I sat in a staff meeting upside down for really an embarrassingly long period of time before I figured out how to get myself back to normal. Luckily, I finally figured it out. My next fun fact is that I'm a vegetarian. I've been one since I was 5 years old. I really love animals a lot. I have a dog named Daisy, and I don't have any cats because I'm allergic to cats. My family lives in a sunny part of California, but we love to visit the snow. And my last fun fact is that I love books and I love reading, and I bet you do too. So I hope you have a great day. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Kathy Erskine. Thanks for coming to the BAM event, and I have 5 fun facts. Let's see, I love s'mores. I'm double jointed. I don't know if you can see that. And I can say the alphabet backwards. ZYXWVUTSRQPONM LKJ IHGF EDCBA. I fell off a horse and broke my wrist when I was 12, but I still love horses. And that's not why I can do this. I could do this before. And I love Bollywood dancing, and it's great exercise. Thanks for being here with us today, and I look forward to seeing you.
Okay, this is my Fast 5 quarantine edition. The meal that I've eaten the most during quarantine is delivery Thai food, and it's delicious. The movie genre that I have watched the most during quarantine has been rom-coms because they make me insanely happy and I need that joy in my life. The TV show I have watched the most in quarantine has been House Hunters. And now that I think about it, that might have been the case even before quarantine, but lots of HGTV happening over here. The person I video call the most during quarantine is my mom, so she can see my baby and, you know, so I can talk to her too, I guess. And a new hobby that I've started since quarantine is, I don't know if this counts as a hobby, but I've basically become a preschool teacher for my kid. So like looking up fun arts and crafts and like activities and stuff for us to do together is my new hobby, I suppose. So yeah, that's my Fast 5 quarantine edition.
Hi, book friends. I'm Donna Gephardt. I'm the author of 8 middle grade novels. My newest one is Abby Tried and True, and 1 picture book called Go Be Wonderful. And that's Daisy being wonderful. I thought I'd share with you 5 of my favorite books. So here they are. This was my favorite book when I was your age. Mr. Popper's Penguins. Oh, I love that book so much. I still love penguins because of that book. Crooked Kind of Perfect by Linda Urban. I think this is a perfect book. Holes by Louis Sachar. It's so good. Summer at Meadow Woods by Amy Rebecca Tan. If you read this book, you'll feel like you've had a whole summer camp in a book. It's wonderful. And a terrific book about growing up and, alternate time dimensions is Otherwood by Pete Hotman. So have a great day, book friends, and happy reading.
Hi guys, it's me, Monica Tesler. I'm so excited to be participating in this year's BAM Author Festival, and here's my Fast Five. Number one, my favorite book of all time is Madeleine L'Engle's A Wrinkle in Time. I can remember reading that book for the very first time and getting to know the character Meg Murray. It was the first time I really identified with another character in a book, and it was so special to me. And that's one of the reasons why I was inspired to write my own science fiction adventure series, Bounders. Number two, the cutest dog in the entire world is my puppy Cole. Really, guys, he is the cutest. And if you want to see lots of great pictures of him, you can follow me on Instagram at Monica Tesler. Number three, I have two kids of my own, a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. The 13-year-old, who's watching me film this right now, is super into basketball. And the 16-year-old is really into rock music. In fact, if you like rock music, his band is about to release a few new singles. You can follow them on Instagram at learn.to.speak. Number four, I'm kind of known in my town as the commuter boat author. That's right, I wrote Bounders and the first couple books in the series on the commuter boat. I live outside of Boston, and I used to take a boat from my town to my job in the city. And finally, number five, I used to move around a lot when I was a kid, and one of the places I lived was Tennessee. And a really big popular thing in Tennessee was oral storytelling, and every year I would attend a festival with my family to listen to the storytellers. And that's another reason why I think I was later inspired to become an author. And in fact, when I lived in Tennessee, I was a member of the National Association for the Preservation and Perpetuation of Storytelling. That's a mouthful, and that's my Fast Five.
Hi, my name is Rena Barron. I'm the author of the YA series Kingdom of Souls, and also of the middle grade series Maya and the Rising Dark. I want to talk a little bit about writing and motivation. I started writing when I was about 5 years old, and I wrote like little stories like a lot of young kids do. I drew pictures and wrote little words here and there. And then I ended up writing some poems, and that they weren't great, but I really enjoyed doing that. And then eventually I started to write short stories in middle school. And then after that, I realized I liked writing short stories, but I wanted to write longer stories. And I was always really into reading. Like, I love to read books. And so I decided that I wanted to write a book. So by high school, I started to attempt my first novel. It was a story about a witch in high school. So a little bit about me. But even then, I really loved storytelling and wanted to write stories with magic and adventure. And eventually, I kept writing until I finished my first novel. And then I wrote more novels. And the moral of the story is that if you have a joy and a passion for writing, to keep at it, to keep trying and to keep learning. And how did I learn how to write better? I would say that was from reading books across all genres and age groups. So I would read literary fiction, I would read fantasy, I would read adventures, I would read thrillers. And in reading, you kind of get a chance to study the craft of writing. So you get to look at techniques of what other authors are doing. And it's not for you to copy their work or their style, but it's for you to kind of see that there are so many multitudes of ways of writing that you can, use as inspiration and be inspired by. And in all of that reading, I was able to find my own voice and to find my own storytelling style. And that is how I end up starting to write professionally. And that's how these books came to be. I hope you enjoyed my little tale about how I became a writer. If you love writing, please continue. Keep working on it. It is such a beautiful thing to do, to tell stories, and we always need new writers and new young authors.
5 fun facts about me while I'm doing this. Number 1, I can kind of move like a robot, kind of. My disco dad, dancer dad taught me. Number 2, I repeat, do not like ketchup on hot dogs. Number 3, I only ever thought I'd be an illustrator when I grew up, so being an author was a surprise. And number 4, I'm a mom of 2 really rad daughters that I love so very much. And number 5, I can fly and flip a drone pretty well, especially for a mom, if I say so myself. All right.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sharker. I'm an author and a school-based counselor in California. I wrote the book Operation Frog Effect, which is a middle grade novel written in 8 points of view, including 1 in graphic novel form. I also write books for younger students like Meet Mo and Joe, Mitzvah Pizza, 1, 2, 3, Va Va Vroom, and Tip Tap Pop. And I write books for teenagers like Are You Still There?, The Opposite of Love, and my newest book, How to Live on the Edge. So I'm going to tell you some fun facts about me. My first fun fact is this. Being a school counselor is maybe the best job ever. I get to talk to kids all day, and honestly, what could be better than that? So I love my job. My second fun fact is that I did not used to know how to do this. And one of my kids set up my computer, and I sat in a staff meeting upside down for really an embarrassingly long period of time before I figured out how to get myself back to normal. Luckily, I finally figured it out. My next fun fact is that I'm a vegetarian. I've been one since I was 5 years old. I really love animals a lot. I have a dog named Daisy, and I don't have any cats because I'm allergic to cats. My family lives in a sunny part of California, but we love to visit the snow. And my last fun fact is that I love books and I love reading, and I bet you do too. So I hope you have a great day. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Kathy Erskine. Thanks for coming to the BAM event, and I have 5 fun facts. Let's see, I love s'mores. I'm double jointed. I don't know if you can see that. And I can say the alphabet backwards. ZYXWVUTSRQPONM LKJ IHGF EDCBA. I fell off a horse and broke my wrist when I was 12, but I still love horses. And that's not why I can do this. I could do this before. And I love Bollywood dancing, and it's great exercise. Thanks for being here with us today, and I look forward to seeing you.
Okay, this is my Fast 5 quarantine edition. The meal that I've eaten the most during quarantine is delivery Thai food, and it's delicious. The movie genre that I have watched the most during quarantine has been rom-coms because they make me insanely happy and I need that joy in my life. The TV show I have watched the most in quarantine has been House Hunters. And now that I think about it, that might have been the case even before quarantine, but lots of HGTV happening over here. The person I video call the most during quarantine is my mom, so she can see my baby and, you know, so I can talk to her too, I guess. And a new hobby that I've started since quarantine is, I don't know if this counts as a hobby, but I've basically become a preschool teacher for my kid. So like looking up fun arts and crafts and like activities and stuff for us to do together is my new hobby, I suppose. So yeah, that's my Fast 5 quarantine edition.
Hi, book friends. I'm Donna Gephardt. I'm the author of 8 middle grade novels. My newest one is Abby Tried and True, and 1 picture book called Go Be Wonderful. And that's Daisy being wonderful. I thought I'd share with you 5 of my favorite books. So here they are. This was my favorite book when I was your age. Mr. Popper's Penguins. Oh, I love that book so much. I still love penguins because of that book. Crooked Kind of Perfect by Linda Urban. I think this is a perfect book. Holes by Louis Sachar. It's so good. Summer at Meadow Woods by Amy Rebecca Tan. If you read this book, you'll feel like you've had a whole summer camp in a book. It's wonderful. And a terrific book about growing up and, alternate time dimensions is Otherwood by Pete Hotman. So have a great day, book friends, and happy reading.
Hi guys, it's me, Monica Tesler. I'm so excited to be participating in this year's BAM Author Festival, and here's my Fast Five. Number one, my favorite book of all time is Madeleine L'Engle's A Wrinkle in Time. I can remember reading that book for the very first time and getting to know the character Meg Murray. It was the first time I really identified with another character in a book, and it was so special to me. And that's one of the reasons why I was inspired to write my own science fiction adventure series, Bounders. Number two, the cutest dog in the entire world is my puppy Cole. Really guys, he is the cutest. And if you want to see lots of great pictures of him, you can follow me on Instagram at Monica Tesler. Number three, I have two kids of my own, a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. The 13-year-old who's watching me film this right now is super into basketball. And the 16-year-old is really into rock music. In fact, if you like rock music, his band is about to release a few new singles. You can follow them on Instagram at learn.to.speak. Number four, I'm kind of known in my town as the commuter boat author. That's right, I wrote Bounders and the first couple books in the series on the commuter boat. I live outside of Boston, and I used to take a boat from my town to my job in the city. And finally, number five, I used to move around a lot when I was a kid, and one of the places I lived was Tennessee. And a really big popular thing in Tennessee was oral storytelling, and every year I would attend a festival with my family to listen to the storytellers. And that's another reason why I think I was later inspired to become an author. And in fact, when I lived in Tennessee, I was a member of the National Association for the Preservation and Perpetuation of Storytelling. That's a mouthful, and that's my Fast Five.
Hi, my name is Rena Barron. I'm the author of the YA series Kingdom of Souls, and also of the middle grade series Maya and the Rising Dark. I want to talk a little bit about writing and motivation. I started writing when I was about 5 years old, and I wrote like little stories like a lot of young kids do. I drew pictures and wrote little words here and there. And then I ended up writing some poems, and that they weren't great, but I really enjoyed doing that. And then eventually I started to write short stories in middle school. And then after that, I realized that I liked writing short stories, but I wanted to write longer stories. And I was always really into reading. Like, I love to read books. And so I decided that I wanted to write a book. So by high school, I started to attempt my first novel. It was a story about a witch in high school. So a little bit about me. But even then, I really loved storytelling and wanted to write stories with magic and adventure. And eventually, I kept writing until I finished my first novel. And then I wrote more novels. And the moral of the story is that if you have a joy and a passion for writing, to keep at it, to keep trying and to keep learning. And how did I learn how to write better? I would say that was from reading books across all genres and age groups. So I would read literary fiction, I would read fantasy, I would read adventures, I would read thrillers. And in reading, you kind of get a chance to study the craft of writing. So you get to look at techniques of what other authors are doing. And it's not for you to copy their work or their style, but it's for you to kind of see that there are so many multitudes of ways of writing that you can, use as inspiration and be inspired by. And in all of that reading, I was able to find my own voice and to find my own storytelling style. And that is how I end up starting to write professionally. And that's how these books came to be. I hope you enjoyed my little tale about how I became a writer. If you love writing, please continue. Keep working on it. It is such a beautiful thing to do, to tell stories, and we always need new writers and new young authors.
5 fun facts about me while I'm doing this. Number 1, I can kind of move like a robot, kind of. My disco dad, dancer dad taught me. Number 2, I repeat, do not like ketchup on hot dogs. Number 3, I only ever thought I'd be an illustrator when I grew up, so being an author was a surprise. And number 4, I'm a mom of 2 really rad daughters that I love so very much. And number 5, I can fly and flip a drone pretty well, especially for a mom, if I say so myself. All right.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sharker. I'm an author and a school-based counselor in California. I wrote the book Operation Frog Effect, which is a middle grade novel written in 8 points of view, including 1 in graphic novel form. I also write books for younger students like Meet Mo and Joe, Mitzvah Pizza, 1, 2, 3, Va Va Vroom, and Tip Tap Pop. And I write books for teenagers like Are You Still There, The Opposite of Love, and my newest book, How to Live on the Edge. So I'm going to tell you some fun facts about me. My first fun fact is this. Being a school counselor is maybe the best job ever. I get to talk to kids all day, and honestly, what could be better than that? So I love my job. My second fun fact is that I did not used to know how to do this. And one of my kids set up my computer, and I sat in a staff meeting upside down for really an embarrassingly long period of time before I figured out how to get myself back to normal. Luckily, I finally figured it out. My next fun fact is that I'm a vegetarian. I've been one since I was 5 years old. I really love animals a lot. I have a dog named Daisy, and I don't have any cats because I'm allergic to cats. My family lives in a sunny part of California, but we love to visit the snow. And my last fun fact is that I love books and I love reading, and I bet you do too. So I hope you have a great day. Thanks so much.
All right, for those that are attending the next session, which is, according to my schedule, Bromance, Friendships, and Platonic Love, we will be starting soon, and I will be admitting in the panelists soon. So just bear with me for another few moments, please. Thank you. Hey, Stacy.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. Just getting people in here to join you, unless you want to do it by yourself.
Oh, no, thank you very much. How's it going?
It's going very well. Yes. Welcome, Jeff.
Hello.
It's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sorry, I'll put my face on so you can see me. Yeah, it's been a while since Rochester, New York. So
that's right.
Yes.
Good to see you again.
Yes, likewise. All right, I'm gonna take my picture off because people don't want to see me. They want to see you guys. Okay, more people coming in. I think I have. Okay, yep, awesome.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hello, good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Link worked.
Been a while.
I know since, well, and I heard you the other day on the chat.
The Clubhouse thing?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen you. And Stacy, I don't think I've ever met you.
I don't think we have met. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey, Stacy, good to meet you. I don't believe we've met either.
I don't think so either. Too bad it can't be like at the pool sipping drinks, right?
I know. Hey, Ashley.
Monday.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
How's it going, Ashley?
Pretty good. I'm at a hotel, which is really nice to get away from my baby.
So you're having the hotel experience for the festival.
I am. Unfortunately, I'm not leaving the room very much, but yeah, it's nice to have some quiet time.
How old is your baby?
He'll be 2 in June.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's such a fun age.
It is. It is not super fun 24/7 for a year, but you know,
Not fun while you're trying to do a panel for sure.
it's not fun while you're trying to do a panel, while you're trying to write, you know, but he's very cute.
All right, so we'll get started in a second. Stephanie, you are the moderator for the session. Looks like you're excited for it. You got the questions too?
I have questions.
You have questions. Awesome. All right. So yes, like I said, this is the Bromance, Femships, and Platonic Love session at 1:30 today. So welcome to Stephanie, Ashley, Jeff, and Stacy for joining us. I'm gonna shut up now so that you guys can go ahead and do your talk here and go right ahead. Have at it.
Yay. Okay. It's so good to see everyone. I'm Stephanie Garber. I'm the moderator. As you just heard, this is the Bromance, Femships, and Platonic Love panel. And if you're in the wrong place, I hope you stay and join us because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm not going to introduce all of you all, just so you know, because I feel like that's a lot of me talking. So I thought we could each introduce ourselves. So what our names are, what we write, your book titles, maybe like a word or two to sum up like your general works, and maybe like a slightly longer pitch for your newest book. Because I'm all about making everyone talk about their newest books, because sometimes I'm on panels and then I realize I never say anything about my books and I feel like I failed. So I'm going to force everyone to talk about their books today, just so you all know. So I'm Stephanie Garber. I'm the author of the Caraval series, which is Caraval, Legendary, and Finale. They're books about games, romance, sisterhood. My newest book, Once Upon a Broken Heart, comes out this fall. And this is a game. This is a book about a girl who the love of her life is going to marry another. So she makes a deal with the Prince of Hearts and promises him 3 kisses in exchange for stopping the wedding. And of course, nothing goes as planned. So that's me. Those are my books. Now let's start with Stacy.
Hello, guys. I'm Stacy. I am Stacy Ramey. I am the author of 5 books currently, working on more all the time. I primarily write YA, usually in the contemporary space, but I do write some middle grade. And I am working, my latest book is called Switching Fates, and it's actually a dark urban fantasy about a guy who invokes the 3 fates of mythology in order to cure his girlfriend who is dying of leukemia. So that's my latest one. And what else was I supposed to say? I can't remember. My ADD kicked in. I think that's it. I'm good. All right. But
I just like to give rules, because sometimes when people are like, introduce yourself, I'm like, do I say a lot? Do I say a little? So Ashley, your turn.
So I am Ashley Woodfolk. I mostly write super kind of emo YA, I guess. Me and Jeff are similar in that way. I don't have any of my books with me, but I have pictures. The Beauty That Remains was my debut. When You Were Everything is one of my most recent books. It just came out in paperback, and that one is about a friendship breakup. And then I have the Fly Girls series, which is, oh wait, I think there's a couple of these. Oh wait, here are some more. And these are all about a group of friends who go to an arts school in Harlem, and they're all dealing with sort of different issues in their love lives, their family lives, and their school lives. And what's special about the Fly Girl series is they're all super short. So all the books are around like, I don't even know, like they're less than 20,000 words. So they're about like 100 pages. They're super, super short, super quick, specifically for kids who have a harder time with longer works, but still want juicy drama-filled YA to read. So I'm really excited about those being out in the world. The last one is going to come out in the fall. And so there's 3 in the world now, and then there's one more coming out in the fall. And then the only other exciting thing I have going on right now is I'm one of the co-authors of a book called Blackout that's coming out in the summer. And it's me, Nick Stone, Danielle Clayton, Tiffany Jackson, Angie Thomas, and Nicola Yoon. We all wrote a book together about New York City being plunged into a blackout and a bunch of different Black teens falling in love.
Ooh, that book sounds amazing. And I've seen that pop up a lot. Jeff, your turn.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff Zentner. I also write very sad books. It's why I love Ashley's books. I blurbed her first book. It was a very easy book to praise. So I write very sad books for people who like the show Friday Night Lights. My first book was The Serpent King. I followed that up with Goodbye Days. Then my turn to comedy with Rain and Delilah's Midnight Matinee. And then in August of this year, my 4th book comes out, In the Wild Light. This is my Good Will Hunting meets Dead Poets Society book. It's about 2 kids who are best friends in a small town in Appalachian East Tennessee. One of the kids is a genius. She gets a scholarship to this elite private school, and she will only accept on the condition that they give one to her best friend as well. So the story is told from the perspective of the best friend who ends up going to this school with her. I guess that's a spoiler, but you know, it's a thick book. He's obviously not going to spend the whole book wondering if he's going to go to the school or not. Come on. So there, he at the school, he feels like a fish out of water. He discovers poetry as a way to work through some of the traumas and the struggles of his life. And his grandfather is slowly dying. So just not as much of a comedy as my last book. So that's me and my books.
I love it. And I feel like that description of your newest book, Jeff, is like the perfect segue to our topic about platonic love relationships. I'm just going to say that in general. It's like, so it's not all gendered. Okay. So I am curious. The questions I got on the panel was like, what is your favorite bromance, femship, or platonic love relationship in someone else's work? But I kind of want to know what it is in each of your works. Like, tell us about like, which is the favorite one you've written and why? I'll call on people if people don't talk, just so you know.
I'll go first. So a book that I didn't mention is my first novel in verse is coming out next year. And it's called Nothing Burns as Bright as You. And it is about sort of a blurry friendship, platonic love situation, where they're 2 girls who are definitely best friends, but also something else is going on there. And they have like a lot of romantic tension and romantic involvement, as well as this like really intense friendship. And that was my favorite one that I've written so far, just because I had a lot of those kinds of blurry relationships over the course of my life. And I had never read about one. I had seen a couple in movies or on TV, but I had never read about one in a book. And so it was difficult. The book is super intense and again, very emo. But that was my favorite one to write, just because I had nowhere to put all of those feelings, and sort of looking at a lot of my past friendships and relationships with new eyes and sort of with hindsight, I was able to make sense of a lot of those confusing relationships that I had over the years. And so writing that book was really cathartic for me. And it was definitely, and doing it in poetry for the first time, it was definitely really a really cool, interesting experience.
That sounds amazing. And when does it come out again?
I don't know. Next year, early next year sometime. I'm not sure of the exact date.
Stacy and Jeff?
Must remember to unmute. Okay, so this was my third book. It's so hard to keep track. The Secrets We Bury. It's about a kid who has who is neurodiverse. He is on the spectrum. He has sensory processing disorder, and he doesn't usually pay attention to. He's not that interested in a lot of people. He's super interested in certain people, like his best friend, who's his cousin Emily. They are two peas in a pod, and they are inseparable until he hikes the Appalachian Trail without her. And along the way, he meets this girl, this teen, who seems to be, who he's very interested in because she buries these little slips of paper along the way. And so that really piques his interest, and it makes him want to get to know her. So to me, this was called Kirkus called this an sometimes awkward love story. And I love that because I think that's true. And I'm a pretty awkward person myself. And, my idea of romance or romance in general is pizza and watching Godzilla movies. So this appealed to me for that reason.
I'll go ahead and talk about my new book that's coming out, In the Wild Light, and the friendship between the characters in this book. My main character's name is Cash Pruitt, and his best friend is named Delaney Doyle. And she's this kind of prickly genius, frankly. I mean, she's got a hard time making social connections with people because prickly geniuses generally don't tend to carry a lot of social cachet in small Tennessee towns. So they're really all each other has. They're both dealing with their mother's opioid addictions. That's actually what brought them together. They met at a Narratine meeting. And the book is about the way they love each other and sacrifice for each other and will do anything for each other. And if it's okay, I just want to read a blurb for this book that I got from Ocean Vuong, who wrote On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous, because I'm so proud of this, because Ocean is like one of my top 5 favorite writers of all time. He says, "We often speak of American novels, even great American novels, but rarely do we consider how fiction holds American friendship. This is what's so valuable about Zentner's books, made evident here in The Wild Light. This book is a deeply felt exploration into how friendships are sustained and fought for. In a way, it vitally redefines friendship as a privilege beyond convenient pleasure and excitement, but something more potent and true, that it must be protected, sacrificed for, and tended to with wisdom, patience, and love, and to our luck rendered in Zentner's ever dependable gem-like sentences." So that kind of ended my whole life when I read that blurb. It's probably not going to fit on the cover, but very happy about it. But that kind of sums up why the friendship in The Wild Light kind of has a special place in my heart.
Okay, that is a gorgeous blurb. I feel like I wanted to tear up just hearing that. So, okay, I have all these questions. I feel like everything you guys talked about made me like want to ask even more questions. And so especially like Ashley and Stacy, as you talked about the friendship and the romance and these blurred lines, does that happen like organically? How do you guys balance the like writing the friendship versus turning it into the romance? Or do you try to balance that? Do you let it happen just organically, or do you set out to write a friendship and then just stick to it? Can you guys talk about the writing process?
Well, for me, I think, I am one of those people who have who've been lucky enough to have some very close friends. But, I'm also very much of an introvert, right? So I wanted to write someone like that who value, and I think we don't get to know people. We don't connect with people so much if we don't have those social skills that allow us to say, hey, what's your life about? What is it about you that I'm interested in? And so to take a character who doesn't tend to be that interested in other people and have him become interested, open himself up, and also be there for somebody else who's closing themselves off, both of them dealing with grief at the same time. I think it just sort of happened organically. It is the little moments, it's the moments where you see the other person really truly, and that really makes a difference, in my life and also in my characters' lives.
For me, it's always a choice, like a deliberate choice that I make. So for my book, When You Were Everything, that story was always going to be about a friendship breakup. It was a friendship breakup story at the onset. So I knew that these two girls were best friends. I knew that it would never become like a blurry situation, because I do think that it's important to have like really strong platonic connections, and not always, for it to turn into something else. Even though there are a lot of friendships who do have that blurriness, I think that it's really important to sometimes focus on the friendships that are just friendships, because friendship is super important. And so with Cleo and Layla, who are the two main characters in When You Were Everything, they were very, very, very close friends for years, and then their relationship slowly started to decay. And the way that I tell that story in sort of a dual timeline, where there's a then and there's a now. In the then, you're seeing the relationship fall apart, and in the now, you already know that they are sort of broken up in this way, but you don't understand why, and you're getting that information in the past as you sort of see these flashbacks. So with that one, it was very deliberate. It was like, these girls are best friends. There are sort of side romances that happened in that novel, but they're never between people who are friends. In Nothing Burns as Bright as You, it's the exact opposite, where I knew from the very beginning these girls were going to have like a complicated relationship, and you were going to see the consequences of sort of having that blurriness, that there can be these like incredible highs, but also that there's always something, there's always a fallout in those kinds of blurry relationships. So yeah.
So when you make soup, you start out with something called a mirepoix, which is like diced carrots, onions, celery. That's like you kind of saute it up in the pan. It kind of adds a nice fragrance and flavor to whatever soup you're making. That's like your base. And for me, all of my books, the mirepoix is a platonic friendship. That's like my carrots, onions, and celery that I fry up and give a nice aroma to the story, nice flavor to the story. It always has to start with a platonic friendship, because even if it will become something more, I just have no interest in writing the kind of romance that doesn't start with a deep platonic friendship. To me, that's the most satisfying kind of romance, is the one that begins with that strong base of platonic friendship and then gradually evolves into more. That moment where you look at your best friend and you just realize, like in the moonlight, wow, she is beautiful, or he is beautiful. Like, to me, that's such a magic moment in a book, and you have to start with that wonderful base of friendship. As far as whether it will evolve into that, I really do the bidding of my characters first and foremost in the story. The way they talk to me and tell me their story, I feel like I'm kind of their like handmaiden to my characters. And I feel like friendships and relationships are characters in and of themselves. These two characters come together and they form a relationship that is another character. And so that other character, I really try to listen to what it tells me about what it is and what it wants to be. And of course, I listen to my editor too, who tends to like romantic beats in a story a lot. I tend toward more platonic friendships. My editor likes romantic beats. So sometimes she will nudge me along in the direction of a romantic plot line and drop little hints like, it'd sure be nice if these two characters got together. Now, if you don't want to do that and just ignore me entirely, you could do this, but boy, it would sure be nice to see these two characters get together. And I'm like, okay, I got it. Message received.
I loved everyone's answers, and that's so funny because I'm just like romance everywhere. When I was put on this panel, I was like, oh gosh. I was like, this is going to be a great thing for me to moderate, because I feel like there's so much for me to learn, because I really I'm all about the romance, and I get nervous writing the friendships because I don't like tension in my friendships. I'm like, my friends are the people who have my back no matter what. I love my friends, even if they make bad choices. I'm like, I support you. So I don't write the friendships because I like the tension, and I also can't handle I can't handle the friendship breakups. Like those are the things, like a romance, it ends. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep turning pages. A friendship, I like sob. I'm like, no. Like I feel like there's something so powerful about those platonic relationships, probably because I love my friends so much. And where do you guys pull from? Ashley, you mentioned this a little bit, like how you've used some of your inspiration. Do you guys pull a lot from your own relationships, or do you kind of go with like what you were saying, Jeff, and just follow the story? Like, how do you like go about writing these like relationships and turn them from just like, you know, friendships, like that average friendship, into this like deep, loving, like I would die for you friendship?
For me, I'm a type of person where I'm super friendly and outgoing, but I'm also very much like, who is this person and what do they want from me? Because once I sort of like accept someone into like my flock, it's like I will do anything for that person. I will travel any distance. I will fight anyone. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm very, even though I'm super friendly and super outgoing and like I will never be mean or rude to anyone, I'm very protective of like who I let into my inner circle. And I think that it's very easy for me to sort of write these like very deep friendships and relationships, because that's how the majority of my friendships and relationships are. And that's why it's always, I think I read somewhere that like every writer always writes about the same thing over and over again. And if you look at your work, you will see like a through line of the same thing in all of your stories. And the thing that I write about most often is loss. And I write about it in like differently, right? I think this might be similar for Jeff too. I write about it in different ways, right? It's not always, oh, somebody has passed away, although I do write about that. It's, you know, it's I've lost a friend, or this relationship is falling apart, or like something else is crumbling that I expected to always be there, right? Like my parents, a parent relationship, or, you know, something like that. And so I think that I do tend to pull a lot from my personal experience, because when I've always had this very deep fear of loss. And of course, when you continually live through life, it's inevitable, right? Loss is inevitable. It's just a part of life. If you love things or people, eventually something will happen, right? That person or that thing will not be around forever. And so I think through my writing and through my experiences, I sort of pull from all those different areas and create these really sort of deep friendships and relationships. And so when the moment comes where something happens and it falls apart, even if it's repaired later, I think I'm able to write those from a very genuine place, because I have experienced that so many different times and in all these different ways. And because I think I'm a super like sort of empathic and empathetic person, I feel other people's feelings too. And so like when something is happening, it's like I'm sad, but I'm also sad that you're sad. So we're all sad together. And so yeah, I think I do a combination of experiencing what my characters are experiencing in those moments that I'm writing the story, but then also pulling from different things that have happened to me or my friendships or my relationships over the years.
Okay, so I'll go. To me, friends and family are the most important thing. I think most people feel that way, but 2020 has been a very hard year for me because I've lost 3 very important friends in my life, one from high school, one from college, and one from my writing life. And those were some of my seminal friends, you know, and that's one of the friend I lost from high school. We've been friends for 40 years. I hate to say that, but, he helped form who I am. I helped form who he was. And the people that you meet along the way, change you, and usually hopefully for the better, but sometimes not. And so just capturing those deep feelings and even expressing, like you said, Ashley, the loss, maybe not just because he's gone, but because we let 10 years go that we didn't talk, or and the angst of one person wanting more than the other, either as a romance or as a friendship, happens over and over and over again in life. And it's just, like you said, the longer you live, the more you go through. So, but anyway, so that's why I think the seminal friends, the ones that make us who we are the ones I want to capture. And just like Jeff said, those are the ones I probably want eventually some of them to get together, because that's the basis for a loving relationship for me, is a deep connection. So.
Yeah, like Stacy, I've had some of those kind of seminal friendships, and what I do with those seminal friendships is I kind of treat them as seeds for my fictional friendships. So I'll take one of these seeds of a seminal friendship, and I'll plant it in the other soil of this new friendship. And this new friendship will be maybe a friendship that I've only seen from the outside and wondered what it would be like to be a part of that friendship. Like, what would that friendship look like? So I'll say, okay, I've got this seminal friendship with my buddy Vince, like growing up, my buddy Vince. So, but what if Vince was a teenage girl and came from this kind of family and I was this? So I take that little kernel, that seed of friendship, and I plant it in that soil to see what the Vince Jeff friendship becomes when planted in that soil, to see what kind of tree it grows into. To me, that is the really fun thing about being a writer, is you can take those little kernels of experience, you can take those little kernels of self and character and plant them in other soils and see what grows of them.
Okay, all those were great answers. And Jeff, I loved your answer about taking, real things and using them as seeds and planting them and changing them. And I feel like it's a perfect segue into my next question, which I could be wrong because I don't know who's watching us, but I always imagine there are writers out there watching. And so for any of the writers out there watching who want to write powerful friendships in their book, what writing advice or things have you learned over the course of all the books that you've all written that you would want to share with people?
I think the most important thing when you're writing a friendship is to have very specific moments of intimacy. So, don't just tell me that these people have been best friends for 3 years. Have one of them remembering the time when their pants ripped in public and their friend used their body as a human shield all the way home. You know what I mean? Or like have these like very specific experiences that the two people went through together that illustrates exactly how much they care about each other and exactly how willing they are to, sort of put themselves on the line for the other person. So yeah, very specific moments of intimacy, sprinkle them throughout as much as you can to make the reader believe in the friendship and to be able to see the friendship super, super clearly.
So I think when you're writing, I think that's a great answer, by the way, Ashley. But I think, and I want to add to that, I think when you're writing about friendships and deep connections with people, you have to, first of all, be very specific, like Ashley said, and show those moments of coming together and shared experience. But for me, it's also the pain of you have been this person's everything since kindergarten, and all of a sudden now they met someone else who is fulfilling another part that you are not fulfilling. And that there's always pain with that. There's always, did I do something wrong? Why am I not, even as a friend, you feel like that sometimes, or am I my best self with that person, or that person changes and you no longer sort of align? And the mourning of that is very real. And I think you have to be real about those moments as well, that, and then grateful for everything that friendship gave you to begin with. And then it's like the Marie Kondo version of Friends, grateful. I thank you, universe, for this person. But it's easy to say that now after the fact, but when you're in that moment, when your characters are in that moment and they're seeing their friend make choices that are not the choices they want for them or not the choices they want for themselves, it's a hard thing. And just kind of standing there with your readers while they're being there with your readers while they're experiencing it is very important.
Those are great answers. I'm just going to elaborate a little on something that Ashley said about the specific moments of intimacy. I love that so much. And that's something that I do without realizing until Ashley was talking about it, that's something I try to do. An example of that is in The Wild Light, there's a moment where Cash is crying and Delaney wipes the tear off his cheek and says, tears have the same salinity as seawater. She loves science. She's always, spouting science facts, especially when, she kind of doesn't know what else to say. And Cash responds, yeah, you told me that once when you were crying. So just that little specific instance, we know that this isn't the first time they've cried together, that there's been other times. And what you do when you have those specific moments of intimacy is you tell a lot of story with just, it's very economical storytelling. You tell a lot of story with a little bit. And when you create that intimacy between those characters, it makes them feel more real, because there is nothing so relatable as loving somebody and being loved by them. The common denominator I found in every book where I profoundly relate to the characters is they show me early and often that this is a character who loves and is loved. And the books where I just don't care about any of the characters, I just don't relate to any of them, they never show me this character loving or being loved. So it's through those little specific moments of intimacy, like Ashley said, that you show characters loving and being loved. And that kind of casts a halo effect over your whole story that makes your characters seem generally more real, generally more fleshed out, and people get so much more invested in their story. And that's what makes a good story.
Can I add one more thing? Just like jumping off of what Jeff said, like, I feel like you can also, in these moments that you're writing, you can show what kind of relationship the characters have with each other. Because I was just thinking about Ocean Vuong's On Earth We Are Briefly Gorgeous. One of the characters, I think it's his grandmother, calls him Little Dog in the book. And the reason why she calls him that is because in their culture, he was sort of like a weakling. And she turned this sort of thing of people thinking he was sort of a weakling or like that he wouldn't survive on his own, basically, into a term of endearment. And that gives the reader so much information very, very quickly into what his relationship was like with his grandmother, with his family, and with the outside world. And so I think when you have those little moments, like something as simple as a nickname that a character gives to their friend can really illustrate what their relationship is and make their friendship and their relationship like more believable.
I love those answers. I love the mention of the nicknames because I'm a big nickname fan. And I think of this, even though like I said, I'm much more of the romance person, but that's exactly my approach to the romance is like, what are these little moments of intimacy? Because, I'm gonna be honest, I am all about like the smoldering and the kisses and all of that stuff. But it's like, I think without those moments of like vulnerability and, those things that are unique, you can make any two characters kiss, but you can't necessarily do that. So I think that makes sense for all the relationships. So I love that. Okay, I think we have time for like one more question. And I want to know what everyone's outside of your books. This is your chance to talk about something you love or your friend's book or whatever you want, TV show, whatever. What are some of your favorite platonic relationships, bromance, femship, like that, captures everything that like you're trying to capture or that you think the people watching should like experience? I can go while you all think. And this is just the one going to be off the top of my head because I'm having like a huge Vampire Diaries rewatch, as I like to do. Yeah. and it's funny because that show, like, as much as I am for romance, it's not necessarily the romance that gets me. Like, it has such great relationships. Like, there's a bromance that happens that's like so awesome between these two male characters who like start out wanting to kill each other. And then there's another vampire who it's like, they're totally at odds until they get put in a prison dimension together. And then they have like one of my favorite friendships of all time. And then the three main females who start out, as just ordinary teenage girls, and their friendship over the course of the series is just like this solid constant. So as everyone's relationships change and ebb and flow, you have these three girls who stay best friends and love each other, even as there are moments where I don't think they actually ever try to kill each other, but there's a lot of violence in the show. So I feel like that show gets a lot of attention for the love triangles, but I really feel like it's the friendships and those deep relationships that are really like what holds it together for me.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Stacey.
No, go. You go.
Okay. I'm on my third rewatch in a year of the series Normal People on Hulu, based on the Sally Rooney book. And it's about this guy and girl in Ireland, and they meet in high school and form this kind of intense connection. And sometimes it's a romance, and sometimes it's a platonic friendship. And it's just so moving to see these two people who they keep getting pulled apart and they keep getting pulled back into each other's gravity. And it's never clear what they are. Are they lovers? Are they friends? What is always clear, though, is that they need each other so much. There's this deep connection, and I just love it so much. I find it so moving. It was a pandemic watch early on. I watched it all the way through, immediately back to back. Like, I finished the final episode and just immediately hit restart and watched the whole thing again. I'm watching it a third time. It holds up, masterful in every way. But the beating heart of that story is this just intense gravity between these two people. And I love it so much. And the way they blur the lines between platonic friendship and romance, and so good. Just gives me chills talking about it.
I have to agree with you there, Jeff. I watched, it wrecked me. That was such a painful series to watch, and I loved it. But one of my favorite series of all time is, and I always tell kids when I'm talking to them about writing, I'm like, here's your free pass to watch Netflix, because you got to fill the vessel, right? You gotta keep the creativity going and watch things that make you feel creative. And so I watch a lot of different things. You're the Worst is something I'm watching right now, and I love that. And that's the same thing. Like, what's their relationship? It doesn't matter, but they really do just care about each other. Flack was fantastic. High Fidelity. I love how they all like stand up for each other. Gilmore Girls. Oh my God. I can't tell you how many times I've watched it. Of course, I have a daughter, so we watch, and actually she got me a Gilmore Girls bracelet that has Paratus on it and a Luke's mug that I drink my coffee out of. But it is really just about the friendships and the people that hold you up. And I'll do one more, and I know this is too many, but I just watched The Undoing, and I loved how the Sylvia character is there for Nicole Kidman's character. I can't remember her name right now. I'm terrible with names, but and she reaches out and holds her hand during really tough times. And my sister does that to me. I mean, it's just such a sweet thing, and it makes you feel so taken care of. So that's it. That was too many, but
not too many. Jeff had mentioned Friday Night Lights at the beginning of this. And Tim Riggins and Jason Street are like friendship goals, even though, I mean, they mess up a lot. They do like terrible things to each other a lot. But at the end of the day, like Tim just says like Texas forever. And like, you're like, yes, Texas forever, even though I've never even been to Texas. Well, no, I've been to Texas like once, but like I was super invested in, and that's not the only amazing friendship in that story. Like Matt Saracen and Landry, there's just like so many really amazing friendships in that series. And I feel like the writing is just like so well done and like super moving. Another show is This Is Us. And I know that, the main characters are siblings, but just the way that their friendship sort of morphs and grows as they get older and as they sort of learn about each other. I really love the relationship between Randall and his wife. Even though they're married, like I feel like they just have such a deep friendship, and it's like so clear that they know each other really well and that they're there for each other all the time. And then there was one more. Oh, I really like Insecure and the relationship between Molly and Issa. And the way that they are super supportive of each other and super there for each other, even though they're polar opposites. Like Issa does not have her life together at all, and Molly is like this high-powered lawyer. And then in the most recent season, they did experience a bit of like a breakup, and I'm curious and then of course the pandemic happened, so it's like, what's gonna happen? And the new season isn't out yet or whatever. But I liked that they showed sort of a breakdown of this super close friendship and like the possibilities of what might happen next. So those are mine.
Those are all great answers, and you all have been amazing. This was a really great panel, and it was so good to see everyone. Thank you, everyone who's listened. Does anyone have any last remaining comments about any of this? Nope. Okay, well, thanks everyone for being here. I'm so glad you guys were on this panel with me, and hopefully once the pandemic is over, we can see each other in person. So, bye all.
Bye, everyone. Good to see you. Mwah, mwah.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. As everybody's leaving, I'd like to thank those authors that were here today. Let's see here. Sorry, Stephanie Garber, Ashley Woodfolk, Jeff Zettner, and Stacy Ramey. Thank you so much for being here. Next up at 2:30, we are going to have BAM, Black Authors Matter, with moderator Judy Allen Dodson, Vanessa Brantley Newton, Sherry Winston, and Ashley Woodfolk. So just stick around in a few moments, then we'll get those authors in here and started. And in the meantime, take a break, get up and stretch, grab a snack, and come back, and we'll be here. Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to get started soon. Just going to start letting people in, and hopefully Judy will get in as well. She needs to get her link. Oh, yeah, she is in the waiting room.
Hello, can you guys see me and hear me?
We can do both.
I can see. Is Ashley, Vanessa? Hi.
Yep, they're coming in.
Let me see. How cute do I look?
I miss you.
I miss you. I miss you too. Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
Nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet you. Where's Sherry? She must be having trouble.
Trying to find her. I don't see her.
I don't see her.
I can text her.
Okay. I was getting nervous. Okay, Ashley, let me just ask you, how do you pronounce your last name?
Woodfolk. Exactly
Folk.
how it looks.
Okay, it's Folk. I don't know why I keep trying to say Woodfork. Folk.
Everybody does that.
Is
I
that
don't
right?
know why.
I'm so glad.
I'm
I
like,
met
it's
all of you.
exactly what it looks like. I promise.
It's Folk. Okay, and I did want to ask you, I wanted to ask, okay, Ashley. So is your child, how old is your child?
He'll be 2 in June.
Oh, it's a boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's so good. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy to see everybody. It's 2:30. What does that mean? I'm nervous. Okay, so Ashley has a little boy and he's 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
My favorite age.
I know. I love that age.
Okay, we sent the link to Sherry, or I texted her, so she should be on momentarily. I can speak today.
Okay.
Ashley,
And
how are you
Vanessa-
doing?
What?
I was asking Ashley how she was doing.
I'm good. I'm actually at a hotel. My parents have my baby. So this is the first break I've had from him in like 5 months.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
Good for you.
I'm in heaven.
I bet you are, girl. I hear you.
I never had a break. I never had a break because my parents lived in Ohio and like I just never had a break. So I don't know
No,
what a
but
break.
girl, this pandemic life is different. Because at least you got to go to work or like take him to daycare or to school. I'm with this child 24/7.
Yeah, she ain't never lied, Judy. She ain't never lied.
But the thing about it is, I was a stay-at-home mom.
Oh, you were?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you know the struggle.
It's real.
It's real. But
go
guess
to the
what?
bathroom on your own. It's real.
I know. It's
You get
like
a
you gotta.
shower. Hello.
They gotta sit on the floor and watch you go to the bathroom. I'm like, can I have?
Right.
I mean,
something?
seriously.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I texted my mom. I was like, this is the first time I'm using the bathroom by myself in months.
Girl, I know the struggle's real.
The struggle is real. It certainly is.
Mhm.
God knows it is. Whew.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I'm gonna kind of put you guys. Oh, who is this? Is that you, Joe? Joe, who's Joe?
Oh, he's our adult volunteer.
Oh, okay. Hi, Joe. Okay. I was just still waiting for
Yeah,
Sherry.
she did need the info. I just sent her a
Mhm.
picture of it, and I'm waiting for her to show up.
Okay. I did have a question. What was my question for you, Vanessa? I forgot. Oh, I was gonna put you guys kind of like on the spot a little bit, but one of my questions is like, what advice or like how can you help parents and caregivers, teachers and librarians find books by Black authors?
Oh, that's good.
Oh, wait a minute. Kelly just.
Yeah, I just saw.
We're live.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Well, hey, it's real life happening.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, then we're ready to go then. Oh.
Yeah, go right ahead, and we can go ahead and start. I'll watch for Sherry to come in because I haven't seen her come in yet, but that's fine. Just all the attendees, if you guys have any questions, feel free to send them through the Q&A and we will get to them. Well, Judy will get to them because that's her job.
Is that my job?
Well, you send on the questions to the rest of the gang.
Okay, well, we can get started. I'm
Oh,
so
I see.
happy that we're live and that we can, and everyone is here and we can get started. So thank everyone for being here. I have such the amazing panel, and what else would I? Oh, so let's get started.
Sherry's
So-
here.
Oh, Sherry's here. Oh,
Hi.
Sherry, yay. It's so good to see you. Now, this is the best panel of the afternoon. I can tell you that right now. So I would like to open up our middle grade panel and tell everyone I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And I didn't know I was live, but now that I know that, we can get started. Good afternoon and welcome to our middle grade panel, BAM. And it actually is funny that it's BAM as the name of the conference, as you can see behind me. But it stands for, this panel stands for Black Authors Matter. And
Bam!
so,
Yes.
BAM! So I'm going to introduce myself. I am Judy Allen Dodson, and I'll be your moderator for this panel discussion on why Black authors matter. I'm a librarian, yay, and and I'm a children's book author of my newest middle grade novel title. Oh, it's a chapter book titled Escape from Hurricane Katrina, which launches this July. And it's also the winner of the Junior Library Guild Award.
Yes! Wow, yay!
Bam!
Congratulations! Bam! That's right.
Thank you, thank you. And I would like to, so please join me in welcoming our spectacular panel of award-winning authors today. Vanessa Brantley Newton, Sherry, hi Sherry Winston, and Ashley Woodfolk. Thank you for being here today. So I'm going to give a brief introduction because these are, you know, I could go on all day with just the introductions, but I'll give a brief introduction. Vanessa Brantley Newton is an award-winning author and an illustrator who writes picture books, and she illustrates them as well. And she also illustrates for other authors who write picture books, middle grade, and YA novels. She loves color, fashion, mixed media, accents, collages, and hand lettering. Some of her many books include the ones that she's written and illustrated herself, which include Just Like Me and Grandma's Purse.
I love Grandma's Purse.
I know.
I love that so much.
And her newest one, oh my goodness, Like Vanessa, comes out this June, and we're excited for that one. And the books that she's illustrated include The King of the Kindergarten by Derek Barnes and Like Vanessa by Tammy Charles. And one of my favorites that she illustrated as well is Jada Jones series that she started illustrating.
Oh,
and that's one of my favorites. Hi, Kelly. And she loves all things vintage, especially books and clothes. She lives in North Carolina with her family, down the street from me, by the way. And so we have Sherry Winston. She's a mother of two. Her latest award-winning books include middle grade books, Jada, Sly, Artist and Spy, The Sweet Sound, and President of the whole 5th grade and President of the whole 6th grade, Girl Code. Yay. She's a native of Michigan. Way to go. I like that. And Ashley Woodfolk. She is, in her former life, she worked in children's book publishing for 10 years, marketing books for children and teens. Now she's a full-time mother and of a two-year-old son. Her award-winning YA novels include The Beauty That Remains, When You Were Everything, that came out just last month, March 2021, and the Fly Girl series.
Yes.
She currently lives in Brooklyn with her husband. And, yes.
You can't see it, but I already have it on my screen.
And she lives in Brooklyn, New York with her husband and her 2-year-old son. So that is great. And I want to thank you all for being here today. I can't think of a better group of authors to have this discussion with. Why Black authors matter. Haven't we always mattered? But it's good that, it's just pointed that we have this discussion because of actually last year during the pandemic and with the murder of George Floyd, it sparked a deep chord across our souls and ignited an awakening of the systematic injustices and inequities across the country in many industries, including the children's book publishing industries, So
it's not so much why we matter, but why it's important for us to be heard.
Yeah.
Because we've always mattered.
That's why I said we always
It's
matter.
been hard to have somebody to listen who was in a position to have us be heard. The people in our houses would listen, but when it comes to having that representation that would take what I have to say and put it in the hands of a 10-year-old girl, that's why this is important now.
Yeah.
I think that's how I look at it.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with that. I just want to drop a stat on you guys, on the audience, just real quick. So I'm not going to get too deep in it, but I just want to give a stat. And based off of what Sherry was saying, yes, we've always mattered, but how were we being represented and presented to the audience where we were trying to get our books? So the latest stat, as of October 27, 2020, the Cooperative Children's Book Center stated that less than half of the books written by Black or African descent were written by us, for us. So that was less than half. So, and that was in the stat from 2019. So it's amazing that we're still in this position and we still have to have these conversations. Yeah. So let's just jump right in like Sherry did, and jump right in wherever you feel comfortable. If you had to explain to someone, let's say a publisher, why it's important for you specifically to tell your story, for example, being Vanessa. Why is it important for Vanessa to tell her story about being Vanessa? Why is it important for you, Ashley, to tell your story about Jada Sly? Or
no,
Clea?
That's me.
or Sherry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sherry. Yeah. And when were you everything? Why is it important for you as Black authors to tell your story?
I think for me, it's because it's just that. It's my story. I tell people this, and I don't mean any offense at all. But what do you know about sitting between your mama's legs and having her put Royal Crown hairdressing on your head? A bergamot. Okay. And how about Sunday morning never started on Sunday morning in my house? Sunday morning started on Saturday. That's when you got your hair washed. You cleaned the house. The collard greens and everything else was cooked because we knew Pastor Brown was gonna preach all day long. Okay, and my daddy wasn't saved. Okay, he wasn't a Christian, so to speak. So he was gonna come home and watch the baseball game, and he needed to be satisfied. And so my mama had to cook Saturday to make sure that everything was ready for Sunday because she was an all-day church person. Okay, and those are the stories of my life. Also, my family is from Low Country, South Carolina. We are Gullah Geechee. Okay, the African Americans in the United States who still have a lot of our African heritage that we still move, live, and breathe in. Okay, and the thing is that people want to say that we have that backwards language. So when we talk to each other, we say things like "How on for do," or "Girl, you think you too good to even crack your teeth to say nothing to me?" Which means that you too good to say something to me. Those things are innately inside of my culture, and there's such beautiful stories around it. Bird, rabbit, and the kuda or turtle. To know these things, to even simple things like goobers and raisinets, right? Now, if you're a child of the 60s, you remember the little song, Goobers and Raisinets, Goobers and Raisinets, the chocolate
Little
covered
box
candy,
dancing.
Naples, you know. Okay, but goober is the African word for peanut. My grandmother used to call me goober head. These are things that are innately my culture. This is where I'm from. If you let me use my voice to sing it, if you let me use my voice to tell it, there is a joy, there is a spirit, there is an energy that comes from me that is so real and so authentic. And we need Black people to have their voice just be authentic. Just don't correct it. Don't bring correction to it. Let it shine the way that it is. And the story that will be told will blow your mind.
Right.
I agree. And for me, I always grew up with the idea of, I didn't understand why being a child in the 60s and really the 70s, why all the stories that did reference me were either about death, loss, slavery, or jail. So I knew that I was a little Black girl who wanted to be a cheerleader, who wanted to have friends, who wanted to fit in to all of these things that I was reading about these white kids. And I didn't understand why nobody was talking about that with somebody who looked like me. So probably from the time I was 7, I've been trying to show myself in that story. I've been illustrating my own story with little crayons, and when I didn't have lined notebook paper, I was just writing on my mama's typing paper. I've been trying to tell that story, like, the little girl, and she, I'm drawing panels like Jeff Kinney for the cartoon, for the kid. And I just have been trying to tell those stories ever since that, yeah, we Black and we sassy and we be cool and and I'm all with my people, but we people, we're girls. I like to have my hair nice. I like to have people like me. I like, I want to listen to music and dance and have friends. I'm normal. And it's sometimes so difficult just to make people outside of our community think about us like that. So that's what I've tried to do with my writing career, is to normalize being Black. We just normal.
Yes.
I'll sort of jump on, because exactly what Sherry said is the reason why I wanted to become a writer from the very beginning. I remember, reading Judy Blume and reading Sarah Dessen. I'm a little bit younger than you guys.
I know all about Sarah Dessen.
I'm in my 30s, but still, it's a lot of the same experiences that you guys had is the same experiences that I had when I was growing up. I'm reading these books, and look, Sister Soldier is amazing, but that wasn't my experience, right? I didn't grow up with the drug king dad living in the projects, and those were the books that were available to me, largely, if they were Black characters, or it was Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. And these are all amazing books, right? Super important. The Watsons Go to Birmingham. These are books that were fundamental, I think, in my reading and writing life. But at the same time, they were not my life, right? Just like Sherry was saying, I wanted to read books about girls going shopping and wanting to kiss boys and kiss girls. I wanted to read books about Black girls just being girls. And that was the main reason why I wanted to become a writer. I was very similar in that I started writing stories when I was really, really young and illustrating them too, and I was writing about, one of the first stories I wrote, I remember I was in 1st or 2nd grade, and we were learning cursive. and they gave us like this book to practice our cursive in, and I wrote a story in cursive, but I like wrote a story and I like drew pictures at the top, you know, and it was about a little girl who finds this like magic ring on her way to school, and it was a little Black girl, because those weren't books that existed yet, you know? And so, yeah, I think it is really important that we write these stories about, you know, girls just being girls going into their grandmother's purse and finding that book gave me so much like nostalgia, because I remember digging into my grandma's purse, especially in church. It was always in church.
It was like a treasure trove. It was just like
looking for the peppermints at the bottom. I remember the way it smelled, like leather and old lipstick. Yes. It's like such an experience, right? And I think it's so important to write those things down, right? So that they don't go away when we go away. And just like what Vanessa was saying about her culture, about that Gullah experience, like, I don't know what that's like, even though I'm also Black, right? So I want to read that stuff too. I want to know what growing up like that was like. And so I do think it's so important that we sort of write down our experiences. Like one of the Fly Girls series, those books I feel like are closest to what this age group will be reading, because they're super short. Even though they're technically YA, they're really, really short. And those books are about a group of Black girl friends who go to an art school in Harlem. And like, they're just artists. Like one of them plays the cello, one of them likes to sing and write songs. One of them is a painter, one of them is a photographer. And like, they are just sort of, you know, living their lives. They're experiencing things with boys, they're going to school, they have their family drama. But at the end of the day, they're just Black girls being girls in the world. And I think that's so important, because so many books with Black characters have been, you know, trauma porn for way too long. So yeah.
No, I mean, that's amazing. This conversation, I mean, is exactly why we are here, because I want people to know why we tell our own story. It's the nuances. It's the swaying of your grandmama, your mama's hips. It's the way your daddy puts his coffee cup down on, you know, it's the way he, you know, like Vanessa said, you know, watch baseball or sports when he came home, you know, from church and wanted dinner, you know, the little nuances. So as a Black writer, what nuances, like expressions, little subtle sayings, do you incorporate in your books that you hope that readers identify with? You know, Vanessa touched on that a little bit more, you know, a little bit, but how do you think that makes the reader feel when they catch those little subtle nuances?
Connected.
That's what I was going to say, Sherry.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's such a connection.
It's such a connection. And because I get a little thrill out of it, because, you know, when you're thinking about writing, you write like a writer. But when you get into that groove where that story is just coming, that's where, you know, you look down and you done wrote, "Child, please." I had to tell her to step back, and you like, what? Oh. Yeah, that's right. You know, you just, when you can hear like Issa Rae talking back to you, like, okay, I didn't hit on something now that you just, you know, it's like you playing the piano with those keys. And that's what that means to me is when I write something and kids come up to me at a signing, and the little girl, I remember the little girl once asked me, "Miss Lady, how you know how to talk like that? Because you know you talk a proper, but in the book the girls they just sound like me. How you know how to do that?"
They're like, honey,
you know, I was a little Black girl like too, you know.
I love it. Sherry, you just hit on something, I'm telling you, because, you know, in African-American culture, I tell people, especially children, there's something rhythmic about what we do. Okay. So, I mean, like when we talk and it says, "Son, I'm talking to you, son. You hear me, son?" You know, that kind of, or "Girl, I wish you, you know, I wish you, I am the wish you would. I wish you, you know, things like that. little conversation. My grandmother would say, like, if I came home and I asked, where granddaddy at? Oh, he out there buck up in the yard. and that meant he was bent over in the yard, basically, and it was our own language. And when children read, like if I put something like, I'm writing a book now where the girl says churn, we don't say children, we say churn.
Right, churn.
Tell them churn to come in young. And that means tell those children to come in here now. That's what that's what it meant. And when the editor was reading it, she goes, oh, I just feel like I can speak the language. She said, I understood that. But it's so much fun to read. And as Sherry, I so agree with what she says. There is a almost like a secret entrance into the world of the character when you get to hear what they have to say and how it's being said to them.
Right. And the kids appreciate it. Not just the kids, I get emails from parents who, back red behind their kids and stuff. And, it's like when you watch those cartoons where it's appealing to the kid and the grown up on two completely levels.
Yes.
Two completely different levels.
Yeah.
That's kind of what that language does. Like to some people, it's just an entertaining aspect, but to others, it feels like home.
Yeah.
It's like, I know what your mama mean when she tap on that window and that street light to come on. Oh yeah, I felt that in my soul.
I know I'm not the moderator, but I kind of have a question.
You can ask whatever. Yeah.
Because I feel like there are like these cultural beats, right? Not only language, but like, for instance, like a character having a bonnet on when they're about to go to sleep. Or so I'll ask my question. My question is, do you ever bump into in the publishing, like in the industry or like in the editorial process, do you ever bump into people that you have to explain stuff to, or people who just don't get it on like a cultural level? Because like, for instance, like with When You Were Everything, that book is about like a friendship breakup or whatever, but there's also the main character has like a sort of a complicated relationship with her mom. And there's a scene where they're on the subway platform and she talks back to her mom and her mom pops her in the lips.
Yeah.
And the copy editor like wrote a little note and she was like, she slapped her daughter in the face in public. And I was like, oh,
yeah.
You don't get it.
You don't get it. You don't get
like,
that. Right.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, have you guys had like similar experiences where it was
That's
like
a good
definitely
question.
a cultural thing that they just like didn't understand what was happening?
That's a very good question. I definitely have.
I know I have
definitely
too.
have. Why does she say it like that? Like I'm doing a book now, and the part of the book is where the grandmother speaks Gullah. The family is coming in to visit, and so she says things like, "Oh, Anna come here, let me hug and hug your face," or we say not hug, we say fall on each other's neck. That's what she said. Oh, she fell on my neck, which meant that she got hugged. And the editor was laughing because she goes, "This is so odd." She said, "But I enjoy it." I've had other editors tell me, "Well, they're not going to understand what that means," and I'm like, "Okay, who's not going to understand?"
Right.
Yeah.
Because isn't that the whole point?
And
to teach that, to
shouldn't
share
they
that.
Right. Shouldn't they read it with an open mind and use context to figure it out? Like, it's just like when you see a word in another language in a book, like go look it up or use context clues to figure out what it means, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I totally agree with you.
No, I totally agree. And see, that's part of the other question is, well, let me just put the stat down again. So, from the, CCBC, Cooperative Children's Book Center, it's in 2019, there were 471 books written about Black African characters, right? And only 232 were written by us. So to me, again, let me say, so it was 471 written about us. It was only 232 written by us. So that's less than half, right? So I'm thinking, is it in the industry, like Ashley was asking? You know, is it a pushback because they don't understand it, they don't want it, they can't sell it, you know? So is it, you know, like what?
I think it's just much simpler than that. I think it is based on the comfort of who they know. And I've been fortunate in that since the whole Own Voices movement has started, I've been contacted by multiple editors or publishers who wanted me to do a specific project. Like, you know, we're writing this series and we would like an African-American author to do it. And so, you know, they've pitched it to me. And I realized that if it weren't for this movement, I wouldn't be getting those opportunities because they have a Rolodex of people they can choose on, and I'm not in it. And so they've been forced to rethink how they make that Rolodex, old people term for contact list in your iPhone. But they've been forced to rethink how they put that together. Sometimes, even in an institutional manner, things that we think of as, you know, it's like, oh, it's racism. It's just much more, it's more simple than that. It's, if I'm comfortable with other people who can understand me, and I know 10 Black women, but I only know this one white girl, I might give her work, but the other people I'm going to reach out to the most are the Black people who are closest to me, like Tyler Perry. You know?
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit there.
Okay.
So I worked in publishing from the time I graduated college till 2019 when I had a baby, and I was like, I can't write books, work full time, and have this baby. So I was in the industry for a while, and I think that you're right in that it's about who the people are in power, and it's about who they know. But I also think there is a systemic thing in place in publishing where the way that it works from the ground up is not friendly to people who are not white and already wealthy. So for instance, a lot of publishers offer unpaid internships. Who can get an unpaid internship, right? Unless you're a person of color who already lives in New York, like with your parents or with your family or whatever. No, most people of color don't have enough familial wealth to move to New York.
Oh yeah. And my daughter is majoring in public relations, and she wants to work for a publisher, and she wants one of those internships, but we can't afford to have her.
And so I think that you're right in that it's about who you know, but I also think that the system is set up to benefit certain people, and it's about who those people end up knowing, right? There needs to be, and I think that publishers are working on it, because now that, you know, after Own Voices and sort of after everything that happened last year, there are being a lot more conversations had about the system and about who is in power and, you know, who sort of gets to make these kinds of decisions. There's a ton more Black editors than there were before. There's a lot more Black people in marketing and publicity than there were before, and other people of color as well. And so they're working on it, but there are still these, you know, from the bottom up, where there are just these big, like, blaring problems. Like unpaid internships is a huge one, because that is how you get your foot in the door, right? There need to be more paid internships from, you know, from the jump. There need to be more publishers going to career fairs at Black schools. Like I didn't go to HBCU. I went to Rutgers, and I was at a career. It was like a thing where people from different industries came to speak. It wasn't a career fair, but it was like a speaker series or something. And I saw somebody from Penguin who came and talked, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know that was a job.
Right?
I love books. I love writing. Like I would love to do that, and I didn't even know that was a job. So yeah, it is about who you know and who knows them. But I think it's also about putting making room
at the table,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Or,
I had never thought about it like that. I had never thought about the whole internship. I just know that we're going through that because my daughter has grown up going to visit my publishers with me in New York. And now she is, you know, a junior in college, and she's majoring in public relations and media marketing. And she's looking for internships. And I'm like, I wish you could get an opportunity at one of the houses where, you know, where I've been published.
Yeah,
but
they're also super competitive too. So not only do you have to have a way to like live for free in New York, but like you have to make the cut too. And there is a lot of I mean, like in any industry, right? Like if somebody's niece applies versus some random person, like
right. And who's more likely to have a niece? If you don't have Black people working for you, the black niece, she don't have no auntie there.
There you go. I mean, because I'm in the same situation. My daughter as well. My daughter actually changed from psychology over to fine arts as she wants to write poetry. She wants to write. And this kid has watched me all her life. You know, saw us when we were struggling and when I didn't have a voice, to the place where, hey, mommy, now people know your name and things like that. But I think it's so exactly what Ashley said. You know, one of the things too, and this is an inspirational part here. I think it's important for us as African Americans in this industry to start saying positive things to ourselves first.
Yes.
Okay, to ourselves first, about ourselves, and then do that with each other and start to really promote each other. I think Charles Richardson just asked a question in the chat. You know, what do you do to kind of market it? You know, to market yourself. We are now video everywhere. And if you can put a video together to promote your own book, do it in such a fantastic way. Do it with music, do it with pictures, get other children that are not your children, get other children and people that, you know, are reading your book, you know, that you're putting your book in, you know, their hands into, and they get to say what, you know, what the book has done for them or whatever. But we have to begin to be positive about our, you know, our own selves. Even for those of you who are out here in the audience who say, hey, I'm writing a book, who are African American, I got a book or whatever. Don't just read the book to your family. Your family's gonna tell you, oh, that's wonderful and everything else. No. Read it to somebody that will tell you, you know, that really is bad.
I didn't understand what you were saying, baby.
Where you were going with, yeah, exactly.
Don't just read it to your grandma. Get your grandma's friend from church, because she'll tell you the truth.
The real church lady that will say, I can't lie. I gotta tell you. You know, but get it into the hands of other people, and don't be afraid to be critiqued, because in this industry, it is about how we come off. You know, either our story is authentic and it's something that people can relate to, even if it's something out of this world. There needs to be something relatable about the books and different things that we write. Then when you get in front of the editor, this is not the time to be shy. This is not the time to be, well, do you like it? If you don't like it, they ain't gonna like it.
Right.
So part of this is about your confidence in what you do too. So if you got to take a writing course, do whatever you got to do. Because I'm going to be honest with you, there's no 5-year-old, there's no 12-year-old that wants to have a story read to them about grandma has diabetes or Uncle Jed is schizophrenic. They ain't asking for them kind of stories. They want exactly what Ashley has given. They want what Sherry has given, a grandma's purse. Think about the things from your childhood that you can tell stories about that will just ignite a conversation, and people go, wow, that's me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, that's amazing. Like, yes, the confidence to be able to have people basically, as I would normally say, feel where you're coming from. You know, like I need somebody in the industry. If you don't, like, I have an amazing agent. Like, I don't know how she knows all this stuff, but she's just really good. But I will give her like a little slang, like a little culture, and she'll say, yep, I love it. I love it. Let's push it through. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, she gets me. And so I need that in the industry. And so it's good, like Ashley said, that we're, getting more people of color in the industry, like infiltrating, as agents, as editors, as marketers, just being able to connect, because I'm gonna tell you, it makes a world of difference. And what that does is that the books that we write, our voices, our authentic voices, get into the hands of the children that we want them to get to. They're going to find our books. They will find us, but we just have to have the opportunity as Black creators, whether that's writing or illustrating, to be able to authentically tell our stories. And so on this other side, how do we, this is a question that I was saying when I was going live and I didn't know I was live. How do we help parents and caregivers and teachers and librarians find our books, as Black authors? Like, I don't know, I have a couple, but I didn't know if you had any that you wanted to share, like resources. How would they find?
I'm still trying to answer that question. So I want to hear what you have to say.
There are more and more things, or I guess I should say people popping up on social media who sort of do specialize in calling out these kinds of things.
That's true.
A couple that come to mind are there's a new blog, and she's also on like Twitter and Instagram, but it's called Melanin in YA. And she especially like highlights Black authors in YA. There's one called Coloring, what is it? I'm not gonna remember it. I think it's like Books in Color, or it's something like that, but they also highlight books by people of color specifically.
Okay.
So yeah, I feel like looking for resources that is what they specialize in is a good way to, and like roundups and stuff like that. One easy thing that I feel like librarians and teachers can always do is to just like Google search, like put in whatever the age group is that you're looking for. So say like middle grade by, authors of color 2021 or whatever. And a lot of just regular media outlets are starting to do these roundups because they know that people are looking for it. So sometimes just doing a quick Google search like that, you can be able to find stuff, and it will be on like regular websites like BuzzFeed or, Refinery 21 or whatever.
Yeah. So someone put it, I was just going to say, someone put in the chat, we need diversebooks.org is a good resource as well. Yeah.
And then there's also the Brown Bookshelf, which is awesome.
Yes.
Yes.
As well. Lots of interviews with the authors as well as the books they provide. So
yeah. So that was one of the ones I was going to say. The Brown Bookshelf, The Dark Fantastic is a blog, and it talks about pretty much everything, how we were saying we wanted diversity within the books that we have. And that pretty much talks about like a lot of fantastical, books by Black creators. The Brown Bookshelf, Marley Diaz, 1,000 books,
that's right.
Black girl books.
Oh yeah.
Yes. It's amazing.
That's an amazing one too.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. I was doing
that's okay. It's Marley Diaz, Dias.
Oh, Marley! Oh
Marley.
My God!
Yes.
She's actually featured my book a couple times when she was younger in her thing.
And so she has 1,000 Black girl books. So so just amazing. Like,
I think also you can follow other like Black authors that you already know about, or illustrators that you already know about, follow them on social media. And then almost every Black author I know are shouting out other Black authors all the time.
Right.
So if you're, for instance, like one of my friends, Nick Stone, she writes middle grade NYA, and I know she's always talking about other people's books too.
Yeah.
So that's an easy thing to do if you're on social media, to just follow other authors of color, and then it'll sort of, I don't know, bottleneck into other finding out other people.
Sure.
And I have to say that Vanessa, I've been girl crushing you for years because I started following your artwork when you were just really getting into being starting to get noticed, because all of your images looked like things out of my head. So I was like, oh, let me see how she's doing now. I would go back to your Ooh La La site.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I ain't playing. I'm serious. I was like, so I would check on you and then I would Google your name and I was like, oh yeah. So, and I was so happy when people started to get you. And I would, then I was like, I saw more and more. And, as a would-be illustrator, I'm still hopeful. So I look at your work and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to follow with her. I'm going to do like Vanessa did. I'm going to do it because Vanessa said I'm doing it. I'm going to do it too. But I love it. You've really inspired me. I've looked at some of your images and just got ideas for other books I wanted to write, for other characters, for other people, so your images, your artwork evokes that. And I want you to know, if it does that in my old heart, I can't even imagine what it does for the children to be able to see that. Because
y'all just blessed my heart.
Yeah,
I'm just telling y'all,
it's been a lot.
I'm not gonna cry. I got family coming over in a little bit, and I'm not gonna cry.
I ain't gonna
y'all
do
need
it.
to know my voice gonna be a little shaky because I am very moved.
Yeah.
Oh, don't cry, because then I'm gonna cry.
I didn't mean to make you cry. That was from the heart.
So it is just, it is giving me my flowers. And sometimes I would be so hard on myself thinking, well, if you just did it a little bit differently, if you did it like this, maybe, this would happen or the other thing would happen, and I can only be true to myself. And so when I hear Ashley say that she enjoys Grandma's Purse, and when I hear you say what you do, you ladies don't know, I am dyslexic. And so reading is not always the easiest thing for me to do. But I will struggle through the first pages of your books, and I look at your books and I'm like, wow, the voice is just of myself when I was that age. Yeah. And so even though it might be a book that is, even if it's a book that is new and fresh from Ashley or something from Sherry, I always find myself in there, somewhere in the emotions, somewhere in those things. And that's the connection. That's the thing that will bring Blacks and whites and Asians and Hispanic and Latino and Indians together, is that we feel some of the same things. It might be a different culture, but we know what it's like to be sad. We know what it's like to not have. We know what it's like to lose mamas and daddies, not know who you are, be picked on at school. All of that, to want something better, to tell your mom and dad you want to be an artist, like I did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
My mom and dad looked at me like, you done lost your mind because you need to get a full-time job because you ain't living here with us forever. So, baby, you can't be an artist because we ain't never seen nobody be an artist. So how can a child be what it's never seen before? Right. My mom and dad were musicians. So they thought, hey, listen, you can sing. We know you can sing. We know you can play piano, all that kind of stuff, you and your sister, but to be an artist, that's a little bit different. And then when I have Asian friends who said, Vanessa, our parents said the same thing to us.
Right.
Be a doctor, be anything, but don't come in here talking about you want to be an artist.
That's right.
And to put that in a children's book where not just, like I said, Black people, but Asian, or Hispanic or Latino or whoever, and even white will look at it and go, wow, that your parents felt that way about you. That's interesting. It makes everybody think.
Right. Yeah. So when we put these books out and our voices are being heard, what, I know we're running short on time, so we only have like about 4 minutes maybe. So what is your hope for Black children, boys and girls, when they read your story? And what is your hope for people who are not Black to when they read your stories? What do you want for them to get from your stories?
I think for non-Black people, you know, we're seeing all this Black Lives Matter stuff, and like, yes, Black Lives Matter, but I think the way that we make Black Lives Matter to non-Black people without resorting to, you know, trauma porn, these videos that everybody's showing, you know, is to humanize ourselves in their eyes. And I think stories are a really good way to humanize anyone, because in a story, those universal things that Vanessa was mentioning, you know, grief, love, friendship, all of those things can come through in a story very clearly. And if you're able to read a story about a person who doesn't look like you and understand that they feel the same things that you feel, I think it will be a lot harder to see, you know, a Black man walking down the street as a threat, because you just read a story about a little Black kid who, you know, fell and hurt his leg, who lost his mom, who lost his toy and was sad about it. So yeah, I think I hope that our stories humanize Black people for non-Black people. And I think for Black kids, I hope they read our stories and feel a little bit less alone and understand that, you know, there are people, even if they're not their immediate friends, who are going through the same things that they're going through.
Yeah. No,
And
I
guess I agree totally. I guess the only, you said that so beautifully. I guess the only thing I would add in terms of what I want people to see is I always try to find the joy in the situation. Like the character, you know, I'm putting them through this test, and I hate to challenge my characters. Like, I get sad when they have to fight with their mamas, and I just drag my feet sometimes because I don't want to do it, but you have to do it. And I want the Black or white kids, I want them to see that process of living and the joy that can come out of it at the end if you just hang on to it. So, and that's what I think is universal too, because we all struggling, but we get caught up in the struggle and we think that our struggle is different than theirs and their struggle is different than mine. And we all got to eat. We all want to be warm. We all want to be loved. You know, it's really not that different, but we put all these artifices in the way, these artificial things that just make us crazy, thinking of, you know, well, she must think this or she must be like that. You know, she got to eat too. That's all I'm saying. So
I agree with both ladies. I don't have anything to say. They summed it up. That's it.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask another question because someone put this in the chat, and I think it's really important. You know, as creators, they wanted to know about self-care. How do you take care of yourself when you're writing about these heavy topics that you're trying to come across, you know, and give that information to children? But how do you take care of yourself? Like, how do you work through that as a creator?
It's almost like therapy for me. Honestly. It's getting it out of me and getting it on paper, the bad thoughts, the feelings and all that. And much like Sherry said, is bringing the joy out of it. You know, what seemed like it didn't serve you at the moment. We wouldn't be able to have stories if we didn't go through those particular traumas or different things. Yeah. And so that's what stories are birthed out of. They're born out of adversity. It's, you know, we don't want to give it to our characters sometimes, but it is what causes you to grow and it causes you to be the best storyteller ever. So for me, it's meditation and prayer.
That's amazing. That's beautiful. Yes. Ashley?
For me, it's therapy and carbs.
Oh, Ashley. Yes, girl. What pasta molehill?
No, but I have therapy every other week, and I strongly advocate therapy if it's available to you. I understand it's a privilege, that not everybody can afford it. I'm lucky enough to be insured, and like, if there's any kind of mental health like wellness that you can incorporate into your life, regardless of how you do it. If meditation is your thing, if yoga is your thing, you know, you can pull up a free yoga video on YouTube, you know, or, you know, talk therapy, journaling, any kind of thing to take care of your brain. I also take CBD because I have pretty bad anxiety, and that is really helpful to me. So, and I'm definitely somebody who eats her feelings. So lots of carbs. This computer right now is sitting on a box of beignets. I had a waffle for breakfast. I had chicken and waffles for breakfast. So yeah, I eat my feelings and I go to therapy.
Great, I love that. I love it. You're so honest. I appreciate that. Sherry, what do you have to add?
I don't know that I have anything to follow that up with. Writing for me itself is cathartic. The writing is my therapy. And I like to drive when, you know, especially if I'm having story problems. I'll get in my car and I head off to somewhere. I don't know where I'm going when I get in the car. Sometimes I listen to a book. Sometimes I just roll the window down and listen to the road. And that's my therapy. It's rare that I would come back from that drive and not have been able to work something out.
Yeah.
You know, that it didn't, you know, I have to be going through something really tough for the ride not to do anything. So yeah, that's my, other than what these ladies said, that's one thing that I do. I like to drive.
I do something similar. I live in New York, so I take really long walks sometimes.
Yes.
Either headphones on or headphones off, same as you, windows down, or, you know, music on or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, similarly, if I get stuck or if I'm annoyed or stressed out or whatever, a long walk usually helps me too.
That's great. I mean, that's great. So what I want to say is we're going to close now. And I want to thank you all so much for lending your voices to our kids, and letting them know and feeling that connection and understanding and letting them know that someone out there understands where they're coming from, so that they will have the confidence to be able to grow up and be able to be their authentic selves, whatever that is. So for any of you students out there watching, any adults, any creators that are watching, you know, our voices matter, and that gives us the confidence. And just like, you know, we're gushing on each other because we love each other's stories so much, you know, that's inspiration, you know, and we grow from that. And so next year, this time when we come back together, my hope is that, I know it may take the industry a little while for it to be, you know, us telling our own stories and the stats to be even, but that's our goal. You know, keep writing, keep shining, keep thriving, and, you know, keep mentoring the next group of creators to come up, because we're going to have created this pathway for them that they can just walk right through, and it won't be this struggle anymore. So we really won't, maybe we won't have to have a conversation about why Black authors matter. Right.
Well, this has been such a blessing to me. It's been so wonderful to meet you ladies and to see you all again. And I really, really hope we get to see each other in person next year. I hope we're blessed to be able to, you know, to come together, because I got hugs to give. I need to hug y'all.
Yeah.
I got hugs to give.
Yeah. So for the panel out there, I mean, for the audience out there, follow us on Twitter, on social media, and, you know, connect with us. And we would love to have you follow us and read our stories. And we look forward to seeing you, you know, next year. And so the next panel that's coming up after this is characters in a struggle, in trauma. So I'm going to be on that panel too, because my book takes my characters through Hurricane Katrina. So if you guys want to, join me and figure out, see about my taking, my characters through their trauma. So
Congratulations on the book too.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations, yes.
And I look forward to reading everyone's book. And Vanessa has her book coming out, and Ashley just had her book come out last month.
I can't wait. I got everybody's websites and stuff up.
Go shopping, girl.
Yeah,
I'm going shopping.
Such a joy.
I love you guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, such a powerful, amazing session, you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much.
For those that are listening, this is Craig from BAM. I'm like a disembodied voice, so that's fine. It's like this. So again, yes, thank you to Judy, Vanessa, Sherry, and Ashley for a fantastic session. Next up, I'm going to be adding people to our session, Characters in Crisis, Catherine Murphy, Stacey Ramey, Christina Diaz Gonzalez, and of course, Judy Allen Dodson, which is here right now with us already. So just give me a moment and I will add people to the panel.
You want me to stay? You want me to stay?
You're welcome to stay. Yep. You don't have to go anywhere.
All right.
Hello.
Can you
Hello again.
my background? How do I
Adding more
Hi, Stacy.
Hey, Christina. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
do the blur? Okay. All right, thank you. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Catherine.
Almost there. Oops. Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3. Oh, just 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Just making sure I got everybody. All right. Go in here. And Judy, you're still there, right?
Okay, thanks.
I think she's there. Judy, are you with us? All right, we'll give her a moment to come back. She was in another panel, but I mean, she's obviously here. Let's see, Catherine, you're the moderator today, right? For the characters.
That's correct.
Awesome. All right. So you have the questions all good?
All ready to go.
Awesome. So then questions will be coming through the chat. So go ahead, just be mindful of those that come through and feel free to answer them however you feel is natural and whatnot. And take it away.
Great. And we're live, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome to the audience. My name is Catherine Murphy. I'll be your moderator today. The panel is Characters in Crisis. We'll be chatting with author Christina Diaz Gonzalez, known for her Moving Target series, children's author Judy Allen Dodson, who wrote Escape from Hurricane Katrina, which is coming out this summer, and young adult author Stacey Ramey, whose most recent book is Switching Fates. Hello, authors.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So to start off, would you each introduce yourself and share what genre of books you like to write? And finally, would you give us a brief synopsis of your most recent book? And we can start with the way it goes on my screen. If we could start with Judy. And I just want to say, I just watched your panel and it was fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you.
for that.
Thank
It was
you
really
so much for that. It was so much fun. Like, wow, they're amazing. Like, I don't really have to do anything. I just had to be there to open up the panel and they just go. They're just amazing creators. So my name is Judy Allen Dodson, and I am a children's book writer as well as a librarian, and I'm an archivist as well. So I keep historical documents for generations to research. And so I fell in love with research, and well, I guess I fell in love with librarianship as well and children's book writing. And so my latest book, Escape from Hurricane Katrina, is about JoJo and Sophie and their adventure. They live, it's about their adventure on how they escape from Hurricane Katrina and how they work through that trauma.
And maybe not everybody who's watching this panel went through Hurricane Katrina. So it's really neat that you get to tell that story for people who maybe weren't alive yet when Hurricane Katrina came through.
Yeah, and actually too, Hurricane Katrina, the 15th anniversary, believe it or not, was last year. So a lot of the children who are who are young readers now, they were not born 15 years ago when Hurricane Katrina came. So it was a very good opportunity for me to bring the twins along to be able to tell that story through them and let young readers be able to understand what it meant and how they got through it, where they, how they were courageous and what they did to be able to come out on the other side and live through that.
It's really neat. Christina, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Christina Diaz-Gonzalez. I am an author of middle grade books, different genres within middle grade, sort of like Judy. My first two books are historical fiction, The Red Umbrella and The Thunderous Whisper, which take place in different times in history. The Red Umbrella is in 1960, and it's about a Cuban girl who comes over through Operation Pedro Pan, and it's loosely based on the experience of my family. Thunderous Whisper takes place during the Spanish Civil War, just right before World War II, and it involves a young girl who's basically told that she's meaningless, she's insignificant, and she ends up working with a group of spies and tries to protect her town and find out what Hitler is going to be doing. So there's a lot of action and adventure, just like Judy's books, within historical elements. But the more recent books that I have are a series called the Moving Target series, which is Moving Target and Return Fire. And this is not historically accurate or based. It's all action and adventure. It takes place in today's world. It's about a young girl whose name is Cassia Arroyo, and her father gets a job as an Italian art history professor in Italy, in Rome. And they move there, and she's going to an American school in Rome, and she's just trying to navigate living in a new country when right out of the first chapter, she's being chased and people are coming after her and her father, and they're actually assassins. She soon discovers that she is actually of an ancient bloodline, and that there's a legendary object called the Spear of Destiny, which is an actual real legendary object. Adolf Hitler was actually obsessed with acquiring it, and the King Arthur tales included in part of their stories. And the legend of the Spear of Destiny is that whoever possesses the spear can control the immediate future. And so I gave it a twist where there's an ancient organization that was protecting the spear, because you don't want it to fall into the wrong hands and have someone be changing the course of destiny. But the spear has gone missing and it's been hidden by someone. And the organization has taken on the position where if they cannot protect the spear, they must protect the world from the spear's power. And that includes anyone who can wield the power of the spear, which is any descendant of the original spear holder who has the birthmark. And of course, our heroine, Cassie, is that such person. And so in order to save herself and save her family, she has to piece together all these secret clues that are hidden throughout Italy and solve riddles and try to find the spear. And then in the course of, if she finds the spear, she must make the decision whether she will use the spear and what that will do if she uses the spear to save someone she loves, she puts the world in jeopardy. And so those consequences of certain actions she takes ends up resulting in the follow-up book of Return Fire. So those are my two books. The parallel between all the stories is I love action adventure, whether it's historically based or more imaginative assassins coming after you. I love twists and turns, whether they happen to characters in historical settings or in settings of my own.
Excellent. You had a lot of fun following her around Rome. It is a very action-packed book.
It is.
And Stacy, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Stacy Ramey. I am. This was my debut book, The Sister Pact, and the first 4 books I wrote were all in the young adult contemporary realistic space. So, and the first 3 books were all in the same universe. Somebody from each book is carried on into the next one. But The Sister Pact was about 2 sisters who form a suicide pact. One goes through with it, and the other one doesn't. And she's sort of living with how did she not know her sister was going to go through with it, and why did she abandon the pact, and all the trauma that ensues. And she's trying to find herself. She's an artist. She's trying to find her art again, but it's hard to do when she's grieving so hard for her sister. And then The Homecoming is, one of the characters, kind of an anti-hero from the Sister Pact, and his return from that town to his hometown, and how he's getting over the suicide of his girlfriend. And then The Secrets We Bury. This one might be my favorite book of all time. It's about a kid who has who's neuro diverse, and he hikes the Appalachian Trail to get away from his family and to make decisions for himself. So he's 17 and a half when he hikes it. And he has no experience hiking. He has no experience camping. He needs everything to be perfect in his world, but he's kind of, a funny guy, and he finds humor in the weirdest places. And he thinks it would be easier to hike the trail than go to the special school they want to send him to, the therapeutic school. So, and he figures by the time he emerges, after 6 months on the trail, then he'll be 18 and he can decide his own educational fate. So I did love this book quite a bit. But my latest book is a complete departure. It's an urban fantasy about a boy whose girlfriend is dying of leukemia. And he asks his ex-girlfriend to call on the fates of mythology to save his girlfriend, his current girlfriend. And, like we were saying, there's threads that run through the whole thing. Of course, it's not really a great idea to do that, to call on the fates to help you save. And then he ends up having to play God, choosing who lives and who dies. And that's a horrible thing to have to do, even to save Courtney. And, but the thread that runs through all of my books is they're very complicated people and complicated love. And, they love hard, but, it causes problems sometimes.
I just finished reading Switching Fates, also a super action-packed book and really fun to follow along. And I'm going to come back to the topic of choices a little bit later into our questions. But jumping into the theme of our panel today, as we all know, there's a lot of upheaval going on in our world, especially with the pandemic. The events around us shape our everyday lives, but they don't define us. You have each written about stories of characters who are struggling, much like we are now. So what inspired you to write about your characters' struggles? And you can go as you're inspired.
So the reason why I wanted to write about Hurricane Katrina, as I said in my intro, was because it was 15 years ago, and it was the 15th anniversary was coming up. And so I thought, what could I do to be able to have this historical knowledge that I have, and to be able to bring young readers along with me on this journey of knowing about their history. And so what I wanted to do was, at first, I just created the boy character. And I thought, gosh, wouldn't it be nice if he had a sister? But wouldn't it even be even better if he had a twin sister? And so they could kind of like feed off of each other, because you know how people say, oh, you're twinning. And, you know, so they do a lot of twinning in the book. And so that's a special connection. And so when they're faced with this adversity, they do a lot of twinning. So they can almost read each other's thoughts. So it's almost kind of like, it's not so much fantasy, but it's like this connection. It's a deeper connection than if you went with your friend or even your sister. It's like your twin, you know? So, you know, I just wanted them to be able to understand that, yes, you can go through trauma, but you can also come out of it as well. You know, the bumps, it's like a roller coaster, you know, in Hurricane Katrina, because they're safe, they're living their lives, you know, as these little middle grade twins, and then all of a sudden, bam, they're hit with, you know, this natural disaster that really takes them off of anything they've ever known before. And so I wanted children to be able to see, yes, you can go through adversity, but you can also come through it as well. I mean, it may not be pretty on the other side, but you do get through it, and you may need therapy afterwards, but it's going to be okay. You know, as long as you have the support of your family and your twin, then things are going to be okay.
I always wanted to be a twin. So
Me too.
I have an older brother and an older sister who I adore. They're my life, and they are fantastic. But I did always kind of want to have a twin.
I did too. So that's why I always, you'll see in like my storyline, it's like twins or triplets, and you know, just this connection, because I think that's just so fun. It's just
How
so
fun is that?
Mhm.
So in answer to the question, so the Sister Pact, I wrote this was my debut, and it's a really heavy book, and I wrote it at a very dark time in my life. My mom was dying of cancer. We lost her 10 years ago. And so it was a very difficult time for me, and this was therapy for me to do it. But I also wanted to represent these kids accurately. You know what I mean? I work in a high school. I've worked in a high school. I'm a speech pathologist by day. So, and I have been one for 30 years. And during that time, I've always chosen to work with kids. I find them to be, it's like such a privilege to be able to do that, and to get to know these incredible human beings. And they're going through a lot, you know, and people don't give them credit for that, or adults in their lives don't always recognize how much they're going through. And so this book was kind of an answer to that let the kids heal, you know, let's take care of them. And I will say that there was a teacher in my school who came up to me. She goes, I'm so excited that you're an author, and I'm never reading this book, and I'm never letting my daughter read this book because it's horrible. Because it has, you know, drugs in it and trigger warning for suicide and ideation and that kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, you definitely don't have to read it. That's totally fine. She's like, could you maybe write a nice book about like a girl who's just not doing so great in math, but everything else in her life is really great. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to leave that to your capable hands to tackle, and I'm just going to stay in my lane. So that's what I have to say. The kids that are, we need to be teaching kids to be empathetic, because we're not reading enough books anymore. That's a problem. We're not reading enough books in elementary school. We're not reading enough books in our personal lives. We're not reading enough. And that's how you learn a lot of empathy. And kids need to read to find out how to cope and go through things. So.
Yeah, I mean, for the Moving Target series, I mean, I don't expect any of my readers to have to face off against assassins coming after them, where they have to make a choice of whether to save their family or save the world. And, you know, these are larger questions and larger dilemmas than any of the readers will likely ever face. But the traumas, the decisions, the problems they are facing are equally important and monumental, and they have to face those with just as much courage. So I think it goes back to the idea of, yes, the main character is being faced with a little bit of, it almost seems insurmountable. Odds are against her, and just the consequences of her actions are just so far reaching. But she's still having to deal with mundane problems as well as, who does she turn to in a moment of crisis? And, she's fortunate enough to have a best friend. And, does she trust this stranger that seems trustworthy or not? Who does she trust? Who does she believe? And even the supporting cast of characters, her best friend is also dealing with issues where, it on the surface, she looks like she has it all. She's wealthy and her mother is extremely powerful and world known. And yet all she looks and wants is the love and attention of her mother, which she doesn't get. So each character is fighting their own battles in the small sense, as well as in the larger grand scheme of the overarching plot.
So following that, I have a two-part question. What would you say is the best part and the hardest part about envisioning a world where the characters have these monumental struggles?
I'll start.
Sure.
So the best part is that you get to write them through it, right? Like, oh yeah. I mean, that gives you the momentum. You don't have to think about the overreaching problem, because you can work. The best part is getting to know your character and how they tell you they would get through this problem. Like a lot of times, because this is such a heavy subject, Hurricane Katrina, if you go back and you look at the videos and you see the trauma that the Black community had gone through in New Orleans, in the Ninth Ward, where no one was coming to save them for days, right? And so the best part for me was being able to give them the momentum and learn about how they would have gotten through that. Like, Sophie is like this amazing swimmer. And guess what? She has to learn how to swim because all this water, the levees break, right? And then she has to swim her way through this. And it's like, oh my gosh. And JoJo is an amazing, coder. So he has to figure out, in his brain, how can we navigate through all this? And so that's the fun part. The worst part is that, yes, it's historical fiction in the book, but it's real life. So that heaviness that weighed on me, having to comb through the videos and the sadness and the sickness and really what really just tore me apart was the lack of caring for this Black community in the Ninth Ward. How dare you treat them like that, during this crisis, so it was just heavy. And that was the sad part and the worst part for me. But the fun part was taking Sophie and JoJo and, and their neighbors through this adventure, and also bringing their pets along with them too. So that's a good part too. And kids love pets. So I was happy that they were able to figure out a way to bring their pets along with them.
I think for me, for the best part of writing something like Moving Target is I get to experience being the writer and the reader simultaneously, because I know what my ending is, and I figure out my beginning, but then the journey in between, I'm not one of these people who does a great outline. So I discover the story as I'm going along. So I'm writing and I'm writing it, but at the same time, as a reader, I'm thinking, well, what do I think is going to happen next? Or what would I want to happen next? And sometimes then as the writer, I'm like, aha, I got you. It's not going to be that. It's going to be this. And then the worst part for me is being that writer and saying, oh, I'm going to do X, Y, Z so I can get to this next pivotal scene. And as I'm writing, my characters, which usually take on a life of their own, are like, we don't feel that, and we want to do something else, and they start shifting the story. In my imagination, they're not complying with what I perceive to be the correct best action. So I have to deal with what these my characters that are living in my imagination take over. And so they sometimes deviate off the path, and sometimes side characters that I think will only show up for just a few pages end up taking over part of the story. So I have to kind of try to rein in the cast of characters sometimes, which is fun, but sometimes it is the worst part.
I loved everybody's answers. This is such a great panel. I'm so glad to be on it. So for Switching Fates, this was like an outlandish kind of book, but it was sort of the worst part of it. It was spurned on, or it was created after, my mother died, and then 2 years later, my father died. And so my brother and sister and I, thank God, are very close, but we really, you're always faced with that question, like, why do the good people go, and I always knew I had won the lottery with my family and how wonderful they were, but it's that lingering question, like, and so this was an answer to me. You don't get to choose who lives and dies, thank God, because it's a horrible perspective. And even when it's somebody who's maybe not like the first choice that Brian has to make should be an easy choice, save one of his friends or save this hardened criminal who had killed his wife. But every decision he makes is a trick, because we should not be doing that. We should not be choosing. And so it was kind of a way to set things to rights for me. Like, things happen the way they're supposed to happen, even when they're devastating, even when they break you. You just have to keep going.
And as authors, you get to make all of these awesome choices. Similarly to your characters, you get to provide them with their choices, which leads us into the next question, which is more about you and your own youth. And if you had faced challenges in your youth and how that might have informed your writing, and if you have any messages for your younger self.
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go.
So I grew up in Maryland. I'm Jewish. And when we moved into our neighborhood, I remember my mom saying, I was like 6 or 7, saying there are 3 Jewish families on this street, which she had never said before. So that kind of got the alarm bells going a little, even as a little kid, like, why are you pointing that out, Mom? And well, I found out quickly why. In my high school, I was one of 5 Jewish people in that school. And the anti-Semitism was just so bad. I mean, the teachers were angry with me for being Jewish. I took off for the Jewish holidays. They were pissed. It affected their lesson plan, and they took it out on me. We read horrible literature that made fun of Jewish people, like the Canterbury Tales. And I sat there in class while they made fun of, me and my people. And I had a teacher who Mr. Van Hassen, who happened to be German, who called me Little Miss Holocaust in front of the whole class. Yeah, it was a terrible, terrible thing. But the good thing about it is, in a way, it allowed me to stay separate. Now, I had friends. I had very close friends, seminal friends. My friend John Smallwood, who I adored in high school, just recently passed this year, and I miss him terribly. But he, so it's not like I was lonely. I don't mean that. I just mean that I couldn't be my authentic self with most people. But in a way, that kept me out of trouble. I never wanted to conform. I always had the attitude, like the teacher who didn't defend me when they were doing that, she kind of got hers from me, which is maybe not such a great thing. But, I was a great student. I should have been a great English student, but, I should have also been protected, and the friends that I had, the close friends that I had, made me feel like I had a right to be protected. And so I think that is the good thing that comes out of it. You become your individual self. And, and growing up, I had in college, I had people tell me they were Jewing someone down. I had like all this stuff happens and you just sort of don't realize how embedded it is. And but you know what, at the end of the day, I'm still so lucky. I have great friends, I have great family, and I get to write about things that are important to me and maybe help somebody else see that same struggle.
For me, it was similar, but at the same time, very different than Stacy. I grew up in a small Southern town. I was born there. We were the only Hispanic family. There were no others. And so being the only Spanish speaking family, my parents made the conscious decision of not teaching me English until I went to school, to make sure that I would be fully bilingual. And so inside our home, my grandparents lived with us. We only spoke Spanish, and outside we would speak English. But that being the case, I was still very much embraced and did not see as a child any type of racism or racist attitudes, which were extremely prevalent in this very small town. But I didn't see it. I really was very fortunate. I was protected. It was almost, I don't want to say a novelty act, but it was a novelty in town, because if they heard a foreign language being spoken, they assumed it was the Diaz family speaking. It might have been someone coming through, and there was a time, I think someone was driving through, because it was a very small town, so one of those were speed traps, but someone's car, I think, had broken down, and I remember someone calling my house and asking to speak to my dad, because the people who had been stopped spoke a foreign language. Now, I don't remember what it was that they spoke, but it was not Spanish. And my dad was like, "We speak Spanish and we can't help you."
Can't help you.
And they were like, "Well, if you know one more language than we do, maybe you can." And he's like, "No, I really can't." So it was interesting. And then I grew up there until junior high. And then right before high school, I moved to Miami, where you would think, oh, well, now everyone is bilingual. And, it's such a large Cuban American community and all this. And that's when I experienced being shunned. Because when I moved to Miami, I had a very strong Southern accent. So I moved in the middle of ninth grade. And here I come, Cristina Diaz, bilingual, speaks Spanish, Cuban American like everyone, but a huge Southern drawl. And so, the kids would say, "Oh, there she is. There goes Miss Southern Belle." I was called the Cuban Cracker, like all these things. And it's funny because that shapes a lot of what I put in my characters. It's that feeling of not belonging. Because in this small town where, by all accounts, I should have felt like I did not belong, I had actually found my place as being the unique person, the one that spoke two languages. And then I moved to a big city where everyone seemed to look like me, and I was feeling lost. And then come to find out, oh, you are different, but now we'll make fun of it. So it's all those, counterintuitive feelings of trying to belong, I think, is what comes across in all my characters. They're trying to find a place and a group of people where they belong, whether it's family or friends. They're trying to find their place in the world.
Yeah. Wow. I love your answers. I don't even know how I can follow these. My experience, not so much in this book, so much, because I guess I can say I had to put it in the book that they were being treated, JoJo and Sophie, well, not even just JoJo and Sophie, just the community itself was being I guess marginalized, but traumatized, but not supported and looked at as vandals. So when the hurricane comes through and they're trying to make their way from the Ninth Ward up to the Superdome, where they have to be able to get to some kind of help, and they have to do this all by themselves. But in that instance, my experience, but really the true experience was that when JoJo and Sophie see people breaking into like storefronts, breaking into stores, trying to find food and water. And then, me seeing this from North Carolina when it's actually happening, right? Because I'm living through this through the news, that they're saying, look at them, look at those people down there, and they're vandals. They're breaking into, storefronts. They're, robbing stores and all this other stuff. But if they weren't Black, would you have thought that they were that as a negative? Like, to me, it was just so much negativity. And I add a little bit of that in the story because I want children to be able to see that based off of the color of their skin, they're treated differently. But JoJo and Sophie, they don't know so much about that, but they see it, they witness it. And it's in Escape from Hurricane Katrina, we do a reality checks on the side. And so JoJo and Sophie it's at the back of the book. So you go through the chapter and then it's historical fiction. And then at the end of the chapter, it's reality checks. So when JoJo and Sophie are seeing this vandalism going on, at the end of the book, at the reality check, I put that into perspective for them to say, this was discrimination toward that Black community, toward the way that these people were being treated and being portrayed in the media as savages, as thieves, as less than, and that and that's not right. And so my experience growing up, I'm born and raised from Cleveland. Shout out to Cleveland. And so pretty much lived in, Black community, had some desegregation going on where we were bused, to the white schools and the white kids were bused to the Black school, to integrate, right? And so I moved to high school, moved to Toledo, Ohio. Now this is a little bit more of a diverse community. And so in that community, my experience going to high school is, Black, white, very little BIPOC of any other sorts, not too many, anybody else, just pretty much Black and white. So I'm called the N-word in high school for the first time in my life. So I'm shocked into like, what? Is this for real? I mean, I had heard that and people had talked about that, but it never happened to me. So when it happens to me, oh, we're going to handle this, right? Not me personally, because I felt like these white boys calling me the N-word and threatening me on the school bus was something that I didn't feel like I could handle. So immediately I say, because my dad, your parents being Black, your parents teach you at a very young age, you're going to be, this could happen. We're prepared when we go out into the world. And just like I had to prepare my children, which I shouldn't have to, because I want them to come home every time they leave out the door, my parents had to prepare me. And that's what we have to do as a Black community. So immediately I go to my dad. My dad comes on that school bus. What? So he's like, so basically it was squashed at that point. So I bring a little bit of me into the book, but it's just to show the disparity and the negativity and how media and people see Black people. So there.
A lot of these themes are universal, but society is changing so quickly. Do you think that there are issues that youth today are facing that you didn't face? And how do you adapt and learn how to write for this next generation?
Well, I think social media. I mean, just the whole social media phenomenon that kids today have to deal with, you know, having to get a certain number of likes or views on a certain, you know, whether they're doing something on TikTok or, you know, just everything they do is chronicled, and feeling that they need that validation from the social media world, and I think there's so much also bullying that from behind the keyboard, that it makes it easier to bully kids, where, you know, when I was young, it was either face to face or a note, or, you know, you heard someone talking behind your back, but it wasn't forever ingrained on the internet.
Yes.
And I really do think that takes a psychological toll on kids. That is another just element which can be used in a productive way, but there's so much just potential for trauma, for misuse, that I commend students today having to deal with it, because as adults, I see people misusing and, you know, living for that, you know, how many people liked my post, or how many people did. And these are adults that have gotten caught up in it, let alone kids who are still trying to form who they are. So, I mean, I think that, you know, it's a tough thing for kids today to navigate. And I haven't really dealt with it directly in my books. I have a new book coming out. I'll show you the cover because that's all I have. It comes out in October. This is not all I have of the book. I have an entire book, but not to show. But it's called Concealed. And the way I ended up navigating social media, it was a byproduct of the situation, but it also relieved my having to deal with social media in the book. Was the main character believes she is in the witness protection program, her and her family. And so she has to go by different names. She's constantly changing her name and moving and all these things. And one of the key rules is no social media. You can never, you know, show up on social media because they can track you. So she is not ever on social media except once. And it's not by her own doing, but someone happens to take a picture and post it, and she knows the rules, but she doesn't want to have to move, so she doesn't say anything to her parents, and they get discovered. That discovery ends up resulting in her discovery that her parents have actually been lying to her. They're not in the witness protection program. And there's another even bigger life-altering reason why they have constantly been changing her name and moving and really restricting her freedoms. So, but that's how I personally, at least, have dealt with social media within my books.
Well, the good thing for me is we do address cell phones in the book, because as we all know, like in 2006, not so much social media presence, you know, maybe like MySpace or, you know, something along those lines. But since it's historical fiction, we go back to, you know, that time period, and we talk about cell phones, but not in the story, but in one of the reality checks, you know, and let the, you know, young readers know, because I'm sure one of their questions would be like, why couldn't they call somebody? Right. Why didn't they have their cell phones on them? Because, you know, they're born with cell phones in their hands now, you know, and we address that to let them know that it wasn't a big presence, you know, back then. They didn't have cell phones, you know, so Jojo and Sophie, they don't have cell phones. They have one cell phone in the house, and their mother takes it with her when she leaves before the storm hits. And so that's the only way that she's able to communicate with them, but they're left behind. So there is no social media in 2006 in the book, but we do address it. And so how do we deal with, you know, social media today? Well, the good thing about it is, I guess, being able to promote the book and have, young readers, blog about it and post about it and talk about it and have their own online social media presence about conversations about our books. So I think it's a good thing, but I do agree with Christina. It's a lot of bullying, but it's like a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You can't have the good without the bad. So even though it's a continual constance of information coming through, but on the flip side, on the negative bad side, it's maybe the constant bullying that you can't even get away from. Before social media, you could go home and, whew, yeah, that happened in school and have to deal with it when you got to school or on the playground or whatever. But now it's just a constant. So it's just a double-edged sword. You have to take the good with the bad. And we just have to figure out a way to connect with the young readers through social media. And even when I say young readers, even their parents, and librarians and caregivers. We have to communicate, with them, because that's where we're going to find a lot of our readers. And even, teachers are on social media now. So got to take the good with the bad.
So I sort of got so interested in the answers that I can't really remember the question, but I think I'm just going to talk, if that's okay with everybody. So social media, the problem with bullying on social media, really the problem with bullying, I don't understand why you'd be mean to somebody. I don't get it. There are people I don't get along with. I've always told my kids, you should not ever be able to tell how I feel about somebody based on how I treat them, because I should treat everybody kindly. It takes a lot less work to be kind, a lot less energy to be kind. It takes a lot less toll on yourself and your personal psyche to be kind. And when people are mean, I tend to just not even deal with them. I kind of am done and I sort of walk away. I've always been like that. And I think that is the benefit of some of the bullying, is I'm just like, I don't understand why you hate me. You don't even know me. And I'm not, you don't deserve my attention. But I was lucky to feel that way. And I think with social media, it's worse, because it really is, somebody says something mean and then somebody else jumps on and you feel like the whole world is against you. So I do feel so badly for the teens today for that. But having said that, I think they're so much smarter than we were. I mean, I took a lot of chances that I know my kids didn't take. I mean, they took other chances, and my kids are grown now, so they're admitting to the things they did. And but so I just think, obviously the book, in this book, in It's My Life, she has, the main character has cerebral palsy. She's always felt like, this is just who I am. I have CP. It's okay. I use a walker sometimes, I use a motorized wheelchair sometimes if I need to, and it was never a problem. And then she finds out that her condition was caused, or she thinks her condition is caused by the doctor's error. And that changes the whole outlook for her. And also the fact that her parents lied to her about it. They'd never told her that. So then she sort of withdraws and gives up on herself, which I give up on myself all the time. I'm so glad for the days, it's a victory when I haven't, right? And that's the other thing about kids today. They're so resilient. They don't give up on themselves. I'm so proud of them. But her childhood crush moves back to town, and he ends up being in her English class, and she anonymously texts him and helps him in class because he is dyslexic. I'm very dyslexic, so I get how that is. She reaches out to him anonymously, and then she wonders, will she accept, because they were always good friends, best of friends. And it's that blurry relationships we were talking about on another panel, should we, shouldn't we? Anyway, so in that way, social media in a sense, or cell phones in a sense, were used for a fairly positive end result. So I just think it depends. And I think we just have to be compassionate with kids and see what they're going through and support them any way we can.
So, and that question had started with, what challenges do young people face today that might be different from when we were younger?
Oh,
yeah. But that leads into, something that young people face is the pandemic. And could you imagine how it might be, like how your characters might respond to the pandemic, or how might your writing change going forward, responding to the pandemic? And I'll just let you know that we're closing in on time. So they'll be short.
So I am a speech pathologist in the public schools. So, and I am partially remote because I have asthma. So they've allowed me to be remote for some, but some of my kids are in self-contained classes and I have to be there and I have to be on their computers with them. I can't shout to them from across the room, press enter. I'm not going to do that. But for some kids, virtual learning is a godsend. They're like, wow, I don't have to be upright in a chair all day long. I'm not talking about my self-contained kids either. I'm talking about kids like me, like I can do my lesson. I can get up, I can walk around, I can be, kind of thing, but it's just so hard for them socially. That is the thing. You can do the academics, you can figure the academics out. It's giving up all the rites of passage, prom and homecoming and, Spirit Week and feeling like you're, on the same team. So I feel bad for them.
Yeah. JoJo and Sophie would be like devastated. Like JoJo, I think probably would get through it because, he's a coder and he does play sports, but that's not in the story. But what he enjoys so much in his passion is coding. So he could do that online. So he would be fine. Now, Sophie, she is athletic. She's a swimmer. And when things shut down and you couldn't go swimming and you couldn't, go to practice and you couldn't do all those things, I think Sophie would definitely have a difficult time. And then in the book, you see each one of them supporting each other. So I think it would just be a continuation with the pandemic the way it is now. They would definitely be supporting each other. Like that's that twinning that I'm talking about that I yearn for, because I always wanted to be like a twin as well. So they would be so supportive. And also too, they have 2 pets. And I think to be able to, for coping mechanisms, I think pets are just amazing to be able to get adults and children through anything. So, I think they're calming. I think, in the story, you'll see when you read it, that their pets are their lives. Basically, they're like part of the family. And I think that they would definitely struggle, because I think a lot of us are struggling through it, but we're coping. I think they would have to amp up their coping mechanisms, and their parents are very supportive too. So that's another thing. I think family, having each other and having the pets would definitely be able to get them through the pandemic, as it did getting them through Hurricane Katrina.
And for my character, for Cassie, if she were in the pandemic minus the assassins, I think she would be, she would do okay as long as she had her best friend. I think she's the type of girl that if she has that one friend that could be in her bubble, she would be okay. And as for future writings, even in the new book Concealed, there's, I love twists and turns in every story and fooling the reader, thinking that one thing's happening when something else, and then they go back and they're like, oh, the clue was there. But I do make a slight, without giving away too much, there's a slight reference to trying to get vaccines and just trying to avoid pandemics in the future, and as well as in the past. And because her father used to be a scientist, she thinks that he came up with a really good drug concoction with the drug cartel, and that's why they got into. He testified against them, but kind of like a Breaking Bad type of situation. But it's I think I'll definitely either refer to it, especially if it's modern, as it having happened in the past, or lessons learned from the pandemic, because it is it's almost like a before time and after time, like for kids. I mean, the life before the pandemic was, very different than during the pandemic, and after the pandemic, we'll see. I mean, hopefully we'll emerge with something better. Maybe we'll hopefully learn some lessons, and I'm sure we'll make some new mistakes as well.
Well, I loved our panel. I'm so sad that we're running out of time. I could keep talking about this topic. But for our wrap up, could you just quickly again let us know what book you have coming out and how we can find out more information about it?
Okay, well, since I've already shown Concealed, Concealed comes out in October. And what was the other part? When does it come out and
how to find it?
And how to find it. It is published through Scholastic. So it will be in your favorite bookstore or wherever you like to buy books. It'll be all over the place. Always like to support my indie bookstores. So if you have an independent bookstore somewhere in your community, I highly encourage you to shop for books there. But it will be available everywhere, and it will probably also be in the Scholastic book fairs.
Okay, so my book, Escape, I don't know if you can see this. Can you see this there? Oh, it's too bad. Okay, Escape from Hurricane Katrina, there you go. Comes out for public sale July of this year. And it is currently with Follett book fairs. So if you have for the teachers and librarians and, the students, you can go to Follett book fairs and purchase it now. And since it goes on public sale in July, you can go to, I support indie booksellers as well. So if you have indie booksellers, ask them to purchase copies of it, and also online, Amazon.com. And the book is produced by the publishers Little B Books. So you can find it, you can go online there and purchase it. But again, July 9th, actually. So look out for it then.
And Stacy?
So my next book that's coming out is actually a middle grade. I'm part of a middle grade anthology, and it's coming out next March. And it is a group of Jewish authors talking about that quintessential year of the bar bat mitzvah. So, so I'm very excited about that project. That's next March.
Excellent. Well, thank you, authors. Thank you, audience, for tuning in. I can't wait for next year. Hope to see you all again. And there's still some great programming coming up. So hope to see you in some of the next events. Thanks,
Bye,
everyone.
guys. This was great. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, we would like to thank everybody who has joined us today for our Characters in Crisis session. Next up, we have What's a Strong Female Character Anyway with Suzanne Young, Makia Lucier, Katie Zhao, and Jeff Zentner. So just in a few moments, we will let them in and get the panel started. So just a moment. Hey authors, welcome coming in. One more person. And it's good to see Jeff again. And Suzanne, it's been years since I've seen you.
Too long.
It's been too long.
And I was on time for this. This is like the first time I've been on time all day. So yay me.
Hey you. So thank you for joining us today.
Hey Suzanne. Hey Makia.
You can see
me?
We can see you
I
and
see you,
hear
I see
you.
you.
Suzanne, I feel like we've met before. You look really, really familiar to me. Have we done a festival before together?
Probably, yes. I'm like 99% sure.
I feel like that's the case because you look very, very familiar to me.
Yeah, and it feels like any festival was a million years ago at this point.
It does. It sure does.
That festival indeed was the Teen Book Festival in Rochester. That's where I
Was
met you.
it? Was that the one?
Yep.
Oh wow, that was
Such a great
one of my
time.
first, I think.
I think so, actually.
Yeah. Wow.
That was a great one.
It was.
Yeah.
I felt like a rock star.
You guys are.
They do a good job of making you feel like a rock star at that
Yeah,
one.
like cheering crowds. I brought my sister with me to that one because she lives in Buffalo.
Oh, that's fun.
And she was like, wow, is this what it's always like? And I'm like, no, there's not usually crowds of people cheering when I show up places.
Yeah, we'll get started in a minute, so just keep tight.
Let me look at these questions again.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Hi.
Katie.
So nice to meet everybody.
Good to meet you.
To meet you.
I don't think I've ever like crossed paths with anyone here at a panel before. So but yeah, it's great that we're on this panel together. And I'm moderating last minute. So no, it's all good. I think at the beginning I'll just like introduce our names. Let me just make sure I'm getting everyone's name right. Makia Lucier.
Makia Lucier? Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Suzanne Young and Jeff Zentner.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure there are no mess ups there. And then like I think we could all just start by saying like our names and what books we've written, maybe a little bit more than that, and then after that, just go from there.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Yep, you guys can start whenever you want. And any questions that come through, attendees, go ahead and send them in, and then we will get to them as they come through. So take it away.
Okay, awesome. So thanks everyone for joining us with the What's a Strong Female Character panel. I'm Katie Zhao. I'm the author of the Dragon Warrior series, and I'm so excited to be joined by wonderful fellow authors, Makia Lucier, Suzanne Young, and Jeff Zentner. So I think we'll just start off by saying a little bit about us and our books, and then I'll just call on everyone's names so we can just sort of go in the same order and there's no like accidentally speaking over each other. As I said, I'm Katie Zhao, and I'm the author of the Dragon Warrior series, which is currently out. It's my debut middle grade Chinese-inspired mythology that's sort of like Percy Jackson, but with Chinese American culture. And it came out in 2019, the first book did, and the second book, The Fallen Hero, came out in October of last year. And it basically follows a 12-year-old girl named Farron who trains in this secret warrior society called the Jade Society in San Francisco's Chinatown. And she ends up going on a quest for the gods during the Lunar New Year that takes her across Chinatowns, where she fights demons and befriends dragons and befriends lots of deities, but also makes enemies along the way. So that's my first middle grade series. And this year I will have another middle grade. It's a sci-fi this time, and it's called Last Gamer Standing. It's sort of based off of Fortnite gaming, but more virtual reality and set in the near future. And next year I will have a new middle grade series, another fantasy, contemporary fantasy that's set in our world. And it follows a girl named Winnie Zhang who is just trying to be a normal girl, get through middle school, and then she discovers that she has these shaman powers, and all these spirits start causing all kinds of trouble in her town, and she has to save everyone in her town. So we will move on to Makia next. If you want to give a quick introduction of yourself.
I am glad to be here. My name is Makia Lucier. I am originally from Guam, but I currently live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I've written four books so far. So my first one is straight historical fiction about the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic. And then I wrote a duology, the first of which is Isle of Blood and Stone, and that's about medieval map makers. And then I have another one coming out in the fall called Year of the Reaper, and that is historical fantasy that takes place just after the Black Death of the 14th century. So I like writing about diseases. It's just, yeah. And I'm a former librarian. So anyway, hello.
Cool. I'm Suzanne Young. I write. Am I going next? I just assumed.
Yeah. So we'll
Okay.
go Makia, Suzanne, Jeff, and then like I can jump in at the end. I think it's just best to like keep the same rotation unless anyone else like has any problems with that. But yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So I'm Suzanne Young. I mostly write YA. I'm the author of the program series, the Girls with Sharp Sticks series, and Poet Anderson, which I co-authored with Tom DeLonge of Blink 182. I am also a high school English teacher. I've been teaching for about 15 years. And of course, I'm getting 100 texts and I apologize. I'm so sorry. Girls with Sharp Sticks, the series just finished 2 weeks ago. The last book just came out, and it is about a group of girls who are at a boarding school, and one of them goes missing, and in investigating her disappearance, they discover the dark truth about the academy and themselves. I also, and this is the first time I'm saying it, but I also have a middle grade novel, my debut middle grade novel coming out next year, about a girl who can speak to the dead, including that of her father. But on her 13th birthday, she will lose her ability and lose him forever. So yeah. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone. That was me texting Suzanne, just telling her, "You're doing a great job. This is amazing. I love Blink 182. So I'm Jeff Zentner. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. I have written 4 books. The first one, The Serpent King, is a contemporary coming of age novel about 3 misfit teenagers in rural Tennessee. My second book, Goodbye Days, is about a young man who's struggling with grief and guilt after an accident that killed his 3 best friends, which he thinks he may have caused by texting them while they were driving to come pick him up. My third book, Rain and Delilah's Midnight Matinee, is somewhat funnier than my book about the kid who killed his 3 best friends by texting. This is like Wayne's World meets Ghost World is how it's been described, about 2 girls who are best friends and have their own TV show on their local public access station where they show cheesy horror movies. And then my 4th book is coming out in August. It's called In the Wild Light. And it's kind of my Dead Poets Society meets Goodwill Hunting book about a kid and his genius best friend who gets them both scholarships to this elite private school in Connecticut. So that's me, and those are my books.
All right, thanks for those introductions, everyone. I love the range. I'm really impressed, and I love that there's a lot of middle grade, young adult, there's like elite prep schools, and just everything in between. But we also have fantasy, so that's great. And my panelists are too humble to say so, but I've read your bios, and I know you're bestsellers and award winners. So these are some really incredible authors, and I'm honored to be on a panel with you. But yeah, going back to the range that I'm seeing in everyone's work, it seems as though the real common theme is that we read about strong female protagonists. And so my question is, what throughout different genres and age categories, I think you can sort of have female characters who are strong in different ways. And so what are some common qualities that make strong female characters across these genres? or what do you think just in general? What are the qualities that make a strong female character? And we'll start with Nakia.
So I don't think a strong female character needs to be physically strong. I don't think that at all. I think a strong female character is smart. I think a strong female character is someone who, when faced with adversity, may crumble, may collapse for a little bit, but eventually she'll get back on her feet and dust herself up and keep on fighting the good fight. So it's just someone who doesn't, in the face of something bad, doesn't just, that's it. So it's someone who just keeps going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I absolutely agree with that. And, resilience to me is what is really strong. And, for me, a lot of my characters are not necessarily physically strong. They are just determined, and they are willing to kind of go up against what society thinks they should be. And that's kind of how I, have my characters, but I also think that's a common theme.
Yeah, I definitely love what was said about resilience and the nature of strength. For me, it's really just a realistically and nuanced drawing of a female character, because we are all strong in our ways, just to kind of survive this world. And I think to the extent that you draw women and girl characters as nuanced, which doesn't mean they have to be perfect, or whatever, they can be flawed, but just to draw them in a realistic and nuanced way, I think kind of organically results in a strong female character.
Awesome. Yeah, I totally agree with those answers. Like, I feel like when I set out to write characters, I don't necessarily think I'm gonna write a strong female character and like make that like the whole, like that the starting point of the story. It's more of like, I write a character, and then as the story goes along, they will develop, and naturally, because I want them to like grow as a character, they'll become stronger throughout the story. I mean, I think it's interesting to follow, characters who, they do become strong over the course of the story, but maybe they don't necessarily start off as strong, or, they can be sort of like weak in other ways, because obviously like no character, even like a strong female character, is going to be strong in all aspects or throughout the entirety of the story. And that's what makes stories so fascinating, is when you see these characters and you see, yes, maybe they are physically strong, but emotionally they're like closed up or something. They're emotionally weak. That's what I think makes for a really fascinating character. So I guess my next question is, how do you all sort of balance the strong and the weak qualities in your characters? How do you create authenticity with these characters?
So even though I write historical fiction and historical fantasy, I try to remember that my characters are human. Even though it's fiction, these are human characters, and we humans do dumb things sometimes. And I remember being a teenager, I did a lot of dumb things. So I just remember when I'm trying to write a story and create a realistic character, to create one who's not perfect, to create one who does really stupid things, and just to make sure there's a balance between bravery and stupidity. Humans do mean things. They say mean things to people they love. I mean, we're not perfect. So just to show that imperfection within this one brave character is something I have to keep thinking about throughout the story.
And I think for me, vulnerability is a way to really make someone feel authentic to a reader, because sometimes we may not even see other people's vulnerabilities, but we sure know our own. So I try to make sure that my characters, that comes across. I also make sure that they kind of, that they learn, obviously from what's going on, and just really interact with the plot or the setting of the story, and just are very reactive to it. And I feel like that makes them, you can relate to them. But they also feel real, because like what you're saying, like people make mistakes, they're flawed. Like, I think you show that, and that fleshes them out and makes them a real person. And to me, they seem very real. I know that I always have like a book hangover when I'm done, because I'm like, oh, I miss my friends. And it's like, oh, wait, they're not real. I made them up. So yeah, I feel like they're real when I write them.
So as a man writing teenage girl characters, I come at it from a bit of a disadvantage in terms that I can't really draw on my own experience growing up so much. So what I have to do is I have to do a lot of listening, and I have to do a lot of observation and a lot of checking my own baggage at the door and the lenses with which I view the world. I think a mistake a lot of men make when they write women is they want to write women as they see women. They want to write women interacting as they think women should interact, or women viewing themselves as they think women should view themselves from kind of the male gaze. But that's a mistake, because you end up with an unrealistically drawn character. So you really have to, I think, check your lenses at the door, and you have to really listen and really observe. Some of my best friends on earth are women. I'm on a text thread with the authors Emily Henry and Brittany Cavallaro, and I'll just sit back and watch as they interact, and they'll kind of let me be a fly on the wall to their interactions, and I can kind of observe and listen and really look at the differences in the way women interact versus the way men interact, because there are differences in communication, communicative styles, that sort of thing that you have to incorporate into characters to make them feel realistic and authentic.
Jeff, I'm really glad that we got your input as someone who doesn't have like personal experience as a teenage girl, just like how you are, able to do the work by listening, by interacting with, other female authors and getting their input, because it's important when you're sort of writing an experience that you haven't had yourself, that you take that care and you're willing to listen and write those stories carefully, because teen girls who pick up these books, like they're going to be looking for themselves in these stories. They're going to be looking for their flaws, and they're going to be looking for ways in which these characters grow stronger, and ways in which they in turn can grow stronger. And I feel like everyone sort of touched on a really great point that I want to ask next, which is, we talked a little bit about how these characters are flawed. They're human, right? Because as writers, what we're really interested in is writing characters who aren't strong all the time. They're not weak all the time. They are human. And that means sometimes they're going to be mean on accident, or maybe on purpose. They're going to do things that, actually mess up with their own goals. But they're also going to be, courageous and loyal and determined. So is there a particular character of yours that reflects who you are and all your humanness? And in what way would that be?
There's a character in Year of the Reaper. Her name's Lena, Annalena, and she's a royal historian. So she's just kind of a nerd who likes history. I'm kind of a nerd who likes history. So I kind of put a little bit of myself in there. But I'm looking at some of my other characters, and they are just super brave in the way I would like to be, but I don't think I don't know. So Cleo Berry is a character, the main character in A Death Struck Year, and it's set in 1918 Portland, Oregon, right when the Spanish flu just ravages the city. So Cleo is a sheltered young woman who makes the decision to volunteer for the American Red Cross. I don't know if I would volunteer for the American Red Cross in the middle of the 1918 Spanish flu. So I would hope I would be that brave, but I really doubt it. So I think Cleo is a bit of an ideal.
So I think, what's interesting is the characters in Girls with Sharp Sticks are not human, but by the end you can see that they're AI, and by the end you see that they are, they care more about humans than we care about ourselves. And so what I really liked about that was being able to kind of get this outside perspective of them looking at how, society treats girls and how society treats women, and then being able to say like, hey, that's not right. I think as far as what character is most similar to me, it's interesting because I feel like characters take different parts of my life. So I have, a book, All in Pieces, where it was definitely me as a teen and kind of that the time when I was very angry and we have that. And then you have Sloan in the program who, struggled with mental health. And now I would say probably you have Mina in Girls with Sharp Sticks, and she's, very loyal to her friends. And at first she's very trusting, but then she learns that, sometimes, she has to kind of make her own way and let people make their own mistakes too. And that was definitely something I had to learn. So yeah, different me in every book, I guess.
So my process of creating a character is I take a kernel of myself, a little piece of myself, and I try to plant that seed into other soil to see how it will grow. And in the book Rain and Delilah's Midnight Matinee, the two leads are Josie and Delia. Delia, her father abandoned her family when she was young. It's just her and her mother. And she's a great fan of horror movies. And so she wants to start this show on public access where they show these horror movies and they do little skits in the interstitials. And with the hope being that her dad will see the show and it will lead to some sort of reconnection. And I kind of, the part of me that I put into Delia is the part of me that has that desire to create things and to connect with the world. Maybe I'm not very good at it, which Delia is not good at television. She's not a television professional. That's why she gets her friend Josie to do it. Her friend Josie is much better at TV than her. But just that desire and that desire to burn bright is the kernel that I put into Delia. And then in my first book, The Serpent King, there's the character of Lydia Blankenship, who is a fashion blogger who I modeled after the real life person Tavi Gevinson, who's kind of a hero of mine. And into that character, I put kind of my curiosity about the world, the desire that I would have to be taken seriously in analyzing topics that are of interest to me, and how would that look if I could live another life as a teenage girl growing up in rural Tennessee with access to the internet. So that's an interesting thing to me. That's the joy of writing, is you get to live all these different lives.
Yeah. And going off that point of living different lives, I feel like you all brought up such great points about how our characters in our books, and especially because we write like different genres and age categories, they represent like little kernels of who we were at that point in our lives. Like, for example, in The Dragon Warrior, Farron is 12 years old and she's struggling with her identity. She's like trying to figure out her place in the world as a Chinese American and as a warrior in this society. And that was me when I was 12 years old. Not the warrior part, but the struggling with my identity and trying to figure out who I was. Like, what does it mean to be Chinese in America? What does it mean to be American, but also have a Chinese face? So that was something that I like really like, I put that kernel in the book and I like amplified it. And I think that's something that I try to do with my books, is I will like put little pieces of myself from the past. And I'll just like, amplify different personality traits. Like Farron in The Dragon Warrior is very loyal, very courageous. She goes off and saves the world. I could not do that. Even at this age, I wouldn't have the bravery to do that, but I would say I'm a pretty loyal person. And so that was something that I wanted to instill in Farron. And in, other characters from my other books, like it's always some personality trait or some like feeling, emotion, some part of who I was from a certain part in my life. I really want to just amplify that in the story. And as you said, Jeff, I really want, these characters that I create to live different lives from me, because I don't know about you all, but where I grew up, it was a suburb. It was very boring. I had nothing to do except read and let my imagination wander free. And now as a writer, that's still something that I crave, is wondering how life could have turned out in all these like different storylines that I now get to create and control. And I want to write these stories that reflect me, but also that I think a lot of young readers can relate to, and that they can take lessons that I could have used when I was younger. So I guess I'm also just curious, since we've talked a little bit about how our main characters reflect us, are there any other characters in your stories that you have where you've like taken inspiration from somebody who you know in real life?
It's me. Yes. So with Song of the Abyss, that's the second book in the Isle of Blood duology. In Song of the Abyss, the main character is 17-year-old Reyna. And Reyna is a royal explorer. She's a royal mapmaker who sails across the ocean to rescue her missing crewmen. And for this story, I wanted Reyna to have a really strong female friendship, one that originated in childhood. And I based this friendship on my best friend, Melissa. So I've known Mel since we were 11 back home on Guam. So we've been friends for a million years. And I just wanted, I think this kind of friendship is so special and it's so rare. And I know that Lisa, I think if I murdered someone, she would cover for me and vice versa. I mean, she would do anything for me. I love this person to death. And I wanted to be able to show that kind of friendship in the story. But Lisa's also the kind of person who would tell you if she thinks you're heading down the wrong path, if she thinks you're doing something stupid. She'll just say it in a nice way. So that's just the kind of friendship I wanted to show in this particular story.
And very similar, in All in Pieces, I have a character who is very similar to my, friend in high school, who obviously she's still my friend, but just she was always kind of the wild one who would get me into trouble. I mean, I guess we got each other into trouble, but I feel like she was the one that started it. So I definitely had a character that was inspired by that, like someone who would kind of make the main character come out of her shell a bit and help her make really bad decisions that she would have to figure out what to do about later. And I think in, Girls with Sharp Sticks, I have an evil corporation, and I have a lot of inspiration for that. I mean, not people I know personally, but I mean, at one point we had an entire government that I could pick and choose from to make characters on. But then I even have, characters that are like Elon Musk type people. So I think my friend was probably one of the few real people that I know that made it into the story, though.
So I brought her up earlier, but in The Serpent King, I have a character named Lydia Blankenship, and two kind of funny stories about real life interacting with art here. So I based the idea for that character came from Tabby Gevinson, and I was talking with a book club in Tennessee who had read my book. I was visiting the book club, and I mentioned this, and one of the ladies at the book club goes, "Oh, I used to be Tabby's neighbor." So Tabby Gevinson, who this character was based on, used to be the neighbor of this lady in the book club. She was like, "Yeah, I remember Tabby coming home with her, wild outfits like from Prada and, whatever, these fancy designers sending her clothes." So that's the first thing. Once I got the idea from Tabby Gevinson, though, I took this character in a little bit different direction, and I based her heavily on my friend Tracy, who I know who I've known here in Nashville. She's kind of a legendary journalist in the Nashville alt weekly community, a music critic and writer. And so I based her heavily on my friend Tracy, and I would have my friend Tracy read this character to tell me, this reads authentic, this doesn't read authentic. The Serpent King gets published with this character in it who wants to become a writer, wants to write for publications like Vanity Fair. Through my book being published, I become friends with another author who becomes an editor at Vanity Fair. This editor asks me, "Do I know anybody who would like to write for Vanity Fair?" I say, "Yes, as a matter of fact. Hey, Tracy, come here. I want to introduce you to somebody." So now my friend Tracy writes for Vanity Fair because of the character of Lydia, who allowed me to know this editor who writes for Vanity Fair so I could introduce them. So kind of the circle of life imitating art, art imitating life, what have you.
That's so awesome. I love how everyone's answers were so different. And Jeff, your story was like so specific and so cool. I feel like for me, I don't know if I necessarily go out of my way to include people, but I think like all my characters are sort of influenced by people who I've interacted with and people who have influenced me. So it makes sense that, somehow they'll end up in these characters. But for a specific example, in the Dragon Warrior series, Farron has a younger brother named Alex, and I have two younger sisters. And Alex is modeled after one of them in particular, just, sort of his like troublemaking ways. And that was sort of something that I wanted to like instill in that character. And I honestly can't think of like anything else specific, but I just think it's funny that there's like a kind of a stereotype, or people like to say that you shouldn't anger a writer because then they might write your name into a book as a villain. I've never done that yet. I don't know if any of you have, but I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that that wasn't mentioned on the panel. So yeah, I guess I'm also just curious, we've talked a lot about like characters and how they're sort of like mirrors for our past selves, or like, lives that we wish we could have lived. If you could be any of your characters, which character would you want that to be?
I don't think I'd want to be any of them. Mainly because before the coronavirus, I really enjoyed writing about disease. So there's the Spanish flu, there's leper colonies, there's the Black Death. So these people live in dangerous times. And to be perfectly honest, I'm kind of a germaphobe. So I like to write about these things, but I don't need to be anywhere near those characters in real life.
I feel like every time I talk, I'm like, I completely agree with everything you said. I completely agree with everything you said. No, I think I definitely would not want to live in like 99% of the books that I've written. I will say that maybe Poet Anderson, just because it's about a dream world and that lucid dreamers can control the entire dreamscape. And that might be kind of cool for a little bit, but I mean, it doesn't really end that well. So I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to this one.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I read about teens who are pretty miserable, going through pretty miserable circumstances, which I kind of already lived. But in truth, if I could be anybody, I guess I'd maybe want to be Cash from In the Wild Light, and getting to go to this private school. I would just love to have had that experience. I think it would be so cool. I went to the most public of public schools, like the least exclusive school you can imagine. And just the thought of going to a boarding school as a high schooler and like living in dorms and having talks with other kids who loved reading and learning. And to me, that sounds so exciting and fun. And I really got to live that life through the writing of this book. So even though Cash has a hard time going to that school, maybe I'd like to sneak into his life for a little bit and secretly enjoy it.
Yeah, so I don't know if I mentioned this because I think I thought like this was middle grade specific, but I do have a young adult title coming out this year. It's called How We Fall Apart. And it's actually also set at an elite prep school, and it's about these students who are very competitive about academics, and it sort of like glamorizes this elite prep school life. And I also went to a public school. I don't know if, yeah, it was a pretty public school, but it was also sort of like, we also had like toxic competition that I think is like very present in a lot of these elite boarding schools, and just I think high school in general. So I don't know. I just thought I would add that because I think it's cool that we're like sort of writing the same books, like middle grade, but also young adult. For me, I definitely would not want to live in my toxic prep school novel. Just it's very toxic and very dark. A lot of bad things happen, and I would not want to relive high school. You really couldn't pay me. That was just not a good part of my life. I don't know. I feel like it's hard for me to say, because I think the reason why I write these stories is because part of me wishes I could go on like these fantastical journeys, but I also put these characters through so much struggle to get from like point A to point B that I'm like, I want to be at the point B, but I don't want like all the struggle that comes with it. Like if there were like a shortcut, that would be great. So I don't think I would want to be in the Dragon Warrior necessarily, but Last Game Worth Standing is like it's like a Fortnite inspired like battle royale gaming book. I love games, and I think it'd be really cool to be in like a gaming tournament, which is it's a tournament book. And even though like the main character, goes through a lot of struggle and has to fight off a lot of opponents, I don't know. I really like the idea of like competitive gaming, and especially set in like a virtual reality world with like cool technology. So that is probably the one exception, but otherwise I would have to say no, because I've I've made my all of my poor characters struggle too much for me to want to live their lives. So my next question is, all of our stories we've written for young audiences, and we've written strong female characters specifically. And I know for me, at least, the reason why I'm so passionate about writing Chinese female protagonists is because I never saw those characters growing up. I never saw myself and my identity represented in a way that made me feel like, wow, I can be a hero too. Like I would, when I went to the bookstore, I could easily find middle grade that I love, like Percy Jackson, Septimus Heap, like all those kinds of middle grade fantasies. And if I wanted to find like a Chinese cartoon or like a Chinese storybook, that was pretty easy for me to get too. But I never saw like the fusion. And so for me, I really wanted to write for young readers, Chinese or Asian readers specifically, who never got to see themselves. So I'm curious to know, like, what kinds of lessons do you hope young readers will draw from your stories?
I think when I start a story, I don't start off with what can I teach a reader. I try and tell a good story in hopes that at the end someone will enjoy the story. But I just wanted, I have a daughter. When I started library school, she was just a topper. So we've kind of grown up together with children's literature. And I just love children's literature when it shows female characters being the main character and doing fantastical things. And I love how they are smart. So my characters are ambassadors, they're map makers, they're explorers, they're royal historians. And I wanted to show that this was a thing and that you can do this and have these fantastic roles. And I wanted to also show that I wanted characters, how do I say this? I wanted characters who could solve their own problems. I remember when I was a kid, I used to sneak my mom's Harlequin romances off the shelf. You remember those romances? The Harlequin ones? So they're really cheesy, and they usually have this female just languishing and waiting to be rescued. I don't like those stories. I like it when the girl just gets up and rescues herself. So those are just the kind of stories I most enjoy writing about.
For All in Pieces, actually, it was one of the first books that I ever wrote, but it didn't come out for about 10 years is when it actually published from when I wrote it. And it was because it's a very quiet book. But what I wanted to show is, something that, like how I had grown up, I didn't see a lot in young adult books, especially, is you had a character, a single parent household, an absent parent household. And she's basically raising herself, raising her younger brother, and how the friends that she made were the other kids that society had basically thrown away, and how sometimes you have to make your own family. And so I wanted to show that. And I was really happy that I was able to publish a book like that, because it was exactly what I would have loved as a kid to have seen. For Girls with Sharp Sticks, my biggest hope that readers take away from that is the female friendship, and how much these girls, their bond is what is strong enough to take on this corporation. So I think for me, just learning to trust other people, and that's always been a tough thing for me. And so I wanted to show what this kind of bond can really do, this kind of friendship can really do, and the kind of force it could become.
So Katie, what you were saying really resonated with me in terms of representing something in stories that you don't often get to see. And whenever I write a book, I just want to bring as much of myself to it as I can. I want to be as honest as I can. And I want to talk about as many of the struggles that I've faced as I possibly can, because I feel like there will be something in that for somebody. So with my first book, The Serpent King, one of the things I wrote about was struggle with faith, struggle with religious faith particularly. That was something that had been a real part of my life. It was only after I wrote the book and published it that I came to find out that was kind of an underrepresented area in YA. Not so many books had dealt with struggles with religious faith. I had no idea, because I didn't know the YA world super, super well when I published that. So that was kind of a nice surprise when I started hearing from people saying, hey, I haven't really gotten to see a lot of books where a character struggles with their faith, where they struggle for trying to figure out where they fit into their faith tradition. So this helped me, and that was really nice. You know, I try to write about mental illness because I believe pretty passionately that it's something that we've done a lot of good work destigmatizing it, but we still have a ways to go. And just showing kids struggling with mental illness, seeing kids find healthy ways to deal with it, showing kids in therapy. In Goodbye Days, I have a therapist character who I wrote because I had such good experiences with talk therapy, and it was so helpful to me that I wanted to depict it in this positive and loving way, show a kid having a great experience with therapy. So while there are these struggles in Goodbye Days, the therapist isn't one of them. The therapist is a source of comfort. So I wanted to show that experience. So yeah, in every one of my books, I want to show maybe a different aspect of something that I've had to struggle with that I would have appreciated seeing, and that would have made me feel less alone when I was a kid.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I feel like when I set out to write like these female characters, it's like, it's twofold for me. It's one, when I was growing up, I didn't see very many strong female characters in middle grade. I remember there were a few series, like there was like Dear Dumb Diary, there was Sammy Keys. So there were some, but like for the most part, especially with middle grade fantasy, it was very like a male dominated genre. And so for me, it's like, it's so important to show like young girls that they can be heroes too. But I also feel like, you know, it's in some ways, I also feel like I go a little bit out of my way to make the characters really strong. And sometimes I question like if that's even necessary, because I think, you know, there are girls who also, you know, don't necessarily want to be, you know, seeing, you know, saving the world stories. Maybe they want just like really chill stories where they don't have to like be so strong and powerful all the time. So yeah, I don't know. That's just something that I've thought about a lot, just in terms of representation. Like people talk a lot about the importance of strong female characters, and now I'm wondering like what about the female characters or female readers who are tired and just want stories where they don't have to be saving the world and going through so much struggle all the time. And Suzanne, you brought up a really great point with female friendships, which is also something that I think about a lot, because I think you know, growing up, I would watch like these shows or read these books, and I'm thinking of like Mean Girls, where the female friendships are like, they're so toxic. And I think there's like a little bit of a stereotype that female friendships are like kind of catty, or like they like the girls will talk bad about each other. But I mean, if that was something that happened while I was growing up with female friends, like I totally didn't know about it because my friends weren't like that at all. So I'm curious about like if, you know, if there are like central female friendships in your stories, like how do you deal with that? Do you feel like you want to do you feel like you might accidentally fall into that stereotype of like toxic female friendships, or do you maybe go out of your way to you know, just make sure that these friendships are like supportive, or maybe it's a combination of both? And this question is for everyone.
Well, I have a really strong female friendship in Song of the Abyss, so that was just a key component. There was no Mean Girls at all. I can't relate to that either. But also, I remember growing up, my favorite book, my favorite series of all time was the Anne of Green Gables series by Ellen Montgomery. And there was Anne and Diana, who was her kindred spirit, her best friend. And I just loved how that friendship progressed from when they were kids to when they're, you know, grand old ladies. So yeah, it was very important for me to write about strong, authentic, kind female friendships in that book.
Yeah, in Girls with Sharp Sticks, I wanted to make sure that was one that I actually did plan out. This friendship was going to be the power, because I was inspired by a lot of things that I had seen. You know, at that time, there was the trial of the gymnastics coach, and all of the gymnasts had gone together, and I just found it, you know, they were lifting each other up, and I wanted to make sure. I mean, I wrote it in I think 2016, so we had a lot going on, and I wanted to show women all working together and these girls working together. But I also think society tries to pit us against each other a lot, like you said. Like it's just I think it's an unfair, categorization that women are catty to each other. I think that does happen. I mean, I grew up in central New York, and I can tell you that it does happen, but I don't think that is the bulk of these relationships. So I had another one, but I forgot what it was. Okay, Jeff.
So the whole impetus for my book, Rain and Delilah's Midnight Matinee, came out of my volunteering at Southern Girls Rock Camp. So it's a rock camp during the summer. It's all teenage girls, and I'd teach them guitar, and we'd teach them how to play in bands and stuff. And so I got to see a lot of these wonderful, close, loving teenage girl friendships form. And it was just the most beautiful thing in the world. They were so funny and sweet, and I just didn't have the least desire to write about a toxic female friendship. I wanted to write about that kind of loving friendship, and I wanted the pressures and the stakes to come from outside the friendship, not from inside the friendship, with them, sniping at each other and being competitive and catty or what have you. Because I just think it's so beautiful. And I love, again, I mentioned my friends Emily and Brittany, my author friends. They have such a wonderful friendship. They even kind of enshrined it in a book they wrote together called Hello Girls that came out a couple years ago. It's a phenomenal book about a wonderful teenage girl friendship. But just seeing their friendship, it's so beautiful how loving and supportive they are of each other, the way they interact. It's so uncompetitive and just really nurturing and loving. And to me, that's like the platonic ideal of friendship. That's like the aspiration. And so if I can write that into a story, then that's a good core for the story. That's a bedrock on which, I can riff and have things happen that the friendship has to survive and weather. But starting with that strong friendship, I think, is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's great. For me, I feel like middle grade, I just love writing about friendship in general, because at that age, and honestly in young adult and now too, but especially in middle grade, friendships were so important to me. And I feel like middle grade, the theme of friendship is so strong across all genres. And in The Dragon Warrior, there are friendships that are a little bit toxic at the beginning, but then by the end of it, it's all resolved. And so I kind of I felt like I might have been a little bit influenced by society's depiction of female characters as toxic to each other when I wrote the beginning of the book. But by the end of the book, the friendship is resolved, and the girls are friends again. So it's in a way, it's I feel as though we're all a little bit influenced by society's depiction of female characters, no matter what. But I'm glad to hear that we're all sort of still making an effort to write these strong female friendships, because they're important. And at that age, especially, young readers are pretty impressionable. And if you give them stories where girls are just catty to each other, then there's a chance that that's the sort of behavior they might reflect in real life. I think we're getting to the end of the questions. Oh yeah, that's the 5-minute warning. So I don't think I see any Q&A questions. There's one more question on my list, which is just who are some of your strong female favorite? Who are some of your favorite strong female characters? If everyone just wants to wrap up on that note.
I can go. So I love, probably recognize this. I love Cinder. I love this character. I love how she's a mechanic. I think that's so cool. So this is a great story. But I also love Daughter of the Forest by Juliet Marillier. And this is about Sorcha, whose 6 older brothers are turned into swans. And Sorcha is the one, she's very young. She has to go out and save her 6 older brothers. So it's not the other way around, which I just think is so fantastic. And that's just the premise for the whole story, to turn her brothers back into humans. So those are 2 of my favorites.
And I was just going to cheat and go back real quick to what you were saying, Katie. I think it's actually really important to show friendships that maybe aren't perfect from the start, because I think people do experience that. And I think it is good for maybe young readers to see those relationships and get to know people a little bit more, and then find that friendship. Because I'll tell you, like, some of my best friends maybe weren't that nice to me when we first met, but then like after a few times interacting, we're like, oh, we're like good. So anyways, so strong female characters. I think, for me, I've just been reading a lot of adult, so I don't know if it necessarily fits into this conversation, but I recently finished Mexican Gothic, and the character of Naomi in there is just absolutely so cool and fantastic and strong, and I love her. I loved her.
I'm just gonna cut in and say I loved that book.
Yeah, I was like,
oh my god,
so gory and gothic.
It blew me away. I read it in like one sitting. Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, Jeff, you can go.
So I've got two favorites. So first, this is one of my favorite books of all time, Salvage the Bones by Jesmyn Ward. And Esh is a teenage girl who is pregnant, and her journey is so incredible. The strength that she finds in the struggle she faces. This is, just absolute masterpiece. Everybody read this book. It's a young adult book, but it's marketed as adult literary fiction. But it is a coming of age story about a teenage girl. So it's a young adult book, I think. Another book that was marketed as adult literary fiction, but I also consider a young adult book, Normal People by Sally Rooney. Mary Ann in this book, I love this character. The TV series, which I'm now on my third complete rewatch of in 1 year. So incredible. I absolutely love this book, and I love the character of Mary Ann in this book. So those are two of my favorites.
For me, I honestly feel like my favorites change all the time. My current favorites, I recently read Amari and the Night Brothers, which came out very recently, I think in January, from the debut author, B.B. Alston. And it's really, really great, really funny and fantastical. I just think it captures the middle grade spirit so well. And Amari, the main character, she's really strong and courageous and really loyal to her friends. And I feel like it just captures that spirit of middle grade so well. Another middle grade that I've really loved is Aru Shah, part of the Rick Riordan Presents series. I think, I've always loved Percy Jackson, and the humor in that series really reminds me strongly of Percy Jackson. And Aru is just so funny, and but she's also like very strong. And though she has her flaws, like she has strong friendships, and they help her get through her quests. And for adult, I would say The Poppy War, which is it's a fantasy that's set in a alternate reality like China. But it basically is a parallel to the Second Sino-Japanese War and the events that happened then. And so to me, as a Chinese American, that what really drew me to that book was, the pitch just in general, but the female character, Rin, and the author Rebecca has talked about this. Rin's rise to power and then like plummet basically by the end of the series is modeled off of the rise of Mao. And so to me, it's like Rin is such a powerful, strong character, but also deeply, deeply flawed. And what the author does really well is like show us how this character, who comes from nothing, is a very, very poor orphan, and then becomes like a war general and moves up in the ranks and eventually becomes like the highest power in this nation, essentially. I just think it's so great. And if you're looking for a really, really powerful, but also deeply flawed female character, definitely check out The Poppy War. And I think that was time up, right? Does this end at 5:20?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm on Arizona time, so I never know what time it is right now. I'm so confused the whole day.
Katie, you rock that. You were a great moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are great panelists, so you made it easy. It was so much fun.
Yay.
Just one thing, while people are still in the session here, we have our closing remarks. I put the link in the chat. Authors, you guys are welcome to join us as well. It'll start relatively soon. I think my group chat's going. People are already heading in there now. We're doing our winners and things like that. So please, if you can, join us for that. And again, authors, thank you so much for a fantastic day. It started off a little rocky, but it finished off strong with you guys. So glad that you guys could make it today.
Thank you.
Thanks
everyone. Great to
It was
meet
so
you.
much
Great to talk
fun.
with
See you
you.
all again.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.